Welcome to PFF's 2025 Draft Show, where futures are built and the next generation takes the spotlight. Tonight marks the start of a new era as a two-way phenom looks to redefine what's possible in the modern game. Still think running backs don't matter? In this draft, game-changing backs are high in demand. Quarterback-hungry teams. The race to find your guy starts now. The stage is set, and the next era of football is upon us. The PFF Draft Show starts right now.
Welcome into the Western and Southern Studios here for the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show presented by Jack Links Duos and Prize Picks. Trevor Sikkema, Cris Collinsworth, Max Chadwick, and Dalton Wasserman here with you guys. And over the next 3.5 hours, give or take, we are going to hear 32 names get called in the first round of the 2025 NFL Draft. And we're going to give you the instant reactions and the PFF insights that you guys are here to see. Fellas, I'm so excited. You guys know, as a draft guy, this is my Christmas day. I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time, especially for a draft that, Chris, feels extremely unpredictable. I mean, even before we hit record right there, you were saying, we got to talk about all the different surprises that could happen in this draft. I was listening to the mock draft that you guys had, that you did last week, and you seemed very excited about this draft, about the possibilities of where all these guys could go.
Yeah, and I still think that we could get real surprises at the quarterback position. I do not think that after Cam Ward, we know he's going to be the first guy. But after that, I can make a case for Tyler Shuck or for Jackson Dart or for Jalen Milroe or Shedeur. And I think that most of these teams could as well. But it was funny watching these guys walk out on the stage. I was trying to flash back to the day that I was drafted, sitting in my apartment in Gainesville, Florida. But they were walking out there, and I'm like, man, what they're wearing on stage would have been my signing bonus and whole first-year salary. I mean, these guys are looking good. They haven't even gotten paid yet.
You're saying you wouldn't wear Crocs? You weren't going to?
If they paid me whatever they paid him to get Crocs.
He could rock the pink suit. He would look good in the pink suit that Travis Hunter's on right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
You think he's a pink suit guy?
Yeah. You
Okay.
About that. Yeah.
All right. No, what do you guys think? Quarterback, big-time intrigue here. Dalton, I feel like you're our resident Shedeur Sanders guy. What's happening with Shedeur tonight? Do we think his name even gets called tonight? Because the latest rumor, maybe even that doesn't happen. What do you think?
I still think his name absolutely gets called tonight. And it may not be the third overall pick with the Giants, the lack of tools and everything that's been talked about. There's been debate with the Saints and the Steelers and even teams in the front end of the second round trading up. There's all sorts of possibilities, like Chris mentioned, for all of these quarterbacks. All right, but I think Shedeur, the people's stances on Shedeur are kind of emblematic of this entire draft. I'm not sure I've seen a class where it feels like even what we would consider the elite players in this class, everyone's looking for what they don't have, right? Like, we're looking for their weaknesses and their flaws, and it's just, we have Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, and then really, a bunch of flawed players, right? And it's a class with less depth, and we're arguing about quarterbacks and this and that, but I think for me with Shedeur Sanders, I still focus on the things that he can do, the accuracy, the processing of defenses, right? His cool under pressure, even though he was asked to carry that Colorado team to wins every single week. We covered it all year as much as any team in college football. He was the reason that team won games without a running game and with an inconsistent defense. So you still have to focus with all of these players about what their strengths are, how they fit into each team instead of what they don't have, because what they don't have just isn't there. And that's fine. You just have to figure out how they fit in with your football team.
The betting markets have been all over the place this week, but specifically today with what feels like all the news and, is it smoke screens? Is it real? We're trying to figure out what these teams are trying to do. And we'll throw a betting angle certainly into a lot of our analysis. I believe that Shedeur Sanders, the last time I looked at it, still around that 20.5 over-under position. I actually think it is over. I think that it's, either he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 21 or, man, like Chris said, then we can start to get Milroe, Dart, Shuck, all of these guys start to come into the equation in the 20s.
And is it better? I mean, think about if you are the Giants or you're the Browns, and you get one of those 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the top of the second round, right? So you haven't traded up, you haven't done anything, you just held your position, you got a superstar player with the second or third pick overall, and now you're coming back to one of these guys that may have just as good a chance as any other one of these guys to be successful, and there's no pressure. when Jalen Hurts was drafted, everybody was like, oh, well, that's weird. Okay, they drafted a quarterback in the second round, and there was no pressure on him to be anything. It was just like a luxury pick. And I kind of feel like the Giants, the Browns may be in that same situation.
And it's a luxury on the other side, too, because if it works with Hurts and he becomes your franchise quarterback and wins a Super Bowl, great. You could be on the other side of it, too, with Tennessee and Will Levis. Okay, you took him at the top of the second round. There's not nearly as much pressure if he was a first-round pick, because you remember waking up in the morning of that draft, and he was the betting favorite to go 4th overall, and he slipped to the second round. It didn't work out, but only 2 years later, they have the first overall pick in this draft, and they had the 7th pick last year. So if it doesn't work, you will have more opportunities to take your franchise quarterback like the Titans are about to do.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you there. So we are about, less than 10 minutes away from the draft officially getting kicked off now, as we know. Even though it gets kicked off, we probably won't hear Cam Ward's name immediately once the Titans get on the clock, but I feel like we will hear that.
They milk it, don't they?
They got to do it. They got to pay the bills. We got to
get
a couple of commercials
prime time.
in there.
We're in that prime time window.
You're prime time. You know how it goes. You know how it goes.
Got to pay those announcers' bounds. Got to get the bills paid.
I'm not going to complain about that because that's how we have this wonderful studio here. So you're not going to hear me complain about that at all. But hey, our friends over at Prize Picks, they've got some really fun games, especially a free game that they have right now that I want to pull up here on the screen if we get the chance to do so. If you guys go over to Prize Picks and download the Prize Picks app, you can see this free game that they have right now that you guys can play. And it's got some more or less, where these guys are going to go when it comes to draft position. You see Shedeur Sanders right there, right? 11.5, more or less. You can fit a lineup in here by picking a couple of these, but, some of them are more tied to what is actually going to happen in the draft. But look at some of these other ones. How many times is Mel Kiper going to say update in the first round? We got more or less 3.5 right there. There's one about players with glasses. I don't know if we have it here on the screen, but we had it a little bit further. It's like, how many players tonight are going to be wearing glasses when they are picked, right? So it's just sort of a fun way to get something in on the NFL draft. You guys, all right, which one do you guys like the most? On the screen, we got Schefter right there. You see the Schefter one?
Goodell booed on stage over under 10.5. Feels like it's got to be over.
Okay, all right, so you're going more. You're going more. On the
nice
10.5
Green Bay.
seconds.
They're nice people in Green Bay.
They are.
They barely boo me up there.
What I find interesting on the college side, Max, you notice that there's more Big Ten players there projected than SEC players? I think there's people down there in SEC Nation going to be a little upset.
They're not going to love that.
Well,
They're not
you had
going
to
to
go to coast to come up with a bigger league.
That's true. That's true. We're expanding the amount that it's that we're covering the Big Ten there. So you guys can see that on the screen. Again, go download the Prize Picks app. We're going to be talking about the things that you could do on this app outside of this free game, but certainly as the NFL draft is starting, you can have a lot of fun with this free game here. Again, you can pick to the more serious, more or less ones like the draft position, or you can get some skin in the game and put some pride on the line for some of the ones that are a little bit more fun. We got to talk about some of this trade speculation that we have today. And when I say today, I mean over the last hour, I feel like. The Cleveland Browns, it is reported that maybe they are entertaining a trade down here, that the Jags could be eyeing that trade up. And if the Jags are trading up, they're trading up for a Travis Hunter. Mm-hmm. Do we think this is just crazy? That the Cleveland Browns, if they are, would entertain this at all whatsoever? Because obviously, I think I would get it from the Jags' perspective, right?
Yeah.
Going up to get Travis Hunter. But Max, should Cleveland even be entertaining this at all?
I would not. I think Travis Hunter is a truly one-of-one player in this year's draft. I think you're getting probably the best corner in this year's draft. You're getting the best wide receiver in this year's draft. You're getting the best player in this year's draft. If he becomes a really good corner and a really good wide receiver in the NFL, he's automatically the most valuable non-quarterback that we have in today's league. So I would be hard-pressed to give up Travis Hunter to move back to number 5 and still get a really good player and probably Tedero McMillan there. But I personally would take Travis Hunter and not think twice about it.
The fun part is the more I've thought about this week, what is the big takeaway from this draft? And for as much as we argue about quarterbacks, and this is a more defensive draft than last year and all the trades, this really is the draft of Travis Hunter. We've never seen a player like this.
Yeah.
We don't know that we'll ever see a player like this again. He just won a Heisman Trophy playing both ways. Full-time wide receiver, arguably the best receiver in the country and in this draft. Full-time cornerback, arguably the best cornerback in the country and in this draft. And we've just never seen someone with the opportunity to potentially play at that at that workload in the NFL on both sides of the ball. I mean, you only generally see this on the high school fields, right? When you talk about a guy dominating both sides and he's just the best player and there's nothing the other team can do about it. Travis Hunter did it in major college football, and he really has a chance, and he believes he can do it at the NFL level. I think 5-10 years from now, we're all going to look back at what our stance on Travis Hunter was and what he can do in the NFL, and that's what we're going to be remembering first from this draft class.
And basically, the quarterback position is the equivalent of like 2 players, right? That's our numbers will tell you that at PFF. So how do you offset a guy who's playing 2 key positions? Is he comparable to a quarterback with what he's able to do? But can he do it? 17 games is a long season. You get into playoffs, 20 games, it's just, or if you're the Cleveland Browns, you just go, look, we're a long way from where we want to be, and the Giants are in the same boat. But the Browns are in that position to where if they got 2 first-round players high in the second round, are you beginning to look at turning around a franchise that really needs to be turned around?
Absolutely. And it feels like the hard part, and there was a quarterback debate with the Browns even earlier in the offseason with the second overall pick, and now at the top of the second round is, look, they're probably not going to be playoff or championship relevant until the Deshaun Watson contract is off the books anyway, right? So the argument I would say with Hunter is, well, then just take the most talented athlete in the draft, and it's a long-term build anyway. See what he can do. Obviously, he's got to stay healthy, like you mentioned, and we've seen him banged up the last couple of years at Colorado. Even for as many snaps as he's played, he missed a couple games in 2023. He was playing banged up through, it's always little things when you're tackling and then you're taking hits at receiver's shoulder, a neck, just a little tweak here and there. He didn't have any major injuries, but this is a question, the durability, can he actually do it? But at the end of the day, the Browns need talent at a whole lot of spots, and if there's a potential with one player that you can get that talent at 2 different spots, it's incredible value.
Well, Ollie Conley, who did a great job covering X's and O's for us during the season here on this channel, he was saying not too long ago on a recent podcast that even if Travis Hunter can be a starter at both of these positions, it's probably, a 3, 4, 5-year max thing? He can't make a career out of this, right? Because being able to play it for a couple of years at the NFL, I wouldn't put it past him. But to say that even into his second contract, you're getting 2 position value out of him, that might be tough. So that was an angle that I hadn't really thought about, because I've never questioned whether or not Travis Hunter can play both positions in the league. I think he can. But it's even the longevity of it. You're probably only getting it for that rookie contract. You're looking at me like you don't think that's the case.
Listen, I stopped doubting Travis Hunter a very long time ago. I didn't think he could do it going into college football, and he did it. Honestly, Chris, as a former wide receiver yourself, like how, not only the physical toll, how is the mental toll? Learning 2 different playbooks, do you think? So play corner and wide receiver in the NFL. How do you think that would be for Travis Hunter?
I think they'd have to simplify it for him. They would have to have a set number of routes if he were playing on defense, or leave him in man coverage if he were playing in man coverage on the other side, to try and create a situation to where mentally he could handle it. Now, I'm not saying that he's not, have the ability to do that, but anybody, it's hard enough to learn my job. At receiver in the National Football League, it's your responsibility to understand the blitz reads and the zone reads, the man coverage reads, the adjustments. There might be 6 different adjustments off of one route. Defensively, you've got to understand the whole big package of what that defense is doing, who has the leverage, who has inside, who has outside. And when you're splitting your time as it is, one mistake at cornerback and it's in the end zone, right? Yeah. So I tend to think that he's a better player at corner. At least when I was watching, I think he's a really, really good receiver. I don't want to put that down, but I think he's a better player at this point at corner, and then I would play him whatever he had extra at wide receiver is how I would do it.
We're going to have plenty of time to dig into individual teams and what we think they're going to do sort of when we're on the clock and as the draft is moving on. But, before we kick things off, I saw that the more or less number for running backs in the first round, which you talked about in the intro video that we had there, I do believe that the running back is in a little bit of a resurgence here, but the number is 2.5 for the more or less there in the first round for the running back position. Do we feel as though it's one? We know one's going, and one's going early. But how many do we get after that?
It's got to be 2. I think
it's only 2?
I think this class is too deep that you can wait until the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, even 5th round and get a really good running back in this year's draft. I personally would only take Ashton Jeanty in the 1st round because of that reason. Now, Omarion Hampton's probably a top 32 player in this draft. I wouldn't take him until the 2nd round. I would rather take something else that's a little, less scarce. Let's say like a offensive tackle, for example. The drop-off there is pretty severe on day 2. At running back, there's really not that big of a drop-off on day 2. So I think it's going to be under 2. I just don't see Omarion Hampton and Travion Henderson. I think Hampton will be selected tonight. I don't think Travion Henderson will go tonight either.
I agree. I think 2 is the number. I think there's enough teams in the early 20s especially, and we've seen in some mock drafts from some other sources that Hampton goes even earlier than the early 20s, as high as even 12 to Dallas if they're that desperate for a running back. But I think that's one of the most exciting parts of this draft, right, is the running back renaissance, and we're going to be talking about it for 3 days straight, obviously. Just how many talented players. We've been talking about it for the last – I can remember this time last year going – dude, look how many running backs are coming back to college football. This is just an insane amount of talent that's going to be in the 2025 class, and we're going to see, I think 2 of them, I agree with Max. I don't think Travion Henderson sneaks in there unless a team wants to trade up from the early parts of the 2nd round, because it feels like with all the trades, and you've mentioned this about a lot of the talent from, say, 10 to probably 70 or 80 in this draft is around the same caliber. Maybe teams approach it like they usually approach day 3 and just do it a little earlier. Let's just go get guys we want, no matter the method of doing it. And that could be the case with the running back class, too.
Let's talk about why the running backs have come back. Because what happened was teams started winning over the top, right? Tyreek Hill and company, they started winning championships by hitting big pass plays over the top. So what happened? You saw a lot of that sort of zone coverage, shell coverage, don't let them beat you deep coverage. But when you do that, now you've got 7 guys down in the box and teams are starting to run the ball. Now you get these great players like Saquon and they have a 10-yard running head start on some poor safety in the middle of the field. Good luck, right? So we've sort of seen this window of time when running backs are the big play hitters now in football. I don't think it'll stay that way forever. I really don't. But where it really came into play for me was what's happening with the quarterbacks who can run. Now you're creating some real opportunities out there, and a guy like Jalen Milroe, who maybe would not have been considered a 1st-round pick or even a 2nd-round pick a few years ago, you look at what they're doing from the running back position and running from the quarterback position,
right?
And it's interesting.
Yeah.
When you have that home run threat like Jalen Milroe, like Jaden Daniels brought to Washington, like even Josh Allen in Buffalo, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, it creates this modern triple option football, right? Between the read options with the quarterback and then the RPOs that you're getting behind it. As long as your offensive linemen are in that box and they're not ineligible downfield, you've got a 3-way go. It's the triple option is back. It's just in a different way. It started with Cam Newton, Gus Malzahn at Auburn, right? I think about Chip Kelly at Oregon too, but there's just so much you have to be aware of. And that's why even when you talk about, okay, Shedeur Sanders and the lack of tools and the lack of mobility, he's not Lamar or Jaden or Josh Allen or somebody like that. Nowadays, it does limit your options a little bit when you don't have that running threat because you don't have that backside defensive end that has to sit. You don't have linebackers that have to scrape to the backside. Everybody can sell out on the back too. So that's why that mobility is more important than ever.
Let's move towards the trenches. Let's talk about some trench players. Kelvin Banks is the one who feels like he has been on the biggest rise over the last couple of days when it comes to the betting markets. Kelvin Banks is sort of seen as this maybe late 1st-round type of pick, and now he's a heavy, I don't want to say favorite for all of these teams, but his odds have gone up to go number 9 to the Saints, 6 to the Las Vegas Raiders, 7 to the New York Jets, and so I know you're a big Kelvin Banks guy. You've sort of been banging the table of like, hey, I know we're talking about Membu, we're talking about Will Campbell, but you like Banks a lot. And he is somebody who has graded pretty well for us, especially this past season. What do you think about Kelvin Banks and sort of now talking about him as a potential top 10 pick?
I think, look, all 3 years that he started at Texas, he's just been spectacular. He's a proven pass protector. He's an excellent zone blocker, which is being used more and more with all these Shanahan schemes coming into the NFL and more coaches using it off of the Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan tree, right? Athletically, he's arguably, him and Membu and Campbell, they're all terrific athletes, and Banks is right there with them. So it is funny that he gets this rise, it seems like, over the last 3 days when well, nothing's actually happened over the last 3 days, right? He just always should have been here. I know he's your OT1.
Yep.
For me, he's OT2, and I have all 3 tackles, I believe, in the top 12 of my board. So I think he was always a fantastic football player. And through the combine with measurements and arm length, and if they're actually doing it right at the combine and Senior Bowl and all these things with measurements and 40 times, we get a little caught up in the measurements and the drills and things that we don't see in pads as opposed to just what we see on the football field. What we've seen from Banks for 3 years at Texas is spectacular.
I feel a little vindicated now that people are starting to say, okay, Kelvin Banks is a top 10 pick.
That's the most important
He's always
part,
been
really.
a top 10 pick, I think. I think he has been elite.
You guys were early in on that.
I love him. Elite against elite competition. So he's played against Michigan, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, Clemson, Ohio State, and 2 games against Georgia this year. All elite defensive lines in college football. 87 PFF grade in those games. He has showed up against the best defensive lines, against the best edge rushers in America. He has been a dominant pass blocker his entire career. Will Anderson Jr., in an interview, said the best offensive lineman he's ever faced in college was a true freshman, Kelvin Banks, in his 2nd career game. This guy has been special his entire career at Texas, and he's more than worthy of being a top 10 pick.
What about him versus some of these other offensive tackles? Chris, I don't know if you have a thought on Will Campbell. You know, the talk is, do you take him high in this draft because does he play offensive tackle, right? Or do you think that he is more of a guard player? I'm curious if you have a thought on whether you think he's a tackle or a guard.
And he could be the first tackle taken.
Right.
I thought he got beat inside pretty easily. Too much for my taste. So you're going to get beat to the outside. So that was a problem that I had. The other problem I had with him, and he's a top 10, 15 pick no matter what, right? So not putting him down. I'm just saying, why would he slide a little bit? When he was pass setting, a lot of times he would set the anchor, but it would be a foot from the quarterback. You know, he wasn't able to really lock it down early in the pass rush opportunity. So there's a little bit of that, you know, and we're going to talk about all these guys, and they all have a little bit of a flaw. Kelvin Banks is certainly a guy that I think, but I thought M'Bow, Campbell, Banks are probably in that top 15 picks. I don't know where they come. And then there'll be a little drop off, and there'll be some guys behind that. But remember, we end up with a lot of drafts where there aren't any tackles. And there's like 6 that could go in the first round here. So if I were in this draft and I'm deep at running back and deep at receiver and deep at some other positions, I might sit there and go, you know what, this is a rare year that at pick 17 or 18, I can come up with a legitimate 10-year tackle out here. So while we kind of even out, like the part of this draft I don't really like. The top 3 are really good players. From like 4 to 10, to me it went like this and it dropped down and then it just leveled out almost for a long period of time. So if people are going to try and jump in there, I wouldn't understand that. I wouldn't jump into the top 10.
I think there's a thought, and you mentioned it kind of being a buyer's market right now where more teams want to trade down than up. There's a thought that you have maybe around the league, it seems like 3 superstars. Hunter, Carter, Ashton Ginty, right? And then the rest, it seems like there's a ton of starting caliber players, B to B plus players, but not superstars. I think it's actually day 2 and day 3, I should say round 2 and round 3. I think a deeper class than people give it credit for, right? I think you can find a ton of starting caliber players in the top 100, and we see teams stockpiling picks in the top 100. I think about the Bears and what they have, Seattle and what they have, and they could get aggressive and trade up, but also, let's say a team like Seattle who's got 5 of the first 92 picks. They could make picks at all 5 of those spots and get 5 starters out of it. That's what you have, is a deeper amount of starting caliber players as opposed to the top end superstars. But that's also why we're hearing so much talk about teams trying to trade out of the top 8 or 10. And again, the approach I think for teams trading up in this draft, because it's such an equal level of talent, is just get the guy that fits us, get the guy that we want on our football team, as opposed to, yes, the board is always going to be a factor. Best player available is a factor, but it feels like best player available is different at every spot for everybody this year. We'll probably disagree on a handful of them tonight even, because the talent, you mentioned it, from 5 to 30 to 40 tonight even is going to be very even.
And the other part is we could see the end of this draft. Ordinarily, the end of the draft, we're all sitting around and we're, it's midnight and you're tired, but that's where the action's going to be. Because if they're not drafting these quarterbacks at the end of the first round, tomorrow, the beginning of the second round might be the most exciting beginning of a second round we've ever seen.
No, it's true. It is. This draft is going to be very exciting in a lot of different ways. Let's talk to the people about our friends over at Prize Picks again. This is the best place to watch sports and win money at the same time. It really is. It's very simple. The app is very simple. All you have to do is pick a lineup, more or less. A lot of different stats. You see them on the screen right there. We've got season stats over at Prize Picks for all of these quarterbacks that you see there. There's the rushing yards, passing touchdowns. They already have this stuff. So as these guys are getting drafted, they'll be uploaded into this as well. So the certain situations, you can see these guys and be able to put some cheddar on the line. It's available in more than 40 states, including California and Texas. Best of all, if you use the promo code PFF when you download it and sign up, you get $50 free if you just play $5 on your first lineup. Win or lose, you get that $50 there. So make sure you guys are using that promo code PFF when you download the app Prize Picks. They'll be filling that out all the way through the 2025 NFL Draft. So the Tennessee Titans are officially... Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. The Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock, but maybe not for long. They probably already have the phones rolling for Cam Ward. We already know that is going to be the pick here. I don't think that there's any surprise to that. They went into this offseason, it felt like, and their whole plan, not really doing anything in free agency, was built around knowing that they had the number 1 overall pick and that Cam Ward was going to be the guy. I was shocked at how little they did at the quarterback position, making this as obvious as it was. Chris, what do you think about Ward, his spot, him going number 1 overall in a class that has Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, obviously Ashton Genty, I think people think is a blue chip prospect as well. But what do you think about him and the Titans sort of selling out to get him at number 1 overall here?
He would have been my choice too. I think for Tennessee, you either have a quarterback or you don't. And he might be. He might not be though. I mean, this is one of those quarterback classes that, I've got pretty strong opinions all the way down the list on some of these guys, but I do think that Cam Ward would have been my clear-cut favorite. Physically, he's big, he's strong, he's got a little Pat Mahomes swagger to him, the way he rolls to his left and throws back across the right. And I remember watching him against Florida in the opener, and I was going, man, this guy's wild. He's throwing it all over the place. And then he sort of settled down. And he started seeing the field, and it was like, and when it comes out of his hands, now it's a little sidearm, he's got a little bit of that to him, but his confidence, you can feel his confidence on the field. And when 225 pounds of man takes off to start running, and that's exciting in and of itself. But what he does that I really like was he didn't make it across the line of scrimmage. He would go to the line of scrimmage and then find a receiver to make a play down the field. To me, that's a level of sophistication that I really enjoyed seeing. So I think that, is Tennessee going to go from 3-14 to the Super Bowl? Probably not. But at least they have a chance now at the quarterback position to come up and start rising up the ranks.
So the pick is Cam Ward, and just so everybody knows out there, when we get the information of what we know the pick is going to be, we're going to talk about it. We're not going to wait until Roger Goodell says it. When we know it, we'll say it. The pick is Cam Ward here at number 1 overall, and I'm just wondering if you guys have any Ward thoughts, because if not, we got a little bit of spicy speculation news that we need to get to here, because Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Cleveland Browns, says Browns are in heated trade talks to trade down from number 2 with the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 5. When they're on the clock, I believe this will happen.
Wow.
Which way are we going? We going Ward or are we going
listen,
next?
Cam Ward was the best quarterback in the country this past year. I don't think there's any more to say.
All right, beautiful.
So
Great.
let's go
We've talked about it a million times
great,
because
yeah.
we've known that this is the pick at number 1, and now obviously it is official with Roger Goodell saying it. The Cleveland Browns trading down from number 2. I don't know who the Cleveland Browns are going to take at number 5 if this happens. It's not official yet. But passing up on Travis Hunter, that
Not advisable.
it feels sacrilegious in this class. It really
Let's
does.
see what they get. Let's see
That's
what
true.
because they could get a haul for a Travis Hunter. So
That's true.
I would wait to see the price, but like I said before, Travis Hunter to me is far and away the best player in this draft, and he's available at number 2 overall. You're getting the best receiver, the best corner in the draft, in my opinion. I would not have traded the pick. Jacksonville gets him with Brian Thomas Jr., also gets him with Tyson Campbell at cornerback as well. I think Trevor, he was the number 1 player on the Jacksonville Jaguars big board that we had on PFF.com, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
So, I mean, this makes complete sense for them.
I know the trade package now because it's happening.
Is it enough?
Adam Schefter reports it. The Browns are trading number 2 overall,
Okay.
a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick to the Jags, who give up a 5th-round pick, a 2nd-round pick, number 36, and a 4th round, and also their 2026 first-round pick. So essentially, the Browns are moving from 2 to 5, and basically it is a 2nd-rounder they are getting this year, and a 1st-rounder they are getting next year. So the Browns will have 2
Pretty good.
first-round picks next year. They'll have extra 2nd-round picks this year to move from 2 to 5. But what do we think? You wondered what the package was to get off of Hunter. Is this enough?
I mean, a first-round pick to move down 3 spots is not bad.
And this is the thing. So we've talked about trading down from 5 or from, in the middle of the first round, but this was going to take more, even though it's only 3 spots, because it's for Hunter. Or if it was for Abdul Carter and if the Giants are up next and somebody wants the Abdul Carter pick, that would take more because these are considered the most flawless prospects in this class. There are so many fun angles on both sides of this because we've talked about now the last couple of days, what do the Jags want? Tetero and McMillan, or, they still need to fix some pieces in their secondary, and, they give up number 5 and number 36. They could have potentially done it with those 2 picks. Now they might have just done it with 1 player, and the best player in this draft and a player we've never seen before. And, there was some thought that James Gladstone would come into Jacksonville and do something maybe a little unconventional, and Travis Hunter, well, he's as unconventional as it gets, right? And the Jags, the secondary was not good last year. It's known that they're looking for another receiver next to Brian Thomas Jr. had such a fantastic rookie season. Trevor Lawrence, obviously, he's still very young, and you're trying to build around him. So, look, it's gutsy. And I think from the Browns angle, I think about, Max, I know I'm looking ahead here, getting this first-round pick next year. Do we maybe lean off the Browns quarterback situation a little bit here? And they've got ammo. I don't know if we think about an Arch Manning. I know we're looking ahead here, but to get that first rounder next year, maybe you feel a little less urgency to go quarterback here. And now you get real curiously here who we're going to pick at 5 if we're Cleveland, because you're still going to get a really good football player.
Chris, thoughts? Yeah, you can say that again.
Trevor Lawrence missed most of the second half of the season, right, with injuries. And so, but now he just woke up with Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas as his wide receivers. And do we finally see the Trevor Lawrence that we thought we were going to get, in college right out of the bat, winning national championships, and here we go. And maybe they finally do get that going. And perhaps, it's a tip of the cap to Liam Cohen being in there. And if you remember what he did with Tampa, I don't have to tell you, comes down there and they get the running game going.
Yep.
But you get the running game going when you get the quarterback going. So you want to run, you got to be able to throw it a little bit.
Of course.
And so there's this. I'm kind of excited about it because Jacksonville, I think, has struggled to some extent to just create that interest in that community that maybe we all thought was going to come out of a lot of football fans over there in Jacksonville. And I just feel like that, man, these are 2 big-time playmakers on the outside that they've got now.
James Gladstone, new general manager for the Jacksonville Jaguars. One of the youngest general managers ever, the youngest general manager ever,
think so,
comes out swinging. I mean, to give up next year's first, to go after a player like this is just one hell of a statement from their new general manager.
Honestly, I think so too. And why I love this is when Dalton and I would do mock drafts for the Jaguars, whenever we took an offensive player, every Jaguars fan in the chat said, well, we need defense. Whenever we took Mason Graham to the Jaguars, he said, well, you got to support Trevor Lawrence. You do both these things now with Travis Hunter. You get a top-tier corner next to Tyson Campbell, and you get a top-tier receiver next to Brian Thomas Jr. You support Trevor Lawrence while you support the defense that was pretty bad last year too. I think it's a little much, but I really can't hate it when it's for Travis Hunter.
I want to get into a couple things with the Jags here.
Go off, King.
As far as what they sent over, and yes, there's the first next year, and we'll talk about that for the next year. But okay, so they moved up from 5. They give up 36 and 126. Their draft is still nowhere near over. They're picking at 70. They're picking at 88. They're picking at 107. Talk about if they wanted a running back. There were Ashton Jeanty rumors. You can get a darn good one in that range in this class. If they need more help at safety, there's late day 2 safeties here. If they need help at tight end or on the offensive line, I think that's a great range. And the idea that in that 70 and 88 range especially, the talent drop-off isn't that far. It flattens out, and the fact that he still has 2 third-round picks to work with, or if he wanted to move up again from 70, you've got the talent. The other thing is, I think with what they have signed in free agency, they need some help at safety still, but their corners right now, you have Tyson Campbell, you have Jordan Lewis, you have Jerrion Jones, and obviously Hunter is arguably more talented than all of those guys, but you look at the way the Jags are structured, this feels like a move for him to play receiver first. I would think, because I think they have less depth at receiver.
I'm going to be okay with that statement, too. The other thing that I think from Cleveland's point of view, it's entirely possible that they like one of these quarterbacks that I kind of like on the back end of this. Let's say that they weren't in love with Shedeur Sanders. Let's say that they weren't even in love with Jackson Dart. Those are the 2 that we're talking about probably in the first round. And they want to just come up in the second round, one of those high picks, and they just want to pull off a Tyler Shuck, or they want take a shot with Jalen Milroe. They've seen enough of Lamar Jackson in their lifetime, you know.
Right.
And they go, I want one of those. Let's get one of those as well. So there's a lot going in, and you also can't underestimate the possibility they really like a quarterback next year, and let's go build a football team, do the best we can this year. But we're going to have a lot of ammunition, even if we have a few wins, to be able to trade up and do some good things.
And picking up number 36 in this draft.
Yeah.
So now they're picking 5, they're picking 33, and they're picking 36. That could be 3 premium players in this class. And we sit here and we're going to wonder about the Browns very shortly here at 5. That could be a receiver still, a Teteroa McMillan. It could be an offensive lineman. Maybe they're the first team. Well, will depend on New England what they're going to do. But they could take one of these offensive tackles we've been talking about. Are the Browns in Ashton Jeanty's spot? They don't have much at running back right now. Nick Chubb is gone, obviously, after all the injuries, and it's just not there, right? They're sitting on, Jerome Ford and a couple other guys you wouldn't consider starters. Maybe that's the Ashton Jeanty spot, and Kevin Stefanski wants to get the run game going. So all of a sudden, the possibilities for the Browns become endless, both you mentioned next year, but also right now in the first 40 picks of this draft.
The only thing I don't like about it, and I've already said it, so I'm not second-guessing, is after these first 3 picks, I think it levels off.
Yeah.
So 5, to me, is not nearly as valuable in this draft as it has been in prior drafts.
It's reasonable. Look, could they trade down again?
If somebody would take it.
You think they would trade down again?
Why not? If the idea for this Browns team is, look, we just need starters. We are devoid of talent at a ton of spots on our football team, and we're paying a defensive end $40 million a year, and we're still hurting on the Deshaun Watson contract. We got to be more efficient with a cap space here, too.
Hey, Ashton Jeanty, if assuming that the Giants or New England, they don't take him here, and somebody wants to jump in front of the Raiders, 5 is that spot.
Going down to 10? That's been rumored all day, too.
It
Going
has.
down to 10 with the Bears, they can still think about it.
Yeah. The pick is officially Travis Hunter, by the way. I feel like I was leaving the graphics team in suspense there when we were talking about it being Travis Hunter. It is officially Travis Hunter here to the Jacksonville Jaguars. But yes, now everything is broken loose, right? All of the mock drafts are now wrong. It's like it's like when the Cinderella team, the 15 beats the 2 in March Madness. Well, there goes all the brackets. Now we're just talking about maximum fun that we could have tonight. I think that's a scenario there. I've talked about it before with, would Chicago even, trade up even higher? Would they try to get even up for Abdul Carter, right? Could they trade up to number 3? I don't think they're going to get that aggressive, but I think we are seeing now that anything could happen in this draft.
I wonder about that now if the Browns would get on the phone with the Bears and go, okay, give us 10 and 39. And then they have 33 and 36 and 39. And they're just at the top in the Browns front office. Andrew Berry's just going, I need players. I need as many players as I can possibly get to fill all these holes on this team. Because, Chris mentioned it. The more holes you fill right now, the more you could just load up and maybe even get a franchise quarterback next year.
Yep.
Maybe you ride with Kenny Pickett this year and just go, look, we got to clean the books. We got to get Deshaun off the books. Now, I know you're smiling here because it's still, do they like Jackson Dart? Do they like Milroe? The suspense of what do these teams actually think of these quarterbacks in what's considered a lesser class, certainly than last year?
And Dalton and I have always loved Shedeur Sanders, but we didn't like him at number 2 overall to the Browns because they didn't have the infrastructure to support a rookie quarterback. But now you have all of these top 40 picks now. You could use that to build your infrastructure for a rookie quarterback. So I do like this move for Cleveland a little bit. Even though you're giving up Travis Hunter, the best player in the draft, you've picked up all those picks and a first-rounder next year as well. I think it's good business by the Browns.
Leverage. You have leverage in a year in which you weren't going to make the playoffs in all likelihood, no matter what you did. You're gaining leverage for the next year.
Absolutely love it. I think and it's going to be the debate now for the next 10 years that we talk about, and are certainly getting into this season. Boy, should they have really passed on Travis Hunter? But maybe the Browns are looking at it a more holistic view of just, look, even you mentioned if we have Travis Hunter, we might still win 4 games anyway, and then we're just wasting a year of this generational player that we don't know, we've never seen before, and we're taking a gamble.
This to me, though, it reminds me of like when the Jags took Ramsey, where it's one player, but like Ramsey was almost an identity for them, right? I mean, when Ramsey was in his prime in that rookie contract, I mean, the swagger, the confidence that team had, especially on that defensive side of the football. You look at Travis Hunter, and it's infectious, man, the energy that he plays with. And to me, it's that type of an impact for them. And so, I see some people in the chat, they're saying like, oh, the Jags got fleeced. They gave up way too much to move up 3 spots. You're moving up 3 spots for one player who, like Chris was talking about at the top of the show, is the value of this player the closest thing we have to a quarterback because of what he does at 2 different positions. And even beyond that, how does this locker room feel knowing they have this type of a player now? Knowing that they get to go out there on offense with Trevor Lawrence, with Brian Thomas Jr., and now with Travis Hunter to be able to play both sides of the ball. I just think that to me means so much for this Jags team. You don't often want to get caught up in, I would say, like the emotional side of doing business, but
I think somebody was going to say this at some point, but you look at it like with Shohei Ohtani in baseball. And, of course, there were people that, they say to the Dodgers, how in the world could you pay $750 million for this guy? Because it's him, because it's Shohei Ohtani, because it's Travis Hunter. And you feel like if James Gladstone feels like this is a once-in-a-lifetime player, either on one side or both, then this is the value that he has on him. And this is the only way he could have possibly gotten him. And we've mentioned it. Not only is he the number 1 player on our board on a lot of big boards, but he was certainly the number 1 player on Jacksonville's big board, considering what he is and where he can help them possibly in both spots and both sides of the ball.
Somebody in the chat is saying that Hunter's a good wide receiver, he's a good corner, he's not great at either. I'm done.
Disagree.
No.
I'm done with the cardio hero, like Travis Hunter talk right there. We do have the pick in for the New York Giants. No surprises this time. This one is Abdul Carter. And really quick, we're going to take a break in a couple of minutes here, but thoughts on Kayvon Thibodeau now? What happens do you think that we could get a Kayvon Thibodeau trade now this weekend in the draft?
I think we could. I think we absolutely could. And Abdul Carter, listen, Kayvon Thibodeau should not be preventing you from taking Abdul Carter. I think Abdul Carter was easily the best edge in college football this past year, the most valuable edge in the country according to our wins above average metric. It was his first year playing the position too.
Right.
Penn State saw this guy. They saw what they did with Micah Parsons playing him at linebacker, and then he turned into one of the best edges in the NFL. They saw the same thing in Abdul Carter. So you know what? We're not going to wait for him to get to the NFL to make the transition to edge. We're going to do it right now, and it worked beautifully for the Penn State defense. So Chris mentioned it before, one of the blue chip players in this class. Makes sense here, goes number 3.
Absolutely. The Micah Parsons comparison. Some people, if they don't know Abdul Carter, Penn State number 11 convert. Yeah, we get it. You're just saying it. No, he's that good. There's a chance by the end of his rookie contract that he's one of the 2 or 3 best pass rushers in the NFL. He's got that much talent. And, we all know the Eagles. We saw it with the Eagles with their 4-man rush this year. They won a Super Bowl on it. We've seen that from teams in the past. If you have an elite 4-man rush, when you're talking about Abdul Carter, Dexter Lawrence inside, Brian Burns, who's to say they don't keep Thibodeau this year and just have him as the 3rd guy? I just think there's so much talent now on this defensive line. It's a threat.
Yeah, you said it earlier. The Giants, when they were winning Super Bowls, they had waves of pass rushers.
Right.
You could never have too many pass rushers, and I think that the Giants are seeing that there. They say that the draft started at number 4. Actually started at number 2, but we'll talk about that in a little bit right after this. We'll be right back. PFF's NFL draft coverage is brought to you by our friends over at Jack Link's Duo. Jack Link's knows that there's nothing like a great duo. That's why they have created the new product of Jack Link's Duos. You get 2 different pieces of beef jerky in one bag. That's a fantastic duo there. Like the one that you see on the screen, the duo that just became a reality here with Cam Ward and Calvin Ridley now. So we wanted to make sure that we got one of these rookies in here for these dream duos. Jack Links knows that the NFL draft brings together great duos all the time. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase being reunited there. We had Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua forming a fantastic wide receiver duo there. Jack Links duos got phenomenal flavors of their own to form great pairings. Mango and jalapeno, my personal favorite. I absolutely love that one. But hey, there's some people that are tried and true, that original and teriyaki as well. That's a duo they have. They also have one of the staples, buffalo and ranch. Everybody loves the buffalo and ranch combo. You guys can find Jack Link's duos wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky, such as your local convenience store, select Walmarts, places like that. So go check out this great new product for them, the Dream Duo there. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back, everybody. We just had Abdul Carter as the pick here to the New York Giants at number 3. And so it's gone Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, right? We all thought that that was going to happen. It's just, one different team that ended up picking one of those guys, with the Tennessee Titans selecting Cam Ward, the Jacksonville Jaguars selecting Travis Hunter, and then the New York Giants selecting Abdul Carter there. Number 4, the New England Patriots are on the clock, and actually their pick is in. It is Will Campbell, the offensive lineman from LSU. I specifically say offensive lineman because he could be an offensive tackle, he could be a guard, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier. He could be a center. I don't think they're going to draft the center number 4. They're probably going to give him a chance to play offensive tackle first. But guys, this was the offensive line that gave up the most pressures in the NFL last season. And Chris, this had to be about building the offense for Drake May, right? This had to be an offensive pick one way or another. What do you think about it being Will Campbell with him being the first offensive lineman off the board?
I don't love it because I thought that while the offensive line group was a lot of first rounders, this is where I started feeling a little queasy about, do I really think Will Campbell is the 4th best player in this draft? It's not really, but their need was so desperate. I mean, we did their preseason game last year, and I can remember watching the tape and watching them in practice, and I go, is this really the New England Patriots offensive line? So I think they were boxed in to try to do some kind of deal. If I had the opportunity, I would have traded out of that pick at all costs, because I would have been just as happy with Mimbo or Banks or Surrey or one of the guys down the list at the tackle position. I wouldn't have wanted a tackle at 4, which is why I personally wouldn't have done this one. But their offensive line needs were so great, I understand.
And it's worth mentioning, too, Mike Vrabel in a press conference has said Will Campbell is a left tackle to us. So he will be playing left tackle, I assume, for New England.
Well, they don't draft him unless they think
No,
that.
exactly.
For as much as we debate tackle or guard, like if they thought he was a guard, he wouldn't get picked.
And I get the measurables are the measurables, but this guy's been an elite left tackle at LSU all 3 years. He even had the number 7 patch at LSU, which was only given to the best players. He actually couldn't wear number 7 because of NCAA rules, but
which is a travesty.
It is a travesty, of course.
Justice for offensive offensive linemen.
But
something
when are
that-
there rules in the NCAA anymore? No, I'm just kidding.
we don't got it.
There's not.
That's actually the only one. That's the only one left.
That and apparently, what is it? Cream cheese on bagels. That story that came out like a couple of years ago. Like recruits, it's like, oh, you can't have cream cheese on bagels. That's a recruiting violation.
Oh, but now they can all have Lamborghinis, so it's fine.
But as long as they're not cream cheese on the bagel in the Lamborghini, then.
Chris, would you have loved NIL back in Florida when you were there?
That's a loaded question, and I love you for it.
I remember, and this was like just a family friend, and we were all so tight about the rules and everything, and I got this guy tickets for the game. It was no big deal. They were like $5, and back in the day it was nothing, and he handed me like two $100 bills for these 2 tickets. And I went, I can't take that. When you're in college, there's no way you can pass up 2 $100 bills. I lived on it for the whole year. Are you kidding me?
Well, it was a lot easier back then when we didn't all have cameras in our pockets, right? Either.
Yeah.
Certainly no one had any proof of it. So you just get away with it back in the day.
I've lived in Gainesville for a little bit. $200 can take you a long way.
Oh, man. You could live at the Purple Porpoise right there, baby. You did not have to leave.
You guys' thoughts just on Will Campbell specifically going to this team. I want to talk to you, Dalton, because we did the NFL show the whole year, and it felt like every single week it was like, hey, Drake May is getting killed out there. And we knew that the Patriots season was over midway through the year, right? It was just about Drake May's development, and we figured that this was going to have to be the case for them. They went heavy on the defensive side of the football in free agency. How do you feel about them sticking at number 4? Because we even talked earlier today about them potentially trading down, like Chris was saying. Do you like them staying at number 4? Do you wish they would have found a trade partner to trade down? Because very clearly, not only did they like Will Campbell as an offensive tackle, they liked him a lot more than all of the other tackles to stick here at number 4. What do you think about that?
And it's at least the advantage of picking that high that they get their pick of the litter, right? But I think as far as it goes with Campbell trying to trade down, it also takes 2 to tango, right? Yep. And you mentioned it. Maybe they think Campbell is just that much better than everybody else, or maybe they just go, you know what? The biggest hole on our team by far is left tackle, right? They need help at receiver, but they did go and get Stephon Diggs, and they have the young kids they drafted last year. They need an edge rusher, and this is a deep defensive line class. It's another example to me where if they have other needs at receiver, edge defender, running back, there's depth at all 3 of those spots in day 2 of this draft. I think there's less depth when you talk about, let's say, even getting into the 3rd round, outside of the top 50, I would say, for tackles. It's a little bit less, so you'd almost feel like they'd have to take one in the 2nd round there, and I think it's 37 that they're picking in the 2nd round. And we don't know. We don't know that Josh Connerly is going to be there. We don't know that Simmons will be there, or even Ariante Ursary, like you mentioned before. At least with this, they know who they're getting. They feel like this is the best offensive tackle in the class. Max mentioned it. He had a great career at LSU, no question.
Great career, no question.
Only gave up 2 sacks over the last 2 years combined against SEC competition. Against more powerful rushers, I think about when he faced Jared Verse or even a Chris Braswell. I think those are the guys that get on him, the guys with length and power a little bit. But
the guys that are playing in the NFL.
Right, it's going to be a lot more of them for sure. But there's also a good amount of them in the SEC, and he's consistent. He's the same guy every single week. He plays with great technique. And I think if Mike Vrabel clearly thought, you know what, let me have this guy instead of taking the chance and waiting at 37 or the depth of this class. Let me just get a left tackle. It's the one spot in this offensive line that's still empty, and now they have it.
So the Patriots pick is in, and we also have the Browns pick. So this one's the one with a lot of speculation, right? Because if you're trading back for number 2, who are you targeting here at number 5? The pick for the Cleveland Browns is Mason Graham. Ooh. So they trade back from number 2 to get Mason Graham at number 5, and they get an additional 2nd-round pick this year and an additional 1st-round pick next year to do it. What do we think about them targeting Mason Graham?
I'll just say it right now. Listen, we've said it all the time that Abdul Carter's an elite player in this draft, Travis Hunter, and Ashton Jinty. Mason Graham is as close to that tier, in my opinion, as possible.
So you love this.
They are still getting an elite player here at number 5 overall. He's had 90-plus PFF grades in each of the last 2 years, 92.5 career grade, and an 80 grade as a true freshman, which is incredibly rare for a true freshman. Yes, the length isn't the best, but I think this guy is up there with Jalen Carter, with Quinnen Williams as the best D-tackle prospects in recent memory. Mason Graham's a top 5 player in this draft. I'm so happy he actually went top 5.
I'm happy this happened because the entire time for the last 2 months we've been saying, hey, Travis Hunter's going 2nd and Mason Graham's going 5th.
It actually happened. Yeah,
and we just got the teams flipped on it. Even in our final mock draft, we still had Mason Graham at 5, and I was feeling a little uneasy about it waking up this morning. That came up on the site, and I was like, oh, I don't know if we're getting it, but Graham's awesome. awesome. There's no question, even in a super deep defensive tackle class where there's going to be good players taken deep into the 4th round, I think, clearly the best one. Clearly the best one. Led the nation this past year in run defense grade, I believe a 91.3. Still an 81 pass rush grade, really good on a great defensive line in Michigan they had there. You just watch him, and he's just a different type of athlete there, I think, when you watch him play. And if the playing weight actually is at right around 315 pounds instead of the 296 he measured at the combine, if he moves like he does on tape at 315, that's ridiculous because there's reps of him, at 3 technique, head up over people, off the edge, standing up off of the edge and looping back inside. The things he can do for you on passing downs as well with his versatility, you get, I'm not saying it's the same because they're built completely different, but it's what the Chiefs do with Chris Jones, right? Is on those obvious passing situations, hey, here's your matchup. We don't care where it's at on the line of scrimmage. You can stand on 2 feet if you want to. Just go beat him. And Mason Graham does it more often than not. So I think this is a fabulous pick. I think for all the talk that was about Abdul Carter pairing with Myles Garrett, maybe we'll get a Jack Links duo here for Graham and Garrett. I absolutely love this because the Browns needed this type of player on the inside.
If you looked at the top 100 big boards that we did over at PFF.com, the Cleveland Browns big board had Mason Graham as the number 5 overall prospect for them on that board. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, and then Shedeur Sanders was at number 4 for them simply because of the big quarterback need. But Mason Graham was right there. I identified him as a player that they absolutely would love. Here they trade back to number 5, and they do get that player there. So I feel like that was a little bit of a win for the top team.
You guys all won, and I'm going to just give the flip side of this story, all right? So my problem with it is not that he's not a good player. I think he is. I just don't think he's any better than Walter Nolan or Derek Harmon from Oregon. Those 2 guys are longer. They're more angular. They have a little more ability to split defenders. As a 3 technique, so much of what you're doing is on the move, inside, outside. You're going to get those opportunities where they're going to have to try to reach you. I'm not so sure that Walter Nolan from Mississippi, who coming out of high school was the number 1 recruit in the nation, or Derek Harmon, who's 6'4" and 313 pounds and has almost a 34.5-inch arm span. When I watched those 2 guys play, I could make a strong case that they were at least as good, if not better, and I would have had a really tough time making that decision. And when I'm in that situation, I tend to go see if I can go backwards again. This is just where I was, that in all these, the offensive line and the defensive line, particularly the defensive tackles, I thought they were thick enough that it made picks 4 through 10 not nearly as valuable because I thought they were a little interchangeable in there.
Absolutely, and this, it really does depend on your opinion of Graham. If it's that close, then maybe this wasn't the right decision. I think some teams would feel the same way about Ashton Jinty and the running back class, where it's, hey, there's a lot of other good players and a lot of other good alternatives, but we do have to sit here and wonder, what would the alternative have been for the Browns? Is it Teteroa McMillan? Would they go receiver then instead of, but if they were going to take a receiver, would they not have just taken Travis Hunter, who they considered a receiver, right? Would it have been, should it have been an offensive lineman, a Membu or a Kelvin Banks, and start getting the future going on this offensive line? I do think at this point now, since they couldn't get a trade down apparently, Mason Graham was probably just the best player left on their board out of multiple options, because you're right, this is the part where it gets tough, and you go, every team's board, I think, in this draft is wildly different, and the Browns probably thought of Graham higher than those other guys. But it's possible that Nolan or Harmon could be the best one coming out of this draft. It's going to be fun to watch that over the next couple of years.
I think he's a great fit for the Cleveland Browns specifically. I think that Mason Graham is one hell of a football player. I really do. Am I worried about the length? Yeah, a little bit, just because in the NFL, bigger, longer, faster, stronger, as they say. Like it is a big people beat up little people type of a game. And when you have any sort of length limitations, that will factor into how effective you could be as a pro. But it didn't really affect how explosive and much of a difference
and he
maker
works.
He was
He's
in
George
Michigan.
Karlaftis. He just works hard. He's earned the respect of everybody. But it is interesting that how did they get Myles Garrett, or at least part of the story was, he liked what their plan was coming into the draft. I wonder if he was told we're going to get a 3 technique of some kind with our top pick,
get some double
to
teams
take
off
some
you.
pressure off of you.
Yeah, could very well have been the case. You know, we thought that when Myles Garrett said that, hey, I like the plan, we all thought, oh, that means that they have a quarterback in hand, or certainly the money. Certainly the money. He likes the money. He probably, 40 million reasons a year to stay and be happy in Cleveland. But I do wonder if they said to him, hey, we're going to get you some help along the defensive line, and they certainly think that Mason Graham could do that. You brought up Walter Nolan. I have him as a top 10 player on my big board as well. I see him very similar to the way that you do. Very explosive. Somebody whose motor is also, I feel like, running hot every single play. And so I would have been entertained by another trade down if I was the Cleveland Browns there. I wonder if Chicago ever really did call up to Jacksonville at number 5 to potentially get Ashton Genty. If that was the case, did Andrew Berry then call Ryan Poles and say, hey, what was the deal you had for them? Might be a deal for us, but obviously that doesn't manifest there. And
there's going to be some
Mason
happy
Graham.
Raiders right now, though.
Do we think they go Genty?
Yes.
Oh, is it official?
It's official.
It is official. They went with
official.
Ashton Genty. All right, so you guys saw it before I did. I gotta be on my P's
You were
and Q's
talking,
here.
man.
I was breaking it down. I was in the
talking,
zone.
he's looking.
We
You know how
were
this
talking
works.
defensive tackles. Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State, ends up being a top 10 pick. He ends up going to the Las Vegas Raiders here at number 6. Fellas, what do we think? This was the lowest graded running back room in the NFL last year, and they get who is an unbelievable talent in this draft here at that position.
Look at that stat right there. 152 forced missed tackles. Not only is it the best of any running back in this draft, it's the best we've ever seen in PFF history. And who's number 2? Bijan Robinson. 1,970 yards after contact last year. Best by over 600 yards. Who was number 2? Jonathan Taylor. Ashton Genty, 99.9 rushing grade in his career. If you don't know, we grade on a 0 to 100 scale here on PFF. He's 0.1 off from being absolutely perfect. This guy is on the level of Bijan Robinson. This guy's on the level of Saquon Barkley. He is worthy of being a top 10 pick. Las Vegas had the lowest rushing grade in the NFL last year. This made too much sense.
I agree. In a special group of running backs, clearly the best one.
Yep.
And I think a player, you mentioned it, on the caliber of those guys. And he even told us, we got to talk to him last offseason, right before he had this massive Heisman-worthy breakout. And he mentioned 3 things about his game: the power of Marshawn Lynch, the balance of Alvin Kamara, and the route running of Christian McCaffrey. Those are the 3 things he's trying to accomplish. And at some point at Boise State over his 3 years, he's accomplished all 3 of those things. As a runner and receiver combined over the last 3 years, 325 forced missed tackles. Just ridiculous. And it's not just, he's killing the Mountain West, he's killing San Jose State teams like that. He did it against UCLA, he did it against UCF, against Penn State, against Oregon, against a national runner-up Washington team. He almost beat Oregon, who went undefeated through the regular season this year, by himself.
Yep.
I mean, it's just a ridiculous football player who brought that team, that Boise State team, to the playoff and gave him a puncher's chance against Penn State. I mean, this is one of the most special backs, especially 2 ways. This year didn't get the ball thrown to him as much. Go back to the 2023 tape with his receiving grade, I think right around a 90. Just ridiculous. He was a former high school receiver. This is the one true do-it-all back in this class. He's an incredible football player, and I love that he goes to the Ravens, where their offensive line really isn't that bad. It's one of the better parts of their team.
What do we think this position would have been if it wasn't Genty? You think he was O-line?
Probably.
Tetro McMillan.
McMillan.
I would have taken Tet if it
Armand
wasn't
Membu.
Genty. Yeah.
Tet may fall. I'm just don't be stunned on that one. But Ashton Genty, if he has a weakness, it's definitely in protection. But he is a home run waiting to happen. And they used him in the passing game. It was almost all screens and flats this year, so you didn't get to see a lot of that. But he didn't run the 40, which is kind of interesting, right? He looks like 4 or 5 or so.
Yeah.
But that was the only knock against him. When you watched him play, you just went, wow, a lot.
I think that that's the easiest way to say it. He is everything that you would want in a running back prospect. It's not often that you find somebody worthy even of a top 10 overall selection at the running back position, but it feels like he absolutely is. Geno Smith now obviously has a great running game to lean on. What do we think of the Raiders? Just overall, real quick.
Pete Carroll's happy.
Pete
Pete wants to run the ball.
I love what the Raiders have done this offseason. What do you guys think, real quick?
The rest of their draft is going to involve, I do think, one more receiver at some point, possibly in the second round. And now they got to get to the back end of this defense.
Yes.
This secondary, they were last in the league in coverage grade. You mentioned they were last in the league in rushing grade. They got their guy. Now you turned, I think, to the other side of the ball for most of this draft, especially.
Yeah, I think the offensive, you think corners coming next?
Very possible. Yeah,
Okay.
early in the second
All right.
They
come the Jets, baby.
They need corners. Jets are on the clock next. We'll get to that in a second. We'll be right back, guys. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. This app, very easy to use, folks. You just pick more or less of a few player stats, create your own lineup. You can even win 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup, depending on how many you're trying to spring together there. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you bet just $5 on your first lineup. Don't even have to win it. It's all right there. Use the promo code PFF when you download the app. You can see all sorts of stats there. We see right there, Cam Ward, he's already got some more or less numbers for the upcoming season. So that's very exciting. As a lot of these offensive players get drafted, we'll have some more of those that we get in there. But it's not just the rookies, it's everybody. You see it right there. You see some of the passing yards, you see the rushing yards, the passing touchdowns, receiving yards, so many different categories there. So check it out. Go download the Prize Picks app. Use that promo code PFF to make sure you're getting that free $50 when you bet $5 on your first lineup. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. And we're back. Welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. When we left you guys, the Jets were on the clock. They're no longer on the clock. The pick is in. And Dalton, your New York Jets select offensive tackle Armand Membou from University of Missouri. What do we think here as this is the pick?
I think the first thing you think about is Aaron Glenn and his offensive coordinator, Tanner Engstrand, coming from Detroit, where the start of the Detroit Lions resurgence was on the offensive line, right? 2021, taking Penei Sewell, 5th overall, over Jamar Chase. They wanted to build in the trenches. Aaron Glenn is sending that same message here. And look, the funny thing about last offseason with the Jets is I kept saying, hey, you fix this offensive line, they're going to be pretty good. They actually did fix the offensive line with Olu Fashanu, John Simpson, right? Tyron Smith was in for a bit, and everything else went wrong because other parts of the team fell apart. But now you look at this front five for the Jets going into this season: Olu Fashanu, John Simpson, Joe Tippmann, Elijah Vera Tucker, Armand Membou. That's a nice young offensive line to work with. And with Justin Fields as the quarterback, Breece Hall, despite some trade rumors there's been recently, I don't know that that's actually going to happen. Braylon Allen in the backfield as well. Still need some weapons on the outside to work with. There was some thought about Tyler Warren here, but they're going to be running the football a whole lot in New York, just like they were in Detroit. I think that's what Aaron Glenn wants to do, is bring that same brand of physicality that Dan Campbell brought to Detroit and that team, bring it right over to the Jets, and it starts on the offensive line.
With Breece Hall as the back, right? Breece Hall is the back, right?
I would assume so. I don't see a reason to replace him.
With Breece Hall as the back, right?
I don't run the team, man. I don't run the show over there. Listen, I don't know. They're going to focus also on Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner as far as extensions.
Of course.
We're already going into a 4th year of Breece Hall, and he was a 2nd-round pick. So you're in the last year of this contract. Mm-hmm. I don't think they would trade him. I do think it's possible they look deeper into this class, maybe rounds 3, 4, 5, for another back to go with him, another back to go with Braylon Allen, and get some sort of. Aaron Glenn has talked about he does want to work this as a committee. If that means Hall is there in that committee, then fine. But I think you do have an interesting situation in the backfield.
I don't think an offensive line makes your team quarterback proof, but certainly they are doing what they need to do to make sure their offense is as position proof as possible, right? Doesn't matter who's our quarterback, our offensive line's phenomenal. Doesn't matter who our running back is, our offensive line's phenomenal. Doesn't matter who the receivers are and when they create that separation, whether it's immediately 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds into the route. Our offensive line's phenomenal, and we feel good about it. So it does feel like the Detroit blueprint of how we are building a winner here and just making sure the offensive line is as good as it can possibly be. What do you think about this?
I love it. You guys know, and we're already seeing a run on tackles here. We've got 2 in the top 7.
Yep.
And Mimbu probably didn't get drafted by New England because he was a right tackle. Obviously, the Jets don't care. But you're talking about a guy 6'4", 332 pounds that ran a 4.91. And when you watch his pass protection, when you watch his kick steps, it's like, I mean, it's as smooth as it can be.
Yeah.
When you're talking about outside zone and you got somebody playing the tackle position, the ability to get outside and hook those players and get your backs up the boundary, I think this is a tremendous pick for the Jets. The Jets did something that, to some extent, I admire. I mean, they get rid of their superstar quarterback and receiver and just go, you know what, we're going to build it. Just like they did in Detroit. That's what they did. They said, this is going to be a little painful, but we're going to build it the right way. We're going to build it from inside out with the offensive line. I really, really like what the Jets have done here.
You can see a little sneak peek of the PFF draft guide there on the left-hand side of the screen. If you guys don't have a PFF Plus subscription, now you can go get one for 25% off using the promo code DRAFT25. That'll get you the full PFF draft guide and so much more. Max, go.
And by the way, Aaron Glenn was a part of a Detroit Lions organization back in 2021 with the 7th overall pick. It took Penei Sewell, plays right tackle for them. That worked out pretty well for Detroit.
Not bad.
Chris mentioned it before too. The athleticism. My favorite stat I found for Armand Mimbu. There have been 4 offensive linemen since 2003. There were 315 or more pounds, ran a sub-5 second 40, and jumped 30 inches or more in the vertical. Armand Mimbu, Will Campbell, both won top 7 in this draft. Trent Williams, Tristan Wirfs.
Good players.
Not bad.
2 first ballot Hall of Famers.
Pretty
and
great.
2 guys who just got drafted.
Well, and you consider, and I think this number is right, no sacks or hits on 411 pass protections last year. That's how you begin to build a franchise, and that's how you take a young quarterback and build confidence with him.
And the weight adjusted athleticism scores are fantastic for this guy. He was 88th percentile in total weight, which you sort of talked to about there. And then the combination of 79th percentile 10-yard split, 96th percentile 40-yard dash, 72nd percentile vertical jump, 74th percentile broad jump. So explosive and just great as an athlete at over 330 pounds. It's just, it was a marvel to see what he was able to do at the combine.
And there are only 2 tackles in the country this last year with 85 plus grades as a pass blocker and run blocker. One of them was Wyatt Milam, who's probably going to be an interior guy when he's here tomorrow night. But the other one's Armand Mimbu, who's an actual tackle. So I think Armand Mimbu was fantastic this past year. He's one of the biggest breakout stars in college football, and it goes here to the Jets.
And Chris mentioned a potential scheme fit as well. He mentioned the outside zone ability. And if Tanner Engstrand is going to run this offense the same way that Ben Johnson did in Detroit, that's a top 4 outside zone rate. So you're getting that, not only are you getting the culture, you're getting physical, but you're getting the right player in the right scheme.
Carolina Panthers, they're on the clock now. What are we thinking here? Do we think it is defense? Do we think they could be tempted by a Tetairoa McMillan?
I would be tempted by a Tetairoa McMillan. I think Bryce Young is missing that level of weapon, but I think it's most likely going to be a defensive player, and I may or may not have.
Well, you're wrong.
I may or may not be wrong right now.
You're dead wrong.
He was
brother.
the
Temptations were right. Damn. God.
The betting
gone with my gut.
odds for Tetairoa McMillan swung greatly in the direction of him being the pick for the Carolina Panthers at number 8 like an hour ago. And it was to the point where I think he fell from plus 1,300 to be the pick at number 8 down to like plus 100. Like insane level of switch up for him an hour to go until the draft. And you knew that that wasn't just coming out of nowhere. And so the Carolina Panthers do in fact pick Tetairoa McMillan here at number 8 overall. A weapon for Bryce Young, and I've got to tell you guys, I absolutely love it. This is a player who I have loved throughout the entire draft process. He is a top 5 player on my board. I was never worried about it. And specifically for the Carolina Panthers, this allows the entire rest of that receiver room to be put in places to succeed. You no longer have to try to get wide receiver 1 production out of Xavier Legette. He can instead be somebody that you put in a Z, in the slot. You could have him be on the sideline, certainly, but you could put these 2 guys out there as contested catch monsters. You can allow Adam Thielen to just be a slot receiver. He doesn't have to be too much more now that he's a little bit longer in the tooth and a little bit older. You can let Jalen Coker be a great short and intermediate weapon for you. That was a great find for them last year as an undrafted free agent. It opens things up for a great receiver and athlete in Jatavian Sanders at the tight end position. So this is one that pre-draft I felt like we were not talking about enough. and here it actually happens. So much talk of defense for the Panthers, and we get McMillan off the board to Carolina.
I could not love this more. I know they had the lowest graded defense in football. I would spend the remaining 8 picks in this draft on defense.
But they spent so much money on the defensive side of the football in free agency to allow them to do something like this.
And let me be real with it. The second half of last year, the best story of any non-playoff team down the stretch was the improvement of Bryce Young. From week 9 to week 18, he was 6th in the NFL in PFF passing grade. He was 2nd in big-time throw rate. When he got benched and then he came back in and Dave Canales kind of used that old Pete Carroll positive reinforcement on him, you saw a completely different player. For the first time, a guy that played with the confidence he had at Alabama. That was the first thing you see. It's not, that, he had a bigger arm or he was working out those few weeks or whatever, or he was more mobile or reckless or anything like that. He just looked confident. He looked fearless. He looked unafraid of tight windows. And those windows, even if they're tight, they're not that tight with Tetero and McMillan because he's 6'4", he's 215 pounds. He can jump out of the gym. He can make contested catches. The highest graded receiver over the last 2 years in college football on 10-plus yard targets. The Panthers are trying to get vertical, and for as much as they need defense, they need to continue to build around the guy they took first overall 2 years ago.
Chris, you were saying a couple of minutes ago that Tet could potentially have a fall. I agree with you. If he wasn't going to go here at 8, he might have dropped to the Cowboys at 12 or maybe even further than that. You're a wide receiver guy.
Yeah.
You watch these wide receivers. What'd you think about that?
And I played this position. It's the X position, so having some size actually helps. And when you looked at this draft of receivers, it was Tet McMillan, could be an X.
Mm-hmm.
I have to pick the wrong names. Elikai Manor.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Very
there you
close,
go.
right?
Manor, yep.
Out of Stanford, and Jaden Higgins. Those were the 3 possibilities for an X, and it was a pretty good separation. So not only were they separating out the receivers, I don't think they were looking for a Matthew Golden or a Luther Burden or one of those guys. They were looking for an X. And when you're looking for an X, this guy defines the X position.
Yeah.
I thought, and for the Panthers' needs, great, because they have a decent core. They took Xavier Legette last year, Adam Thielen still rolling, Jalen Coker emerged. They didn't just need a weapon, a second or third round receiver.
They needed, this weapon.
They needed the weapon.
Yes.
And I sit here and wonder, a big target like this, I know they're built a little bit different, it's a lofty comparison, but boy, Dave Canales must have loved that one year that he had Mike Evans in Tampa. And if he could get a similar presence like that in this offense, I think this is fantastic. Again, I'd spend the rest of the draft on defense, but this is awesome from Carolina.
What I love about Tet is that, yes, he's a classic big receiver. He has the most contested catches over the last 2 years. Last year, he had the second most broken tackles after the catch. The only one who had more was Chris's guy, Luther Burden III, who's known for being a yards after the catch guy. Tet is not known for that. I also think the separation stuff is a little overblown with him. We actually have a metric of PFF, separation rate against single coverage. Ted McMillan's rate was higher than Travis Hunter and Luther Burden III. I think he's a better separator than he gets credit for. Obviously, as a bigger receiver, he's not going to be the best route runner in the NFL. But I really do think this guy is a top 5 to top 10 player in the draft. And for Carolina continuing to build around Bryce Young, I think it's a very smart strategy.
Well, and let's remind people why that position is so important, because the X receiver determines, generally you have a single receiver on one side and at least 2, if not 3 on the other side. Now, it's not always that way, but generally. So if that X receiver grabs the attention of the defense enough to draw the safety his way, the great X receivers can force the help of the safety. Now you've got 3 receivers going down the field against 2 deep secondary. You've got to run linebackers out of there. And I think that's the hope, that this big rebounder is going to go down the field and force you to help with that safety and open it up to the other side.
Having a great X receiver changes the math for you.
It does.
Like you said, you're moving
Mike Evans, it does.
You're moving that safety over, and then you hopefully have numbers to your advantage on the passing side. And if you don't, if they're able to match the numbers, the box is probably lighter, right? Then it's something where you have an opportunity to check into a run. And so there's no doubt about it. When you have that dominant X receiver, you can change things up in a lot of ways.
And can we begin to talk about this 9th pick here?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is the first time it gets a little dicey about the quarterback position, right?
Well, I'll tell you right now, my mom's at home watching. She's a diehard Saints fan. She's on pins and needles.
Hopes is Shedeur?
I think so. I think that's probably my fault though for convincing her. Like,
I was gonna say
that's certainly my fault. So if they don't take Shedeur here, she's going to be mad at me. I know that for a fact.
Team needs for this team outside of quarterback, I think offensive and defensive line. They have to be a lot better, right? They still have yet to sort of bite the bullet, if you will, lean into this full rebuild post-Drew Brees era, but their trenches are not good enough. They didn't pick up the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning, and that could signal that, hey, maybe he's not even their starting offensive tackle going into next year, depending on who they might pick here at number 9. What do you guys think is the smartest play for them outside of quarterback if they don't go quarterback?
Remember who their coach is now, Kellen Moore.
Mm-hmm.
So where did Kellen Moore just come from?
Philly.
From Philly. What do they do in Philly? They end up, you load up, baby. Let's get that offensive line. Let's get that defensive line. Let's have the biggest studs out there. I don't think they're going to go quarterback here. There was some smoke today about, we haven't decided. Is Jackson Dart in here? Is Kellen? I thought it was all a smoke screen to try and get somebody to move up there to take a quarterback at 9. But that's just my theory. I have no idea.
Nailed it.
Well, your theory looks pretty right all of a sudden.
Kelvin Banks, offensive tackle from Texas. You taught this offensive tackle run. You said it at the very top of the show. We've got Will Campbell off the board at 4. We've got Armand Membu off the board at 7. And now we've got Kelvin Banks off the board at number 9. I think this is an excellent pick from them because it allows them to have a lot of flexibility and change in the good way with Kelvin Banks playing left tackle. You play him at left tackle, you get to move Talise Fuanga back to right, where he was excellent as a right tackle the last 2 years when he was at Oregon State. Now you can kick Trevor Penning inside like what we've seen teams do with Mekhi Becton when it didn't work out at tackle, Evan Neal when it didn't work out at tackle, right? These guys where you go, hey, it failed here, let's see what you got at guard because you're in the last year of your contract. If he's a good guard for him, maybe they give him another contract. If not, they're moving on.
I had more of a hunch about this when we heard yesterday, I believe, that they were not picking up the 5th-year option on Trevor Penning, right? Because then they don't see him, obviously, as a long-term solution when you don't pick up that option. Then you go, okay, this was a team that was last in the NFL in pass blocking grade last year. So if they do bring in a quarterback, it's a dangerous situation. Now, I do think we need to look out for him later in the night. I know everyone's talked about Giants and Browns with the quarterback talk from the top of the 2nd round, but the Saints are sitting not too far behind there at number 40. It wouldn't shock me at all if we see them trade up from that spot.
And how about Ben Lindsay on the gambling show this morning?
Yes.
Calling it.
This was one of his best bets.
Plus 950.
Plus 950 he got it at? Man, that's why he does.
And I tail Ben Lindsay on
Ben's
everything.
buying the night, baby.
He is. Ben, I know you're watching and listening.
Don't fall asleep
You're
on
buying
us.
the post-show food for it. That was a great call out by them. If you guys missed the betting show, you can go back and listen to that. Ben and Mason did a great job breaking down their favorite bets, and we had a good time there talking about this one. And this is another one that I absolutely loved that Ben was talking about here this morning.
And how about the Jets and the Saints? Back-to-back years taking offensive tackles. Jets with Olu Fashanu and now Armand Membu. The Saints with Talisa Fuanga last year and Calvin Banks Jr., 2 of the better young tackle duos in the NFL. I love this pick for the Saints.
You can't win championships with a bad offensive line. You can't do it. 7 of the last 8 Super Bowl champions have been in the top 7 of pass blocking grade. The only exception, your 2020 Buccaneers, who were 14th, but they had Tom Brady with the lightning quick release. So if you don't have Tom Brady, you need elite pass protection to win Super Bowls. That was the biggest difference in this Super Bowl we just saw, right?
Did you see Tristan Wirfs talking about that? When he was talking about like holding on to the ball a little bit longer and having to change what he did now with Baker versus Tom Brady. He's like, Tom Brady, he's like, I'd pass block for 2 seconds. And he's like, I'm good. Ball's coming out within 2 seconds. I didn't have to worry about it. He's like, that was the easiest and best pass blocking year of my career. Didn't give up any sacks, barely gave up any pressures. He's like, I just had to go hard for 2 seconds, and then that was it. He's like, Baker's holding on to the ball a little bit longer. He's trying to make some magic happen.
I got to be honest here, too, looking ahead at the next handful of picks. This top 16 was interesting to me with these 3 offensive tackles and how quickly they would go. We got 3 in the first 9, which is just insane, right? But now I look at teams in the next few picks that I was looking at need offensive line help. San Francisco, Dallas, Miami, maybe in Arizona. These 3 guys are gone now. Unless they're going for, I know you're very high on Josh Simmons. We've had a lot of debates about this.
Yep.
There's Josh Connerly. Are there teams trying to trade down? But if you're a team in the teens right now that was looking at these offensive linemen, you're hurting.
I think defenders start to go now, especially edge players, defensive tackles, and these 2 linebackers can really play inside.
Yeah. Very curious as to where Jalen Walker goes. You mentioned one of those linebackers. I thought that he was going to be a target for the Carolina Panthers at number 8. Very curious where he ends up going. Now still on the board as we're getting to the edge of the top 10. Really quick, any predictions for the Chicago Bears who are now on the clock?
D-line, but I don't know which one.
Yeah, I don't know which one either. I'm the same way.
Wasn't there a
We
bet,
got Warren
wasn't there a
still.
bet this morning on
We got
Jamar
Warren.
Stewart?
There was Ben Lynn. I swear, if Ben also hits this one, we got to get him down here on the show. If he hits Jamar Stewart here, and that was his long shot bet that he was going to have.
I
If he
could
gets
see
plus
that
950,
happening.
wasn't it?
I think he got
I've
plus
got him number
2,200.
2.
Plus 2,200.
I got 34 to 1.
Because his logic was, Ryan Poles, since 2019, has been the general manager who has drafted relative athletic score, prioritized it more than anybody else.
That's the right
and
guy,
that
Dan.
is Jamar Stewart right there. We're going to see what the pick is for the Chicago Bears right after this.
Go Ben.
We'll see. Go Ben. See you guys in a second. Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. We've told you about it a couple of times here on this show already, but if you guys download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, you can take a look at the lineups that we're showing you right there on the screen. If you play $5 on your first lineup, whatever it is, could be 2 selections, could be 5 selections, whatever it is, you will get $50 in free bets there for them. Win or lose, you don't even have to win that lineup, and you'll get the $50 for free right there. You see Ashton Genty, we've got some of his yards. Ooh, over 1,100 yards there for Ashton Genty. So as these rookies are getting picked, we're going to see their odds that you get to say more or less on for the upcoming NFL season. But it's more than that. It's not just NFL games. It's NBA, it's NHL, all the sports there. So you can see a lot of different things like receiving yards, rushing touchdowns, sacks, all that great stuff. Make sure you guys are downloading the Prize Picks app using the promo code PFF to make sure that you get that $50 free. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. While we were in the break, I was furiously fist pumping for this next pick as it came in. Colson Loveland, the tight end from Michigan, going number 10 overall to the Chicago Bears over Tyler Warren, who is still on the board. And the reason why I was fist pumping for this one is because I called this one in the final mock that I did over
there. You go.
So, I just feel like this is a unique pick that I got to nail here. So, Colson Loveland over Tyler Warren. So not only do the Jets pass on Tyler Warren, so do the Bears.
So I think the Jets did it because they just really wanted Membu. They wanted to solidify the front five, the offensive line, right? I think the Bears, this is a question of style more than talent. I think Warren and Loveland have roughly equal levels of talent, and it depends on what kind of player you want. Warren is that more classic wide tight end. You think about a guy like George Kittle, but the Bears already sort of have a guy like that in Cole Kmet, who they're paying a good amount of money. Colston Loveland is somebody who can flex out. I think about him like TJ Hawkinson. He can get out wide. He can get in the slot. Ben Johnson, we know, loves his 12 personnel with 2 tight ends and 1 back on the field. And Kmet and Loveland, he must feel, are 2 guys that can coexist a little easier than, say, if it was Kmet and Warren, right? So I think what Loveland does and his flexibility allows you to do in this offense, 3rd in the nation in receiving grade, despite a really poor offensive situation this year at Michigan behind Harold Fannin Jr. and Tyler Warren. This is a style one for me. I don't think it's that they believe necessarily, okay, Loveland is this much more talented than Tyler Warren, but they feel like it fits that 12 personnel, and Loveland gives them something different than Cole Kmet gives them, as opposed to what Warren would have given them alongside Kmet.
This guy is a matchup nightmare in the slot. He is one of the best route runners in this class, wide receivers included as well. So I like this pick a lot. Colson Loveland has been incredibly productive over the last 2 years. He has the 2nd most yards per route run in the Power 4 over the last 2 years. The only one who had more was Brock Bowers. So Colson Loveland, I do think, is somewhere close to the level of Tyler Warren. I personally would have still taken Tyler Warren over Colson Loveland, but this is still an elite player for me.
I just think it depends on what kind of team you have. if you're going to run the football, you're going to be a heavy run team, then I think you take Tyler Warren because he can do so many. He was a shotgun or a wildcat quarterback half the time for Penn State. But as far as a guy that 10-inch hands, he snatches the ball out of the air so easily. He understands defenses in a way that he just knows how to be comfortable with the quarterback, and you could see that he just assumes he's catching the ball. It's not like that's not even a thought. It's just like, all right, where's the defensive guys, And it's really be interesting in Indy. I bet you they're starting to shuffle in their seat a little bit going, do we need to trade up to get Tyler Warren?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do we need to – because now they got away with it, but Mykel Williams now going in with the next pick.
Right. Mykel Williams to the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah. He is there, and so Tyler Warren obviously continuing a slide. We didn't think that Tyler Warren would go to the San Francisco 49ers, but it makes things interesting, as we get closer to the Indianapolis Colts. I did not think the Colts would have the opportunity to pick Tyler Warren. I thought he was going to be off the board before they came on the clock at 14. Ballard does not trade up. It's not really something that he does, and so I didn't really think they were going to move up from 14 to go and get him. They might have that opportunity now. He might get to them here at number 14.
Maybe. I mean, Miami's there at number 13 overall. Jonnu Smith's basically on a 1-and-1-year contract.
That's true.
And I do think Miami...
That would be a curveball if they ended up going
I think
with
Mike
Tyler
McDaniel
Warren.
is a little interested in getting that kind of guy in his
Maybe
football
so,
team.
but you look at two things with that team too: their offensive line and their secondary.
I mean, 3 offensive linemen are off the board though already.
I know this is the problem. It could be another trade down spot where is there somebody else? Would Sean Payton in Denver try to get ahead of Indy? Are we going that route? We're going to get into a lot of fun scenarios with Warren, but the fact that Loveland goes off the board first is. I don't want to say a shocking development because he's also wicked talented. I think he's a top 15 player in the class also. Mm-hmm. But you're right. It does come down to the style. And I just think Loveland's style fits Ben Johnson and what he wants alongside Cole Kmet there in that offense.
Just making it a little bit easier on your quarterback, right? Just get the ball out of your hands every once in a while. Don't try to scramble around and make a play every single time. And Mykel Williams, to me, he was probably the safest pick in the first round. He's one of those, may not be a double-digit sack guy every year, but he has all the classic measurables, 6'5" and 260-something pounds. He's going to pound the edge. It's not one of those, he's going to out-wiggle you. He's just going to be like Mike Vrabel on the edge. He's going to be there for 10 years. He's going to beat you up. He's going to make the plays. Just a rock-solid defensive football player.
And Robert Saleh, in his defense, really likes these wide 9 defensive ends. And he must believe that Mykel Williams can transition to that role more often because he didn't do it a whole lot at Georgia. And there are some that think if you put Williams in this wide 9 way outside the tackle more often, that he will actually be a better pass rusher in space. You got to continue to develop that plan. But it's a different type of player. But he had similar thoughts a couple of years ago about Will McDonald when he went to the Jets. He played kind of tighter to the tackle when he was at Iowa State. Robert Saleh saw him as a wide 9. So, I thought there was a bit where I thought that maybe Shamar Stewart would be his guy out there in San Francisco. They go with Williams instead. Look, Williams has a great build too. Monster run defender. If you're getting nothing else here, you're getting a monster high-floor run defender that if they can develop him into an 8 to 10 sack guy with his run defense ability on the other side of Nick Bosa, who's already one of the best pass rushers in football, then you're onto something here. But I'm not shocked at all that the Niners went off the edge here. They have so many needs on this D-line.
Yeah, and the fact is they were terrible against the run last year. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, like
really
that's probably what this pick comes down to. I sort of had my pushback on Mykel Williams being a top 12 overall pick, especially when we talked about him in the top 10, top 8, things like that, because I'm not sure he's ever going to develop into an elite pass rusher. When you talk about guys that get drafted in the top 10, you want guys that can really get after the passer. But Chris mentioned it. I mean, he's a rock-solid defensive lineman for you for a long time, and that's actually something the 49ers didn't have last year. That roster, and especially in both of the trenches, is a fall from grace from what we have seen over the last 6 years as this team has been making Super Bowl runs and NFC Championship runs. And all of a sudden last year we went, oh my goodness, what was it, week 4 or 5 where they were playing the Cardinals? You remember in the fourth quarter of that game, Cardinals just gave the ball to James Conner the whole time. They couldn't stop him. James Conner immediately marched down the field and Arizona ends up winning that game. We go, oh boy. Niners run defense might be in trouble this year. So I think this is as much of a run defense pick as it is, the fact that they do like the player overall and what he can develop.
And they have a star pass rusher, Nick Bosa, too. So I kind of like the combination of those two right there. And I don't think he's as athletic as Trayvon Walker was, but it's a very similar conversation, I think, with Trayvon Walker when he went number one overall in 2022. The size you look for, the length you look for, I think he's a very good athlete as well. Again, this is a little early for me for Michael Williams as well, but he is an excellent run defender, and the 49ers had the 5th worst run defense grade in the NFL last year.
It felt like last year was the first time in a long time that we saw the Niners week in and week out, and they were not the more physical team on the football field. And it was a problem. And this Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh, they want to be the more physical team, and if they're going to get into a Brock Purdy $50 million contract a year era, they need to rebuild the trenches and quick.
But now, for our own ratings, the Dallas Cowboys on the clock.
Yes. As you have often said, Sunday Night Football will never say no to the Dallas Cowboys.
We would do them 17 straight weeks if we could.
And so we got to talk about him here. They're on the clock. What's Jerry doing? Tetairoa McMillan's off the board. In my final mock draft, I had them taking Tetairoa McMillan. If he got to them at 12, I think he would have been the pick. Matthew Golden is still here. He is a Texas Longhorn wide receiver, one who was talked about in the top 20, and I feel like Jerry wants to make a sexy pick. But is there that offensive line temptation? Do they feel as though they want to go that direction here? What do you guys think?
They could go D-line too. I mean, they could end up with another matchup, sort of edge rusher on the outside. One of these defensive tackles. Think about how much they've struggled, with Mozzie Smith in there and not been able to stop the run. But Matthew Golden has to be a little bit of a temptation now. You put those two guys on the outside. Now, Golden isn't that classic X. He's a tough little son of a gun. I remember we're on certain channels here. He goes up and gets it now. Like I thought, most speed guys, you look at him and go, boy, when they get over the middle, they're backing off. He doesn't. He's a tough guy, and he catches the ball. It would not stun me. That's going to be a really tempting one, and I think the running back position is going to be as well with Hampton sitting there. Jerry's always going to be tempted to go offense.
He is.
He's just always going to be tempted to get somebody that creates more interest in the Cowboys.
This is so fascinating because Golden, I think you make a good point about, because they need someone, whether it was an X like McMillan or a speedster like Golden, that's going to open everything up for CeeDee Lamb underneath. That's when their offense functions its best. When it used to be, let's say, Michael Gallup as the X when he was healthy, or a couple years ago when Dak was second in MVP voting, and it was Brandon Cooks just getting the safeties out of there to get CeeDee Lamb leading the league in targets and doing all the things he can do underneath. But I'm with you. I'd be very tempted. The Cowboys needed to come into this offseason figuring out how to run the football and how to stop the run, because those are the two things they cannot do right now. They signed a couple of free agent backs. Jinty's off the board now. That's not a consideration. I think there's two guys I would think about here. Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, the D-tackle, and I'd start thinking about Jahad Campbell, the linebacker from Alabama.
I'm with you.
They don't have that ace presence in the middle of their defense.
They've got
at
injuries
spot.
at the linebacker position anyway. You've got Campbell. You've got Walker. Both of those guys available here. When you check the box on who the freaks in this draft, I've got about 8 of them checked. Both those linebackers are checked, no question about it.
Jahad Campbell is an excellent pick for them if they were to make it. I don't know if they will, right? They trade for Kenneth Murray. They bring in Jack Sanborn. Do they think that's enough? Well, DeMarvion Overshown, who I know they like, who's coming back from the knee injury. I just wonder, do they think they've done enough at linebacker? I don't think they have.
But both of these guys could also be considered rushers
edge
as
rushers
well,
for
right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and that's the allurement, I think, of both of those players. So do you worry about Jahad Campbell's shoulder injury? Because, it comes out, hey, he's got that shoulder. He's recovering from that labor room surgery. He's probably going to miss most of the offseason. Ian Rappaport tweeted out that, hey, he'll be back for training camp. But I always think that, okay, if you got information like that that's coming out, that's best case scenario. So even not in worst case scenario, maybe most realistic scenario, are you missing a couple of weeks of training camp? Because I know teams don't like that when their rookies miss the entire summer of development going into the season. And so I wonder if that might be a reason why Jahad Campbell falls a little
And
bit.
it's interesting for a player specifically who I think really just needs to develop more mentally than physically. Physically, you can do everything you want in a linebacker. I just think at an NFL level where he's going to develop over time, over his first couple of years, is with his processing from the linebacker spot and the speed of the game. And when he sees it, man, oh man, there's nobody better. There's not another linebacker close, but that's the part you're worried about, is getting those practice reps with Campbell and just getting him in the groove of it, right? But I do think it would still be a spectacular pick. They don't have a player of that talent at that position, so we'll see where it goes.
Well, they did go trenches,
Yep.
and it's not defensive line. It is offensive line.
Wow.
Yeah.
They go Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama. Tyler Booker, this is going to be one of the biggest differences in terms of overall pick versus where he is on my big board. I believe he's right around 46, 47 on my big board. I have always seen Tyler Booker as a second-round selection. I think he is a solid offensive guard, but I don't think he is a Quentin Nelson type. I don't think he is the Zach Martin replacement. Maybe I'll have to eat my words there, but I never thought that he would be a top 15, top 12 now overall type
I'm
of
totally with you. Now, I will say this: the Cowboys are a gap team. They're gonna, and that's what Tyler Booker is. He's a big phone booth, drive you off the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
But he would scare the heck out of me in pass protection. I mean, what I saw is that when you put somebody on him with a little bit of a wiggle, and he really, really struggles. So you're going to go from Zach Martin and one of the great players in Cowboys history to somebody who's going to be trying to hang in there in pass protection. Now, running the football, great. If you had a running back, that might help. But, running the football, I'm all for him. Pass protection, I think he's going to struggle.
You mentioned wiggle. He's got to block Jalen Carter twice a year. That's the goal. That's the goal here is you're trying to beat Philadelphia and you're trying to catch up in the trenches. I'm with you. This probably isn't somebody I would take 12th overall. If this same team, if the Cowboys got him in the second round in the mid-40s, I would absolutely love it. I just think you have a team that has such needs. And yes, look, does this help them? Yes. I just think you could have done this trading back. You could have done this or a similar player, Donovan Jackson or somebody like that in the second round. I'm not entirely sure that there is an interior offensive lineman that I would have locked in, any of them, not just Booker, certainly this high in the draft. So, look, Brian Schottenheimer, you mentioned it. He wants to run the ball. He wants to have balance in this offense, obviously protect Dak Prescott coming off another injury. But there are several players here I would have thought about before Booker.
Jake Glazer was reporting this. I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday. Whole week's a blur at this point. But he was saying that, hey, he's talking to a lot of teams, and a lot of times players are off of their board for either character concerns, like major character concerns, or injury concerns. He said this year there's been a third category. Does he love football? And he says a lot of teams have talked to me about a lot of players that they just get very frustrated because they don't think they love football. The way that Tyler Booker is talked about, there's no doubt anybody.
Captain, loves football.
Captain of the team, absolutely loves
all
football.
the stuff, yeah.
I think that he is sort of how you talk about Will Campbell a little bit, right? Where you go, okay, Will Campbell is the first offensive tackle off the board. I think there's a lot of people who would have told you Josh Simmons or Armand Membu or Kelvin Banks are better offensive tackles, but you pick Will Campbell at 4 because of the football character. I think the Dallas Cowboys are believing that we're taking Tyler Booker for the football character. I'm not saying that makes up for it. I'm with you. I would have rather gotten him in the second round,
Yes.
but I think that's just how we're getting here with the Cowboys picking him.
It can't be overstated. You just lost one of your franchise's all-time great players, who is also one of the leaders of the locker room in Zach Martin, too, at this very same position. So I understand this pick from that perspective. It is higher than I would have taken Tyler Booker. And yes, the Cowboys run a lot of zone blocking scheme, but it's a lot of inside zone scheme, not a lot of outside zone. So it does fit from a schemes perspective. He's got an 85 career pass blocking grade as well. He's a massive player, and he takes over for Zach Martin. This is a little rich for Tyler Booker, but I kind of understand their thinking behind it.
Also probably going to switch sides, right, with Tyler Smith. We assume staying at left guard. I mean, they're not real stable at tackle either
Unless
right now.
they're going to kick Tyler Smith maybe out to tackle if they're not happy with Guyton, right?
It was a tough rookie year for sure.
Right, which would be way early to give up on him. I'm not saying that they should. I just wonder, what we're doing here, because he played left and Tyler Smith played left last year, so maybe they think that he is going to plug right into that right guard spot.
3 Tylers on the offensive line in Dallas, too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They got tight.
Now, are there 2 more in this draft they can get? Can they fill it out?
Yeah.
Who is isn't there a kid from Minnesota?
Tyler Cooper. Okay, they got to get him. Maybe
There you go.
Put him at center, maybe something like that.
Yep. There we go.
Are there any Tyler guards? We'll find something.
We'll make it happen.
Well, yeah.
We'll figure it out one way or another.
Sopchik will go play guard for them, too.
Our producer, Tyler Sopchik, will go play guard for him. He's clapping. I can hear him clapping in the production suite right there. Hey, Chris, I got another company that's making me an offer here to play right guard. Can you match it here for me to stay and be the producer of the PFF NFL show?
That would be a negative go.
The positives of Booker. He is built really well for an offensive guard. The negatives, the athleticism. Very low relative athletic score type of a player. So they better be doing a lot more power blocking, run scheme type of stuff, or maybe inside zone, because if you get him sort of out on the run, especially when it comes to hitting those aiming points, it might be a little tough. We've got the Miami Dolphins now on the clock here. Dolphins could go a lot of different directions, and I say that it is hopeful because I don't like where this roster is going at all whatsoever, and I feel like it's kind of been going in the wrong direction. So with them on the clock here, we will figure out what is going to happen in Miami. Is it a receiver? Is it a defensive back? Is it an offensive defensive lineman? We'll see. Stick around. We're going to cover that pick and so much more coming up next.
What does your child's future success look like to you? A job they're passionate about, traveling around the world, or just being happy and comfortable? But whatever their journey, you can help make it easier to achieve with a kid's investment account from Fabric by Gerber Life. By making a contribution to your child's future today, you can help give them the means to pursue their dreams. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to make it easy to plan for and manage your family's financial path. With a kid's investment account from Fabric, you can start investing in your child's future today. Kids can invest when they're minors, but a kid's investment account allows you to invest on their behalf now. Start with just $20 with no contribution limits, tax advantages, and your funds are SIPC insured up to $500,000. Plus no commission fees, just a low flat monthly maintenance fee.
Portfolios are managed by Fort Washington Investment Advisors Incorporated. Additional services provided by Apex Clearing Corporation. All investing is subject to risk. Learn more at meetfabric.com. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. Cris Collinsworth.
Look at you smiling, man. Go ahead, tell them how much you've won already.
I mean,
come on, man.
Well, I mean,
I've lost
we're
so
doing
much
pretty
money.
well.
I've lost so much money. I'm so down bad right now. There's complete opposites on this
You're
side of the
running broke
table.
over there, just trying to keep it together.
I hate you so much.
I had
right
some
now.
nice cheddar on Kelvin Banks going 9. And I had some good cheddar on Colson Love going 10.
You know what it is? If he would have hosted the betting pod instead of you, he would
That's
have
what I'm saying.
had
I would have had the intel.
You got to get sharp.
But I
gotta get sharp,
love
brother.
Trevor like going crazy during the commercial. Hey, welcome back to the
Got to button it up, you know? Act like you've been there before, as they say. I haven't much, actually. But, okay, so Miami Dolphins, the pick is in here, so we'll get to see what this is in a second. But, man, when we were in the break, I was like, what's this going to be here? And you were like, oh, it could be offensive line, could be defensive line. I was like, oh, that'd be all great picks. But I truly have no idea.
no cornerbacks off the board
No
yet?
cornerbacks off the board, and I see it now. We're not going to get one off the board here. Defensive tackle Kenneth Grant.
There you go.
Michigan.
That does not, I swear, any one of those 4, I would have gone, good pick.
They need it.
They're
they
all 4 of them. I'm
absolutely-
surprised that more of them aren't off the board, and I'm really surprised the 2 linebackers and the top 2 corners have gotten no action yet either. So a lot of defense left
The
out
Dolphins have not done enough on their defensive line since losing Christian Wilkins.
Right.
It felt like they lost Christian Wilkins and they went, up.
Well,
We'll be fine.
They don't have the money, too.
No, I know, but they didn't do anything, right? They really didn't do anything along the defensive line, and so I'm saying I'm commending them for, now that you have the opportunity to do it, making sure that you go fortify the inside of the trenches, because it straight up was not good enough last year.
Yeah, there's an interesting bit here with the Dolphins, and then we've got another pick to get to because that's prime time too. But Not a foreshadowing for Shador, relax. Kenneth Grant, though, to the Dolphins, yes, it solves a problem, and they lost their highest graded run defender, Calais Campbell, which is crazy to say in the year 2025, but they lost him to Arizona. The question for me here for the Dolphins would be one more of draft strategy. Defensive tackle is thicker than corner. It's a little bit thicker, I think, than interior offensive line, unless they really like some guys on day 2. Look, he does solve one problem for them, and that's run defense. And they have several issues. Corner, even some depth at linebacker, offensive line, tight end could have been. You mentioned Tyler Warren as a possibility for Miami. So it seems, again, you're just getting these teams now. They're building in the trenches, and they're adding 340 pounds of athlete in Kenneth Grant to fix their run defense.
And he can go now.
Absolutely.
He can go. This guy, he's legit. He is just legit.
I think about him making that impact potentially that DJ Reader does on teams, right? When he did it in Houston, in Cincinnati, now in Detroit, of just he's the type of guy, how disruptive he is in the middle, that makes everybody else's life easier.
The way he moves at 340 pounds should not be humanly possible. He has elite quickness for a nose tackle. At a nose tackle position that's not known for being quick players, Kenneth Grant is an extremely quick player. He's been a very effective player in PFF's grading system over the last couple of years too. 86.8 grade over the last 2 years. You mentioned a great run defender, good pass rusher as well. So I get they have bigger needs at cornerback probably for Miami, but Kenneth Grant is an elite player, and I think Miami, good pick right here.
Honestly, Indianapolis came on the clock, and it took them all of 2 seconds to make this pick. This one's official. It's tight end Tyler Warren from Penn State. It feels like if he in every single mock draft scenario, if he made it to the Colts, it was easy. We didn't think twice about it. I don't think Chris Ballard thought twice about it here.
He was the number 4 player on the Colts big board for your top 100s.
All I know is the only guy happier when they took Loveland, when the Bears took Loveland earlier, that set up that pick. Was you. I mean, it was like, you know what I mean? It's like, there we go. We got it now, baby.
Yeah, when Colston Loveland went to the Chicago Bears, ranking of people who were happy, Colston Loveland, me, Chris Ballard, because it meant that Tyler Warren was going to get closer to them picking him at number 14. And obviously,
I had to do it once.
Don't do that. I'm taking that back.
I know there's 2 Gators on the desk, so I got to be careful with that.
I was going to say, you got to watch out what you say about a Gator great Anthony Richardson.
I'm just saying it's a competition, you know.
Unfortunately, you are right. Okay, Tyler Warren to the Indianapolis Colts. You know, they had could have gone linebacker, losing A.J. Speed in free agency. I could have maybe gone defensive line, getting another pass rusher, perhaps another corner, but I think they did a good amount in the secondary. They end up going with tight end, and they've got a lot of wide receivers to throw the football to.
But what did you get when you got this guy? You got like 5 different positions. If you want to include quarterback, for sure, you know.
Yeah.
He played the Wildcat. But you don't know who you're going to play at quarterback, right? Is it Anthony Richardson? Mm-hmm. Don't know. Is it Daniel Jones? Don't know. Let's say it is Anthony Richardson. Now you have the ability to take somebody like Warren, line him up at a true wide tight end, line him up in the backfield, let him play the fullback position, let him chip and release on a couple of routes. Okay, you think no big deal. But now you've got Anthony Richardson throwing it 5 yards out here, and then you've got a Sherman tank running down the field trying to wipe out the entire secondary. There are just a lot of different ways that they can get easy yards and easy offense out of having him on this team, maybe more so than any team in the NFL.
I'm a lifelong Penn State fan. He was Penn State's entire offense last year. They did not have any really wide receivers to throw to. Tyler Warren was the entirety of the passing game. He had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen at PFF at the tight end position. The only Power 4 tight end over the last 12 years to have 100 catches or 1,000 yards in a season. Chris mentioned before, he played center on one snap for Penn State and caught a touchdown on that play. He's thrown touchdowns before. He's rushed for touchdowns before. He catches touchdowns, obviously, as well. Tyler Warren is a matchup nightmare, and you add him to a receiving core that already has Michael Pittman Jr., that already has A.D. Mitchell, Josh Downs. There are no more excuses for Anthony Richardson. It's now or never to show he could be the franchise quarterback for Indianapolis.
I think about so many things with this, and I know maybe he's a little miffed that Colston Loveland went ahead of him and he wasn't tight end 1. He went to the perfect place he could have gone to. I think about the 11 personnel that this team is throwing out now. You just mentioned it. You've got Downs, you've got Pittman, you've got Alec Pierce, you've got Tyler Warren, Jonathan Taylor. Whoever's playing quarterback we'll figure out later. It's so It's such a great fit in Shane Steichen's offense for all of the things Cris talked about and the amount of RPO. He's going to be the RPO guy, the same way that Steichen did it with Dallas Goedert in Philly, and he's even better after the catch than Dallas. This is freakish what he could do in this offense, because even every single run play, you need to be aware of where Tyler Warren is at all times, the same way it was at Penn State. The only question I have left is he allowed to wear number 44 in Indianapolis?
Good question.
I don't know if
Is
that
Dallas
number's
Clark
retired, but I was just going to shout out the PFF draft guide because his comp in the PFF draft guide is Dallas Clark.
And you know about his quote about number 44 from the Combine, right?
Yeah, what he it was the attitude, right?
Somebody asked him, why do you wear number 44? And he says, oh, my dad's favorite player back in the day was John Riggins, and he would tell me, when you have the football in your hands, you run it like John Riggins.
He does.
And he really does. I mean, that's exactly how it is. I think of all the possibilities, and he's going to be a factor in this offense for Shane Steichen on every single play.
Somebody in the chat just said he's playing quarterback. Settle down.
I'm in.
Settle down.
I'm sold.
We got the Atlanta Falcons now on the clock right now. A lot of defensive players for them to choose from. Walter Nolan, Shamar Stewart, Mike Green, Jahad Campbell, Jalen Walker, Jahdae Barron, Will Johnson, Malachi Starks, Donovan Ezraku.
They want to guarantee 8 sacks. Just get Ezraku. Somehow he's getting 8 sacks next year.
The Falcons better have their board set up correctly, because if they went into this pick with all of these players on here, they're going to be debating until they get to 1 second left on the clock because they have so many options here. Do you have a leaning one way or the other what you think the Atlanta Falcons
I don't remember, did we do this in our last mock?
Yep.
I actually have a feeling all those names you just said, and we've been hearing that because the league is a little bit higher on him than we are, I actually think this might be Jalen Walker.
Low moving cost.
They love their Georgia players.
Extremely low moving cost.
They love their Georgia players there. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about it. They like the guys that play in that program. Obviously, low moving costs. I love the shout out there.
NFLSC, yeah.
Right. Arthur Blank doesn't have
Give me a hat.
It's just a U-Haul. You don't need movers.
They
you
don't
don't
have to move at all. Georgia
movers.
plays in that building so much, he's just walking to the
true.
left.
They're
not even moving.
It just feels like this has to be an edge defender. They're the lowest.
I'm with you.
Yeah?
They have to start getting sacks off
They
the
have
edge.
not taken a first-round defensive lineman since 2017.
If Jalen Walker wasn't on the board, I think it'd be Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, but I feel it has to be an edge rusher.
But
It's risky, though, because you don't know that Walker, a linebacker, will be a true edge rusher. You think he will, and you think he might. Shamar Stewart's another guy that has every number you can imagine, but has never gotten sacks during his career.
Right.
So who would you be willing to take a chance on? And you know how I feel about Walter Nolan and Derek Harmon. I think either one of those would work too. So.
Yeah, Derek Harmon's not somebody that we've brought up yet on this show, but I absolutely believe it.
My next one then would probably be, because Raheem Morris likes his 2-point stand-up edge rushers, I think my next one, I know where you're going next here with this, but mine would probably be Mike Green from Marshall, who led the nation in sacks last year. Yeah. And look, I know it's the Sun Belt, but absolutely dominant, and I think he'd be a perfect fit for what Raheem Morris is looking for off the edge. I know you're going probably the other direction with the other guy here.
I was going to say James Pierce Jr., but for all the competition concerns with Mike Green, he dominated the Senior Bowl.
Oh,
absolutely
for sure.
dominated. So he
2 days of practice because he's like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't need
exactly.
a third day.
Yeah. So
I
would take James Pierce Jr. He's not going to go until maybe not even the second round now. But I think is going to be an edge rusher here. I would predict Jalen Walker.
You think?
I think so.
I agree too. I just think the league thinks so highly of Walker, and it really came down to the Panthers passing on him at 8 and taking, because we heard so much about Walker and the Panthers, but still got to build around Bryce Young. Once he got by 8, now we have a lot of suspense with Walker, and this is I think it's a big pivot point for him too here.
Man, it'd just be, look.
Oh, it's so risky.
I was going to say, I certainly think that it could be
yes.
Jalen Walker, but the same exact reasons that you sort of talked about some concerns about Shamar Stewart, to me those exist with Jalen Walker. He's not a full-time edge player. No. Even if you like the edge rush reps, it was a lot of it felt like it was a lot of blitzing stuff. He's just trying to convert speed to power. He's getting a runway on this guys. He's not really hitting moves.
He's undersized too.
Well, yeah, that was my only thing about Shamar Stewart is if somebody could just teach him one pass rush move.
Right.
Just one. That he would be a really difficult guy to stay after.
Yeah.
But the numbers just are not there. He's a freakish athlete, and maybe it's Texas A&M. You guys know college football better
Texas
than I
A&M
do.
did not help out Nick Scorton. Nick Scorton's numbers dropped.
Walter Nolan. I was going to say Walter Nolan too. Look what happened when he left there. Yeah.
For whatever they were asking those guys to do, it did not really help. I will say this: the pass rush win percentage numbers for Shamar Stewart are higher than you would expect for a player who had only 1.5 sacks in each of the 3 years that he was that he was at Texas A&M. This past year it was, I think, 12.8. The year before I think it was 15.2.
Right.
And so those are fine.
Yeah.
It's not like when you see 1.5 sacks in each of 3 years, you go, okay, what's your pass rush win percentage? Like 6? Mm-hmm. You know, like you're obviously not winning a lot as a pass rusher. So,
I know you love Mike Green from Marshall, and he had all the sacks and all that kind of stuff. The best pass rush moves out of that group is as a rocket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no question.
Oh, you're right about that.
He looks like Aaron Donald. He's got the jumping chop. He's got the underthrow. He's got
I'm
every
not
pass
saying
rush
his
move
name because I'm trying to manifest him going to the Bucs at 19. That's what I'm trying to do.
You have cheddar on that too, or what?
Well, I got cheddar on it, and I got fandom on it, and I got happiness on it.
That's a double bet.
He's a hell of a player. And to be honest with you, I would have thought about Ezraku at 8 for Carolina when we talked about edge rushers and guys to add, because he's got way more production than any of these players. 30 sacks, 47 tackles for loss or in his college career. That's incredible.
And 80-plus run D grade in 3 straight years, even for a guy that's only 6'2".
Someone in the chat said, "Don't rule out Shedeur Sanders here to Atlanta. Just go back to back.
Stop.
Go back to back. Shocking quarterback.
Stop. We're not doing there. Do not do it. I think that's one where we should pay him $5 for that.
Yeah.
Just hand Max the super chat money. Is that
I
we're
think
getting
the
there?
Falcons took almost their entire time. I think it got down to like 8 seconds when the pick finally was in. So we have the pick in now. I haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen what it is yet, but it's got to be something.
You can throw a dart at this board, and they can't miss here.
And I know
they cannot miss.
I know
hope they can't miss.
Well, I know we've only been talking edge rushers, but I think a corner and Will Johnson is on the board. I think Malachi Starks could be on the board if they want to pair him with Jesse
Georgia.
Bates.
How about
Another Georgia? Jahad Campbell too.
Jadon Barron.
Jahdae Barron would fit their defense perfectly as that other corner. There's a million ways this could go.
They cannot miss. They cannot miss here.
Again, I think they hope they can't miss. I think Malachi Starks is sneaky, but they took so long to address safety last offseason that I'm not sure it happens. And it did not. The player that we thought they were going to select, Jalen Walker, ends up being the pick here for the Atlanta Falcons. And so they end up going with him. Again, I hate to sound like a Jalen Walker hater because from everything that I've heard, incredible kid. Super high football IQ.
His podium was
Loved
awesome.
his podium pressure when he was at the combine. I just get worried about what's his position. I have Devin White PTSD from watching him with the Buccaneers, where they took Devin White 5th overall, and White had an elite run in the playoffs when Tampa won that Super Bowl. But outside of that, he was disappointing in coverage. He didn't really develop as a pass rusher. And he was very hot and cold to the point where the Buccaneers obviously didn't give him that second contract, and now he's kind of bouncing around the league a little bit. I'm not saying that that's going to be Jalen Walker, but those are my concerns. That's my analysis there for him. I don't love the off-ball instincts and coverage for him yet. I think that he's carrying a lot of weight and strength to attack the line of scrimmage, and because of that, I don't think he's as fluid as he needs to be in coverage. And then when he is attacking the pocket, he is not built like an edge rusher. I'll look up his percentails for measurements in a second versus edge rushers, but it's not great.
He has 32-inch arms, which are 5th percentile for edge rushers. For edge rushers. Yes. Yeah. So he's 6'1", 243 pounds. I mean, he struggled as a run defender too. I will say he has high-end pass rush potential, 19% pass rush win rate over the last 2 years. He's a versatile player too. This is a little high considering, the other edge rushers on the board here, but I'm sure Atlanta, they saw Abdul Carter go number 3 overall, goes from linebacker to edge. Jalen Walker is not a full-time edge rusher yet. They're probably hoping he can make that Abdul Carter, Micah Parsons type of transition. I'm a little more skeptical of it.
And the hard part for him is his best pass rushes came from the linebacker position.
Right.
When he got on a back, the back might as well just lie down and take a nap because he was not going to get a finger on him.
Right.
Now you put him on the edge against a big long arm tackle. I didn't really see that happen, and that for Atlanta, you can't go wrong. I'm not going to argue the pick. He may end up being great, But there is some risk to this one for
There's
sure.
two things schematically that throw me off here with this, and I kind of forgot about it till now because I really thought Walker was going to Carolina when the night started. They already have a player like this in Caden Ellis. This linebacker,
Exactly
edge,
right.
hybrid sort of. Are you going to have two of those guys? And then I also think about Raheem Morris and this defense. Okay, they run a reasonably high blitz rate, so maybe they're blitzing Walker and Ellis or what they're doing here. But this is the big question with Walker we've gone over now is just what is he? Are they drafting him to play linebacker? Are they drafting him to play the edge? Are they drafting him to replace Caden Ellis or something? It was a more natural fit for one of the more natural edge rushers.
Yeah.
Pierce Green, Ezaraku, Stewart, whichever one you wanted. Now we just have a role question here with Walker, and we're not going to find out obviously until the season, but they already have a player like this in Caden Ellis who is pretty good. And if they were going to go linebacker, I'm taking Jahad Campbell.
I agree with you. Because Jahad Campbell can also do a lot of the same things that Jalen Walker does. He's just built a little bit more like an edge rusher. He's got, I think, a couple more pass rush reps as like a true edge rusher. And then I like his instincts, athleticism, and agility when it comes to coverage as well. So it'll be interesting to see what Raheem Morris does with him there. We knew that he was going in the first round. We just weren't sure where it is to Atlanta. Low moving cost. We have the Arizona Cardinals now on the clock, a team that could do a lot of different things here. All the corners still on the board. We'll see if that ends up being the selection for them. We'll see you guys right after the break. Prize Picks. It's the best place to win some cash while you're watching sports, including the 2025 NFL Draft right here. The app is really easy to use. You just pick more or less of certain players. You can see the stats that they already have on the screen. Boom, look at that. We've already got Travis Hunter's numbers. You love to see it. If you guys go download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF when you sign up. If you deposit $5 and play just $5 on your first lineup, which is, a string of more or less that you like there on the screen, then you get 50 in free bets right there. Win or lose. You don't even have to win or lose right there. Whenever the bet goes through, whatever happens, you're going to get 50 in free bets.
That's a fun site.
Oh my goodness,
That's
yes.
a fun site. If you don't know how to gamble, that's a fun site. You just go have some fun, right?
Dude, it is awesome. Not just NFL stuff, but also NBA, NHL, all the sports. They've got all the lines for you, more or less. You put together your lineups. You have a lot of fun, like Chris just said there. So go download the Prize Picks app. Use that promo code PFF when you do. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show here. Chris, Max, Dalton, Trevor, here with you guys hanging out, giving you live reactions and insights to every single pick. When we went to break, the Cardinals were on the clock. They are no longer on the clock. The pick is in, and it is defensive tackle Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. I have him as a top 10 overall player on the board, and the way that I describe him, guys, is I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Just a little too much Jalen Carter in there for me to think that he can't be a top 10 player in this class. Now, he is not fully Jalen Carter. He's not fully as developed as Jalen Carter was as a pass rusher coming into the NFL. But it's too damn close. Yeah, I think that it's too close to what Jalen Carter is for me to let him get out of the top 12, the top 10 of my rankings. The potential is there for him. Now, this is a team that's done a lot on the defensive line. They brought in Josh Sweat. They brought back Baron Browning. They have Zaven Collins still. They brought in Dalvin Tomlinson. They brought back Calais Campbell. They drafted Darius Robinson last year, and yet they continue to eat their vegetables, as I would say, investing in the trenches. Dalton, what do you think of this one?
Oh, so I thought you meant the vegetables.
Couldn't be you with the vegetables?
No, couldn't be me, no.
We'll get to that in a second. What do you think of this pick?
No, I think about one person in this situation. That's Jonathan Gannon. And,
That's what I was going to say.
Building, and you mentioned Jalen Carter, and if Gannon saw the same thing in Nolan as he does in Carter, now they've got an absolutely loaded defensive line in Arizona. You mentioned all of those names from 40 years old with Calais Campbell all the way down to 21 years old with Walter Nolan. They've got a boatload of D-line talent now. Arizona was tired of getting pushed around the last couple of years. It was a problem in their front seven. I think they're going to work on cornerback and linebacker later in this draft, but Walter Nolan, you're right, you're drafting him for the ceiling. Consensus #1 high school recruit in the country, even over Travis Hunter, correct? What was it, 3 years ago? So, I mean, you're talking about a guy with a boatload of talent, lightning quick hands, second best run defense grade in the country this year behind Mason Graham, and he left Texas A&M, he goes to Ole Miss, and he becomes an absolute superstar overnight. So, look, he always had the potential. That's why he was recruited that highly out of high school, but he just had to find it this year, and he found it. He started to find it as a pass rusher, and I was so impressed with him in one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. Yep. He moved different than every other defensive tackle. Just too much quickness, too much hand movement, just outstanding athleticism, and he's just got to add the polish to it.
I agree. Max, what do you think about this player?
I love this. And, there's another guy, too, who comes over from Texas A&M and breaks out at Ole Miss this past year with an 89 PFF grade. I think the speed to power with him is ridiculous. He moves back offensive linemen when he hits them. So there's a lot to unlock there still with Walter Nolan, but he even showed this past year he could be one of the best D tackles in college football, and he finally made good on being the #1 overall recruit coming out of high school, too.
And you look at what's happened in this draft. It is such a copycat league. It's unbelievable. Philly wins with offensive line and defensive line. We've seen 3 defensive tackles taken off the board, 2 edge players, 3 offensive tackles, and 1 offensive guard. It's been the dominant part of this, and I would still argue that we're likely to see another one go here very soon in Derek Harmon before this first round's over, and probably another offensive lineman or 2. Now we haven't circled back yet to the quarterback class, Shadur Sanders, and it's been very quiet on that front. We've got a guy who was the fastest runner in the draft in Matthew Golden with the 4.29 that came out of this. Plenty of offensive line left. Tight ends have been hot in this draft, right? And
yeah.
So, but what we have not seen is a single corner or a safety, and there's some good, maybe not great players back there, but everything has been in the trenches here. I love the Walter Nolan pick. If you think of Chris Jones and that way he uses his length and his arms, and I swear Derek Harmon is right behind him. If he's not one of the next 4 or 5 picks, I'd be surprised.
He very well could be the next pick with the Bengals. It's not up yet, but I think he's an option for them, along with a Shamar Stewart, along with all those other edge rushers you just mentioned. And look, we have no idea if this team is going to have Trey Hendrickson at the beginning of the year or not, if we're going to see him traded by the end of the weekend. Whether or not they have Hendrickson, they need more help on their defensive line also. So that's really the theme of this draft. Look, the flashy draft was last year. The quarterbacks and the receivers and the top 14 all being offensive players. This year is about trenches and defense. Look, it's ugly, but this is how you win championships. You have to be great in the trenches.
Careful saying the Trey Hendrickson stuff out loud. We are in Cincinnati. Bengals fans can't hear you.
I know. Those guys behind the glass are killing me for even bringing it up.
I know. I'm just saying. You
that
just
wall's not fake, bro.
That's, right.
That's real right there.
The city's right there. I think I see a mob, actually, right back there. No, but Chris, you're so right. It's trenches. That's what this draft is built around. And I think when we talked about it, okay, is it as star-studded as it seems like it could be for other classes? No. And I think you're looking at teams now say, hey, we're not exactly sure what we're going to get out of this class. Let's just make our bets in the trenches and see if that.
Well, the other part of this is we started the night and everybody was like, "Oh my God, here's the trade right off the bat, and Travis Hunter is going here. We're going to make a switch in Jacksonville, and it's going to be nuts out here." It hasn't been. It's been chalk. It's been a lot of very predictable picks. At least as I saw the draft, I thought offensive line, defensive line was going to lead the way, and now I think as we head back into this draft, there'll be a couple more defensive players that are going to come off, but it'll be fun for the final hour or so because I do think you're going to see a lot of receivers, maybe a running back or 2, and maybe a quarterback or 2 in the last 10, 12 picks.
And halfway through, we still have the scenario of it's possible that all 32 teams could make a first-round pick, which I believe has never happened before.
Oh, I don't know.
I know it was the latest that we had seen every team holding their own pick coming into the process. It was like the first time since there was 32 teams that we'd seen that. But I don't know if all 32 teams have actually made a first round selection in one draft.
That's not going to happen, though, because those
Probably
quarterback picks
Somebody's
at
going to do something.
28, 29, 30, 31, 32, the quarterbacks are going to get the fifth year.
Bengals pick is in, and it is very on par with what they have done on the offensive line. Now just on the defensive line, drafting Shamar Stewart, the pass rusher from Texas A&M, right? I mean, think about it. You got Orlando Brown, who you pay the money to, and you bring in to play offensive tackle. You draft Demarius Mims just because he's too dang big for you to pass up. And here's Shamar Stewart. We talked about the production. It's not quite there yet, but it's hard to pass on a player who is as physically gifted as he is.
He had the best pre-draft process, I think, of any prospect in this year's draft. He was the highest graded player in the Senior Bowl. He had a basically perfect combine. He was an unbelievable combine. You see some of the highlights from the Senior Bowl right here. 6'5", 267 pounds, 96th percentile vertical, 98th percentile broad jump, 91st percentile 10-yard split, 90th percentile 40-yard dash. So I get, yes, the pass rush production isn't there, but you see some of the reps right here against some all-star offensive tackles. There is a lot to unlock there with Shamar Stewart. He's already a great run defender as well. He's the most physically gifted edge rusher we have in this draft.
Yeah, and I think Chris said it right. If we could just add anything to the arsenal and teach him how to rush the passer, this is the type of big home run swing the Bengals needed to take, right? I feel that way about two teams in the latter half of this first round, the Bengals and the Buffalo Bills. They need to take a swing, a big home run swing to raise the ceiling on this defense, and especially if they do get to keep Trey Hendrickson. I think Stewart's a great complement to Hendrickson. Hendrickson, the dynamite pass rusher. Stewart, another guy like Mykel Williams. Great run defense production. There's no question about that. His size and length are a monster in run defense, especially for Al Golden. I think bringing a lot more four-man fronts to this defense than Lou Anarumo did. He liked to get a lot in 5 down on early downs, but I think the way that this is where I was curious about Al Golden coming in to run this defense is what type of players does he want coming in here?
He's going to bring pressure, man. That's who he is.
Exactly, and you can bring Stewart, you can bring him down inside into that 4-eye technique. He's played over the tackle and even inside before at A&M and all those alignments, and that's part of the reason he didn't get all those sacks because he was moving around all the time.
But the other part of this thing is when you think about Trey Hendrickson, and who led the league 17 sacks, 17 and a half, something like that. But basically didn't have anybody else. I mean, Sam Hubbard now no longer with the team. I think officially retired. Mike Hilton, Von Bell on the back end. The feeling in Cincinnati was that all three of those guys sort of hit the wall at the same time. And so when you think about the year that Hendrickson had, to lead the NFL in sacks with basically not another threat over there, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see them come back to the defensive line as well and get inside at the tackle position and just try and really shore that up.
So many of them in this draft.
I mean, is Miles Murphy just done now in Cincinnati? I mean, you drafted him a couple of years ago. He's literally the same exact archetype that Shamar Stewart is. You just drafted his replacement.
He just hasn't done anything.
That's what I'm saying, though. So it's like, okay, you lose Hubbard. I think with this pick, you're basically saying
they're admitting they whiffed on it.
I think so.
Yeah,
because they're going to play. Those players would say that we'd play the same position,
right?
Unless you are having Miles Murphy gain more weight and try to play him inside, right?
Yeah,
which he can. I mean, he's big enough where that could be the case, but I think there was a chance for him to be their edge rusher this year, and I just don't know what you do with him now.
I think it's another player you could see traded by the end of the weekend. Honestly, it depends because he's not tied to Al Golden, right? That's the thing is Golden coming in here, they're going to tell him, hey, get the players that you want, and whoever you think should play. And look, there's not much on Murphy's 2 years of tape that says he should be a starter on that team.
Him and Thibodeau could both be traded somewhere in this draft.
True.
Honestly, 2 first-round picks at edge rusher. So.
What do you think they do in Seattle with Sam Darnold in there now? I mean, do you go you've already traded DK Metcalf, you cut Tyler Lockett. Do you go after a receiver here in this spot? Because there's some good ones that I think kind of fit right here. Matthew Golden, probably Luther Burden. Those are the two guys that, I like those two guys. So, who knows?
Gray Zabel's a possibility, right? They have needs at offensive line, interior offensive line. Wide receiver. You could argue one more pass
rusher. You brushed
rusher.
over that too easily. They have needs on interior offensive line at left guard, center, right guard.
Yeah. So and they're probably going to at least double dip when it comes
And
to
they have 50 and 52 because the DK Metcalf trade.
and 82 and 92. They got 5 of the top 100 here. So I do think there's an argument that they could take a weapon with some speed, because I look at them and they have Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp. They do have Marquez Valdez-Scantling, but yeah, he's vertical, but you don't want him out there every snap like that. I think Matthew Golden, somebody like that, would make sense. Luther Burden, who we love, would make some sense here. I know I've gotten some pushback in the past from Seattle fans who go, why would you take a receiver 18? Because for me, interior offensive line, the sweet spot's day 2 with all his picks they have, right? If they didn't get Gray Zabel now, maybe you trade up for him if he gets in the 30s. Maybe you just settle on Donovan Jackson at 50, and that's fine if he's
Jared
there.
Wilson, yeah.
Jared Wilson at center, Tate Ratledge. I think there's a lot of options on day 2 in the interior. Now, if they take Zabel now, I'm not going to blame them. It's their biggest need on their team. Interior pass protection was the reason that they didn't make the postseason last year. It was the sole reason they couldn't protect Geno Smith. Clint Kubiak's going to want to protect Sam Darnold here.
You better protect Sam Darnold. The last 2 games that Sam Darnold played were, I mean, it was stunning how much he struggled with pressure. I mean, he just could not get the ball out of his hands. And so coming into opening day, they better spend all the training camp throwing pressure at him and having him figure out how to get that thing out of there quickly.
And I do feel more optimistic than most do, because I think him reuniting with Clint Kubiak, they were together in San Francisco. He was his quarterback coach in 2023 in San Fran. I do think it's a similar system. It's the right system to run. I think Darnold can have success, but yes, he has to be protected. And Trevor, it looks like that's the first place that Kubiak went with it here.
Can I just Seattle did the right thing here.
Yeah.
They did the right thing. They took Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel is the pick
guy.
here at number 18 for the Seattle Seahawks. I think we tried to, when we went about mock draft exercises for the Seahawks, trying to predict what this pick was going to be, it was so painfully obvious that if Gray Zabel was on the board, he should be the pick for them. You talked about how Shamar Stewart, maybe nobody had a better draft process than him. This guy would have given him a run for his money,
And
right?
he did.
From what we saw at the Senior Bowl, where he goes from being an offensive tackle and a good offensive tackle at North Dakota State, he goes to Senior Bowl. They line him up at left guard, dominant. Center, dominant. Right guard, dominant. Just all 3 days.
But he was never going to be a tackle.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
when you watch the tape of him playing tackle, you're going,
switching positions, though, like picking it up immediately at
Against
the Senior
college
Bowl.
All-Stars, when all he's played was FCS players.
Well,
before, too.
and even
Yeah.
in game action at North Dakota State across his 5 years he played there, or 6? He was there for a long time. He has reps on tape in game action at all 5 spots on the offensive line. This is this year's Graham Barton, is what it is.
Yes, it is.
I'll take Graham Barton all day.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
And what I love about this, too, I didn't love the Tyler Booker rumors to Seattle because he does not fit that scheme at all. Clint Kubiak loves to run outside
Tell
zone.
him.
And Gray Zabel is an extremely athletic interior offensive lineman. He had the second best vertical jump we have ever seen from an interior offensive lineman at 36.5 inches. So I love this fit. The scheme fit in Seattle is perfect for the run blocking scheme. He's a great pass blocker too. They needed interior offensive linemen. This is the perfect guy for them. Perfect pick by Seattle.
You know why I love this pick? Not just because it's a good player. It's the flexibility that it gives them at 50 and 52, right? Because this guy can play center, he can play left guard, and he can play right guard. If Jared Wilson from Georgia is there on the board for them at 50 or 52, you have no problem now drafting Jared Wilson and saying, there we go, 2 out of 3 starters, feel excellent about. 2 fantastic football players. And then at 52, you can go with whoever you want, maybe one of the corners that's there, which we feel like they will address.
Gray Zabel, Jared Wilson, Christian Haynes, something like that?
I would like that. I was a Christian Haynes guy. And
I'm with
really,
you.
But
he didn't win the job last year, and I felt like he could have.
Don't rule out some tackle depth on day 2 and day 3 too. Because Abraham Lucas's knee injury has been an issue for him the last couple of years too. They might be looking for a backup plan, let's say, at tackle.
Sure.
Who's picking next?
You know who's picking next. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are picking next, and I'll tell you, this pick, in my opinion, is the barometer for what the NFL thinks of Jihad Campbell's shoulder. Because if his shoulder is all right, I think Tampa takes him here. But if they're worried about him missing a significant amount of minicamp, OTAs, and then into training camp, I don't think Tampa drafts him here. And I think that they will, most likely, I do think that they would pick Donovan Ezraku. So this is an extremely intriguing pick here, because if Campbell doesn't go here,
God, feels like Todd Bowles there, doesn't it?
it does.
This pick
he is the perfect player for them. I just don't know if he'll do it.
His shoulder would have to not be right.
Right.
But there are good edge rushers still left on the board. I mean, and that's what they need. That's what they've got to have it. So we'll see if Joe Tryon Shoyinka really didn't work out for him, right? And
Still some good DBs on the board, too. I'll say that.
Do think about Malachi Starks a little bit here,
gonna
put him
say.
back there with Winfield.
The only reason I would say that they might not do that is because they've talked about wanting to move Tyke from the slot to that safety spot. So, and now Malachi maybe changes it. So maybe they go, hey, we could have Malachi Starks and Antoine Winfield Jr. back there, and Tyke, you stay in the slot, and we're good with it. But they had talked about a little bit.
Or you could just go freak with that Eman Worry.
I wonder how much they'd be in on Eman Worry, because certainly Bowles, being as multiple and creative as he is as a defensive coordinator, you think that he could be
That'd be a
interested
great
in a
scheme
player.
for him.
But for me, if you're going to go that route, you probably go Jahdae Barron instead, because he has that sort of versatility inside
And
now.
you go Tyke back and Barron in the slot, and then you get real weird in the secondary, and Barron's blitzing all the time, and you just never know what Todd Bowles is going to do with some of this personnel. But I'm with you. I think Campbell's the natural fit. Also, how many years are we going to keep doing the Levante David one-year contract? Eventually, there's a success.
Hold on, he's got another 5 years.
Is he trying to play past the age that Tom Brady did? They have some side bet going on here. Or what?
That could be the case. I mean, he's still playing pretty well. He really is. But there's no doubt about it, especially with Savasier Dennis getting hurt last year. They didn't have anybody at linebacker. And I know you were covering that game when they were playing Washington. And they were thin at corner, they were thin at linebacker, and it was just too much.
Yep.
They had Jaden Daniels, and he was picking apart a lot of the weaknesses that they had there. So there's a lot of areas where Tampa could go on the defense, could go secondary, could go linebacker, could go edge rusher. I do think it's a defensive pick, even though the one wide receiver they did invite in the top 30, Matthew Golden, is still on the board.
And we're
But
coming up to Pittsburgh.
we'll see.
Quarterback time coming up.
The pick is in. We'll get to that in a sec.
Who was it?
All right, the best way to have some fun while watching sports, it's Prize Picks. Best way to win cash while you're watching these sports games and sporting events like the NFL Draft right here. App's very easy to use. You just make a lineup. It's like the couple of more or less on certain stats that you see. You see Travis Hunter's right there on the board. And you see all sorts of rookies if you download the Prize Picks app. And if you do, use the promo code PFF. If you do that, you deposit $5 and you bet $5 on a single lineup, whether you win or lose, you're going to get $50 in free bets. Everybody loves that. We see individual defensive players as well. It's not just the offensive guys. Look at the sack total for Abdul Carter. More or less than 9.75. Ooh, boy, that's a lot of sacks for a rookie. Kind of like it, though. He's incredible talent, especially if they end up moving on from Kayvon Thibodeau. We'll see. Make sure you guys download the Prize Picks app. Use that promo code PFF. Bet $5 on your first lineup, and you get $50 free. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. Welcome back, I guess. Which is how I feel right now after seeing who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers picked. It's Ohio State wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. I've never been more torn on a Buccaneers draft pick since as long as I can remember watching the team, because I love the player. Emeka Egbuka is a phenomenal football player. I think he is going to be an excellent wide receiver. He is going to be fantastic. You just paid Chris Godwin Mike Evans, I looked youthful there at the second half of the season. I think he's got 2 years left. Jalen McMillan, they just drafted, and I thought he came along fine last year. They still have Trey Palmer. They obviously re-signed Sterling Shepard as well, Baker Mayfield's buddy there. I'm so floored that they went receiver at 19.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is they've obviously seen Hassan Reddick at this point and liked what they saw, right? And here's a guy that's had a ton of sacks in his career, not last year, but he has. So maybe Yaya Diaby, they feel good with Reddick on the other side, and you got Vita Vea sitting inside. So there you go.
He's an amazing football player. And in fact, I had him in my mock draft going to the Denver Broncos here at number 20. And I didn't think that Tampa was going to go receiver. They brought in one receiver for a top 30 visit, and it ended up being Matthew Golden. But very clearly, they liked what they do about Emeka Egbuka enough to not bring him in for a top 30. To me, this tells me something about Chris Godwin or Mike Evans. Like, does Mike Evans only have 1 year left before he's going to retire? Is Chris Godwin, are they that worried about where he is going to be with his knee injury? Very clearly, they're just making sure they're good no matter what. And so they're drafting a hell of a football player here, but I wonder if this tells us something about Chris Godwin coming off of that injury. And even after paying him, which is the crazy part to me, they draft a wide receiver here at number 19.
I mean, listen, Egbuka, he's the smoothest wide receiver that we have in this draft class. And I think the one thing that people said I always hated about him was, okay, he's always been the number 2 receiver at Ohio State. Guys, he played with Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jeremiah Smith, who we'll talk about in 2 years as well. He played with like generational talents at the wide receiver position. This guy is no Robin to any Batman. He could really be a legitimate threat in the NFL. Like I said, he's arguably the best route runner, I would say, in this year's draft. I believe, Trevor, you had the comp to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, I think he's a bigger version of Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's how he plays.
I do love the player. I think it's a little funky of a fit in Tampa.
I do too. And I mean, you always have to look at alternatives. If you've got Matthew Golden taking the top off, if all Matthew Golden does is run 4-2-9 down the middle of the defense and create space for those other 2 receivers, that makes perfect sense to me. I'm like, okay, I'm in for that. I got that. I understand it. But you're gonna kind of clutter with a lot of the same kind of types. Like, he's almost more of a slot guy, right? I mean, he's not fast. I mean, he's fast, but he's not fast. He's not a great route runner. He's a good route runner. He's a solid player.
He is another version, in my opinion, of Chris Godwin.
I'll take that. I agree.
And people, I think, would tell you could never have too many Chris Godwins, and I would agree. I just didn't think that after paying Chris that's what they would do here. So very clearly, they believe they could still win this division for multiple years to come, and they're not going to let offensive playmaker, they're not going to risk whatever Godwin's going to be post-rehab get in the way of that. And I think that's what this pick signals.
I think they're hedging beyond that because this is the last year of Mike Evans' current contract. And just in case he's not getting 1,000 yards again, he's going to be 32, 33 years old. And I mean, you're right.
But you still don't have a deep threat on your team if you take Mike Evans off of it with what you got.
Right. So, I mean, I'm a little at a loss as far as what role Egbuka would play early on. The other thing it tells me is he must have just been the highest player on the Bucs board at this point. And they feel like, okay, we can get more rushers in this class. They just love him. They must have seen Egbuka as a top 12 or 13 talent.
And 100% of the people thought he was the best character guy in the entire draft.
Right. And the Bucs gravitate towards investing in guys that they know that they can count on.
Nothing speaks to the character more. He might be the best run blocker at the wide receiver position.
That's
in this year's draft.
Why the Chris Godwin comps. They probably looked at him and said, "We have our younger Chris Godwin."
Bucky Irving is going to love this guy when he gets
there.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Again, he does everything at a high level. He's maybe not an elite player at anything, but he does everything at a high level. He's a very solid all-around receiver. Again, for Tampa Bay, it's a little weird.
All right, so I said that I had Egbuka to the Denver Broncos at 20. They're now on the clock. What do we think they do?
Who's the Joker? That's the question. I mean, that's all they talk about, right? Who's the Joker here?
Your guy.
Yep.
Luther Burden's the best choice.
I think you're right. The other guy that I swear might hit everybody out of the blue if he were to hit, but Dylan Sampson was the SEC Offensive Player of the Year.
There we go, baby.
And that sucker is, I can say sucker, right? I'm good with that. I'm not going to get
said? He's like, I'm going to FanDuel right now.
But I just think that he has, like, Hampton's big and fast, but he's not, he's 220 and he can give you a lot of things. And I like Travion Henderson. But the more I watched Sampson, I was like, man, I'd be willing to sit back, and if he's the middle of the second round, I'll take him all day.
This is the debate. Quinshawn Judkins, Travion Henderson, Cam Scatterbo, Dylan Sampson, all those guys, a million guys we're going to talk about all weekend. This is the debate. Is Amarion Hampton worth the value here? Or do you feel like get the dangerous slot weapon like Luther Burden, right, and then work on running back on day 2? I think it's a really good argument for it. And
they took a defensive joker.
That's all out the window. It doesn't even
defensive
matter.
joker.
Wow.
Who did they take?
They took Jahdae Barron.
I'm good with that too.
The first corners off the board, they invested. Their big splash in free agency was Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. They had Riley Moss. They've got Jaquan McMillan in the slot, and now they add Jahdae Barron with Patrick Surtain as their shutdown outside corner.
It's a great pick.
This is a top 3 defense in the NFL. This is a top 3 defense in the NFL.
Him and Surtain, man.
What Peyton's done in Denver is off the charts. Finding the quarterback. This draft pick is, to me, I had him in my top 10. I love Jahdae Barron.
I do too.
This sucker can play any
Hell of a
position. Jalen Ramsey, you just think of him when you're doing and he's fast. I mean, this guy can run too. He can play outside corner. He can play inside. He is a defensive joker. That's a good call.
Absolutely. Electric feet, the highest graded zone coverage cornerback in the country last year. Yep. And I think about Denver, and they play a boatload of cover 3. He can play man-to-man a little bit, but they play a lot of cover 3. So, I think about those two guys you just mentioned in Moss and McMillan. McMillan with a 63 coverage grade last year, Moss with a 56. You can get better out there, right? And if we're talking about the Broncos wanting to get more offensive weapons, sure, there's a ton of day 2 tight ends. There's day 2 running backs like Chris was talking about. Receivers, maybe a Jaden Higgins or somebody like that's a target in the second round. This is another one I feel like, just like the last pick with Tampa Bay, this had to be the best player on their board.
Yep.
Because it's not their biggest need, but man, he makes their defense a lot better. And you said it, Surtain, who just won Defensive Player of the Year and was the most valuable cornerback, actually the most valuable non-QB in football this last year per PFF WAR. Now you add Jahdae Barron on the other side of it, who was he the most valuable?
Most valuable non-quarterback in the nation as well. Yeah,
and that's even ahead of Travis Hunter, or at least at corner at one position. I got to find the numbers both ways on Hunter, but Barron was awesome at Texas, and the inside-outside flexibility when they could use improvement at either side. That's incredible.
He's a stud. He's a hitter. He can cover. He can run. I've never really even seen him blitz. I think he's going to be a great blitzer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he blitzed when they used him in the slot and as a safety the previous 2 seasons. And he's number 11 on my board. I think he's a hell of a player. I had him ranked above Will Johnson. I've had him as CB2 for a while now.
But nobody's going to care now because Pittsburgh's on the clock.
That's true.
Here we go. This is it. Showtime right now.
Do we think it's Shedeur Sanders?
No, they didn't do it.
I don't.
They didn't do it?
No, they didn't do it.
What?
You're getting it before me.
You're getting it before us. Calm down over there.
Calm down over there. Are you on better
Wi-Fi?
You
got to look at the official feed.
I told you.
You got to look at the official feed here.
I told you he was the player.
He is a great player. There's not often that a guy like Shedeur Sanders falls into your lap and they pass him.
Who did they take?
Derek Carr. Sorry, Derek Carr.
God, jeez. All right. Yeah, guys out here having this is like the divided line here. You're having your own conversation over here with the draft show.
Chris and I are just going over
Can I please announce who the pick is?
But you know who it was? The talk was that they had to start looking for the replacement for Cameron Hayward.
Yeah.
And he is Cameron Hayward.
How are they going to score?
Who cares? Nobody cares. It's Pittsburgh. They don't care. They don't care. What do you keep it close to the fourth quarter?
Every
they
game
won't
is
run out of
13
beer.
to 10.
They don't
I
care.
knew. I
They don't
Big
care.
Ten football at its best right here, baby.
They don't care.
I hate this, though. I really would take Shedeur Sanders. Not that
I would, me with that. I mean, that's all. But now I just go, well, you traded your second-round pick for DK Metcalf. What are you going to do? Is it Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph
Is it going to be
right
Kirk Cousins? Is that what
No, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers.
When?
At some point.
Maybe.
A week before the season?
That's what I said before. What was it on the final mock draft show that we did? I was like, I'm not convinced that they take any quarterback here at 21. I thought if Shedeur Sanders got to 21, they would take it. But I said I think Pittsburgh is very comfortable taking their defensive tackle of the future to take over for Cam Hayward and then just figuring it out with Aaron Rodgers.
And the quarterback draft is not over. I'm just telling you, in Pittsburgh, think about where we're talking about. In Pittsburgh, and I've made this case before, but Jalen Milroe could be sitting around in round 2 in this spot, and so could Tyler Shuck out of Louisville. who looks like Ben Roethlisberger when he's standing in the pocket back there. He's not as tough as that. But, I mean, this draft is not over at the quarterback position for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
No.
But how are they? They don't have a second-round pick, right?
They don't.
They gave it away for
got a
Metcalf.
third. It's a third.
It's a third.
Can they
Will
sign
Howard,
Aaron
baby.
Rodgers
Will
and
Howard.
trade him?
We need
Will
quite a slide
Howard.
from Shedeur
Will
Sanders.
Howard.
Kyle
Believe.
Ward, I mean,
Will Howard.
I'll take it.
I look at it right now. I think in my head now, from some of the rumors we heard earlier this week, that I go, is Pittsburgh's starting quarterback going to be Kirk Cousins? Is that where we're going?
Maybe.
I don't think so. I think they're perfectly comfortable walking in the door with Mason Rudolph.
Hey, listen, if they tank and get Arch next year, I will not complain. So, that's not. Well, listen, Derek Carmen, though, great player. Hey, the most pressures in the nation at D tackle this past year. 55 pressures. Next closest D tackle had 44 pressures. So, he was fantastic. I don't know who was second most. I should have.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You
Didn't
just-
mean to put you on the
Yeah,
spot.
sorry.
You were just very confident. I thought you had it up there, so I was very curious.
He and Mason Graham, though.
I was hoping that it was Omar Norman Lot propaganda.
No,
but
it
go
wasn't,
ahead.
unfortunately.
I mean, this is wild for the quarterback class in Shedeur.
It is.
Think about where we were with Shedeur when the season ended, and where we are right now. Because now, what happens?
I'm still where we were when the season ended. I don't know why he didn't just go. I don't get. He might just naturally get to 33. What if? I mean,
Cleveland gets.
the Browns or the Giants might just get a shot at him. They might not even have
what
it.
I'm
That's
saying.
absolutely possible from the beginning of the day.
I don't get. I
Or
don't,
they could trade up 4 or 5 picks and take them at the end of the first round.
Sure. I just don't get it for Pittsburgh.
When we were at the Combine, we talked about this when we did the live stream shows and when we did the post-Combine mock draft and everything. I said I could not find anybody, and I talked to a lot of people at the Combine, people who cover teams, right? People who have sources within organizations. I couldn't find anybody who talked about Shedeur Sanders with conviction as a first-round pick. I didn't really find anybody that did that. Now, that wasn't to say, and I said that when we were on the live show. I'm not saying that means he's for sure not going to be a first-round pick, but it makes me a hell of a lot less confident that he is going to be. And so, as we get closer to the draft, we call it, smoke screen season. Things are going up and down, and I often kind of go back to what we hear at the Combine, and I do feel as though there are a lot of substantial things that we learn when we're at the Combine. Mm-hmm. And though things certainly change when it comes to trading up, trading down, things like that, I don't know how much player assessment changes from that point on. Needs change with free agency, but again, that is how I felt when we were in Indianapolis, is that I was not convinced that Shedeur Sanders was going to be a first-round pick.
Well, if he wants to fall all the way to the Jets at 42, be my guest. I'm not against that either.
I know you're not.
You already know I'm not. I mean, I just even more than the Shedeur part of it, the Steelers. There's no way they can be comfortable with where they're at right now, because now they don't have a shot. To me, unless they trade the rest of their draft, they don't have a shot at even Milroe or Dart if they want to. They don't pick till 83. Unless the league just thinks this class is that awful and those guys are falling to 83, which...
Would Aaron Rodgers have said, look, I'm not signing until I see you not pick a quarterback in the first round?
Probably.
I think there's rumors that Kirk Cousins said that too, that he wants a guaranteed starting job.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Kirk. Does he have a no trade? He got a no trade on the deal?
I think they've got a tough. Apparently, they were wanting some team to pay off $20 million of the contract if they were to make the deal. So they would be on the hook for 20 of it.
He does have a no trade clause.
He does have a no trade clause.
So he's got to give the okay on any trade that happens.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. That is very interesting, because I'm sure that's part of his stipulation. He's like, you can trade me to a team, but I'll tell the team that I'm not going to play for them if they have a rookie quarterback. Aaron Rodgers could have very well been the same thing for them.
Man, I just think that all of a sudden the Browns and Giants got to be feeling really good. If they like Shedeur. And
they're going to get a good quarterback when it circles back to them. Now, they may have to move up a couple, and they probably should. I mean, there's a very good chance that Kansas City, Philadelphia, at the end of this, the Rams, somebody is going to trade out of that position, and somebody's going to take their quarterback of choice coming up at the end of this round.
All right, Chargers. No Colston Loveland, no Kenneth Grant. The easy picks for them are gone. Mm-hmm. Where are they going?
Talent at helping their quarterback, whether that's
Matthew Golden,
running back, Hampton, whether it's Golden, whether it's Burden, somebody to help their cause, just to give them options.
feel like this team's going to draft cornerback at some point. I don't think it'd be Will Johnson here. For as
lot of
much
good
as
edge.
that's-
Wait a minute now. We lost the other 2 Michigan guys, but now you get that one. Maybe so.
well, that's what
Maybe
I'm saying.
still
Like,
get
I don't think it's going to be Will Johnson, although that
Michigan,
connection is interesting.
desperation move here. Last
Absolutely.
one standing.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
think it could be?
I wouldn't put it past Jim.
Oh, of course.
Would you? I mean, honestly, that's all we've talked about is Loveland and Grant because of the connection. And now, look, this is something we haven't even mentioned yet. We kept talking about Will Johnson as a top 15 pick, and he's going to go to the Falcons or the Cardinals or somewhere in Miami, something like. Teams must really be concerned about Will Johnson's injuries too.
Yeah.
Because I thought there was a chance that he could slide. And that's the exact reason why he already had average top end speed, to say the least. And you've got these nagging injuries that, look, when he's 100%, he's primetime. No question, he's one of the 3 best corners in this class. But I wasn't entirely sure he would get this far. Maybe Jim Harbaugh would think about it.
Well, and don't forget Joey Bosa now no longer there. He's in Buffalo, so maybe they're looking for an edge here.
Yeah.
And there are good edges left on the board here.
There are.
Asante Samuel's still a free agent too, so they may be
Asante
looking.
Samuel Jr., okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they may be looking for another corner. So.
I mean, Asante Samuel Sr. is also
He's also still free agent if he wants to make a comeback,
so
correct,
I guess
yeah.
I didn't clarify myself there. Donovan Izaraku still on the board,
Yep.
right? I mean, like he could
So do
potentially
we
be
need
a
to
pick.
side bet on who's the next edge rusher? I know you like Green, and I know you like Pierce, and I like Izaraku. So what do we got?
I might cheat in on Ezaraku because of my Packers connection.
Oh,
See if
that's
might see him go
right.
next with a
One more
DC.
pick. One more pick.
I'm going Ezaraku. I'm taking him from you.
Okay, that's fine.
nice.
You can take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you want to agree.
John Campbell, where's he landed? Rams, maybe?
That would be money.
Right, if he gets to 26.
If he went to the Rams, it'd be money. I would love it.
Buffalo would be hot too, at number 30 overall.
I would be not. Man,
I
that
wonder
would
if
be
there's
quite
any
the fall for him.
conversations now about the quarterback class going on right here with this pick.
With the Chargers, you're
Would
saying
somebody
potentially
trade up to
trade
try
back?
and
get
The
a
only
spot?
thing about the Chargers are they've got 10 picks in this draft. So I'm not sure they feel like they got to acquire more. But hey, could always get a little bit richer with draft picks. We'll see. We'll talk about more about what Jim Harbaugh is going to do here on the clock. We'll be right back in a sec. Don't go anywhere.
Jack Links presents The Greatest Duo. There's nothing like a great duo. 2 flavors, 1 bag. New Jack Links Duos.
Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. While you're here, now is the perfect time to level up your football insight because PFF Plus is 25% off for a limited time. Just head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 to claim it. If this is your first time using PFF Plus, here's what you are unlocking. Access to the same player data trusted by all 32 NFL teams, player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools, and yeah, it's the same data that we're using here right now on this show to elevate every single pick. You'll also get the 2025 NFL Draft Guide with the scouting reports of hundreds of prospects, complete with player comp, scheme fits, helping you understand where each guy fits and how they will project to the next level. It doesn't stop after the draft. Build and manage your fantasy rosters with lineup tools, matchup data, betting projections, tools that give you a real edge every single week and set you up for the stretch run. If you want smarter analysis behind every pick and deeper insight into the game, PFF Plus is built for you. Go to subscribe.pff.com, use that promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that is subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. Chris, you just said something during the break that I think is very interesting that I want to talk about here. These are now the playoff teams, right? So now we got to talk about guys who are going to be impacts for their winning windows, which they are already in, right? The top 20 is a lot of teams who are still setting up the winning window. But teams like the Chargers, I know they, really took a leap versus sort of what they were going to be in the first year of their regime, but that winning window is open. They showed that last year. So does that mean that we think it's going to be more of a immediate impact, like a Matthew Golden or something like that? Or do you think Jim Harbaugh is going to stay true to his philosophy and maybe get the depth of this defensive line going?
That would be my choice. I would either set up with a pass rusher to replace Bosa, or I would go Matthew Golden or Luther Burden. I mean, but just somebody else to help. It just feels like for them, having Matthew Golden, a deep threat, is a better fit, as I look at it. So.
And Burden can get deep too as well. It's just a matter of which one of those guys, Jim Harbaugh or Greg Roman, would prefer. I think it is hard to read because you mentioned the corner need before with Will Johnson. Defensive line is a problem. Now, for them, it's kind of unfortunate that Grant and Nolan and Harmon are all off the board now, because I don't think we're going to get another. Is there another defensive tackle I can think of that might?
Not that I.
Tyleik Williams, Darius Alexander.
We're at that next tier of those guys that's not going to go here. Replacing Poona Ford would have been fun, but I think your edge player, corner, or maybe me personally, probably Luther Burden I like as the next best receiver, but
It's none of that.
It's none of that because of course it's none of that. That's what we're getting at now in this range, and it just shows you how many scenarios there are. Well, Max, what is it then?
Omari and Hampton.
It is Omari and Hampton. Okay.
That was sort of the chalk of the whole thing.
All right, we get Omari and Hampton into the first round here. That's 2 running backs, Ashton Genty in the top 10, and then Omari and Hampton here. We were told that Omari and Hampton could have been RB1 for some teams in this year's draft. And that just goes to show you how highly he was thought of around the league as somebody who could be a big difference maker on the ground. This is a team that they signed Najee Harris. Doesn't matter. They're spending their first round pick on a running back that they feel like they can lean on. And I can understand why. This is a running back who has 3 down ability for you. He's great in pass protection. He's got soft hands as a receiver. And then he has certainly got the body type of somebody who is explosive enough, strong enough, agile enough to be able to be a 100-yard rusher for you week in and week out. What do you guys think about this pick here?
Tell me how he's that much different than Najee Harris, though. So
he is more explosive than Najee is.
Okay, but you've got the same 220 to 230 or 40 or whatever Najee is now kind of back. I mean, to me, they're sort of the same. I wasn't quite as high on Hampton as other people were. I think I told you guys I like Dylan Sampson. I had him as my number 2 guy, but I get Hampton. If you wrote down on a piece of paper, what do I want at a running back position? I want somebody who's this fast.
Who looks like this guy.
Someone who looks like him, who can run with power. I honestly really do think that he's a little like Najee Harris in the style of play. When he gets out in space, he's fast, but he doesn't make that open field miss tackle that you see out of guys, that 220 that can run like him. There just wasn't that finishing element to him that I saw in Dylan Sampson.
I think with Hampton, I mean, that's the 2 words. He's big and he's fast, and he was second over the last couple seasons behind Ashton Genty in yards after contact, which says a lot. And you got to remember, Najee Harris only had a 1-year deal with like $6 million or $6.5 million guaranteed. So they know they signed Najee so they would have something going into this process. But Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh love to have that workhorse, high volume back, and they get it in Hampton. Now, I'm with you, Chris. In the open field, there's not a ton of wiggle. He's straight line fast, but there's not a lot of wiggle. The vision needs a little work. And I think, to me, especially as big as he is, he runs behind his shoulder pads like 50 to 60% of the time. And when he does, that's a sledgehammer. No question. When he hits that third step of open space and he gets behind his shoulder pads, safeties aren't even, that's a business decision, right? But I think you're talking about the Chargers looking for a long-term solution at position, and he's still a stopgap. And I think there's, for as much as he's had, 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, the 1,000-yard season you have to take with a grain of salt because it's kind of inefficient. Hampton can be that workhorse guy, that 3-down back for him, like Trev mentioned.
This is the kind of pick that we expect the Chargers to make last year, right? They did not take a running back until the 6th round in last year's draft. Now they take one in the first round here in Omari and Hampton. And quick story, we interviewed Mac Brown last year, and we asked him about Omari and Hampton, and he said, man, our DBs hate tackling this guy in practice. I said, Coach, I think every DB feels the same way. He goes, yeah, you're probably right. So like you just mentioned right there, safety's got to make a business decision when they go up against Omari and Hampton. He's got the size, he's got the speed, the explosiveness. I'm with Chris, though. I would not have taken a second running back in the first round because of how deep this class is. But clearly the Chargers, who had the 4th worst rushing grade last year, they wanted to get their future at the position, and they got one here tomorrow.
I'm surprised that they took a running back here in the first round because they have 10 picks in this draft.
Right.
And I felt as though they could have done that elsewhere. But, this is somebody 97th percentile in yards after contact per attempt over the last 2 years. That's pretty damn good. So he's certainly somebody who looks the part of an NFL running back, and obviously they want to make sure that the run game is as good as it can possibly be. Jim Harbaugh, basically everywhere he has been, has had a committee of running backs that he likes to go to. We've got the Green Bay Packers now on the board. Your boy Donovan Ezraku is here.
This sets up perfectly for Green Bay. They can go receiver, which everybody talks about. They haven't had a number 1 receiver forever and a day, and they can go edge rusher. That, to me, and it doesn't matter which one they do. They're right with either one.
Third one, this is another spot I'm looking at it as a Will Johnson possibility. We don't know Jair Alexander's situation. They're extremely thin at corner. There's a lot of people around Green Bay who think corner might be their top priority. Will Johnson falling to them here, despite it maybe being for injury reasons, that might be a godsend for him because we were unsure if the Packers could get their hands on one of these top 3, certainly not Hunter, but we're talking Barron and Johnson here. He's there if they want him. If they're going to trade Jair Alexander and they're going to reset the secondary with Will Johnson, it's not a bad move either.
Yeah, I really did not think that Will Johnson was going to be an option for them, so I haven't really considered it very much. I think Donovan Ezraku being here is an excellent choice for them as well, as is Matthew Golden, right? I mean, we've talked about wide receiver being an issue for this team, and I've talked about over the last couple of weeks, if you fast forward a year from now, the only 2 wide receivers currently on the team who might be there are Jaden Reed and Malik Keith. Like, there is a legitimate chance that Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson, who are both unrestricted free agents next year, and depending on if Dontavian Wicks is able to bounce back and certainly up that catching percentage, lower that drop percentage he had this past year, will he even be on the team? So this wide receiver room gets incredibly thin very quickly if you're not taking one here.
And they're lacking speed in that receiving core right now. And Matthew Golden provides the speed. And Chris made a great point earlier saying Matthew Golden, if nothing else, he provides the dangerous threat of taking the top off the defense. So I think this would be a great pick for Green Bay right here because they have a lot of guys in that receiver room, but not a lot of speed in that receiver room. And now Matthew Golden with his 4.29 speed would be a great addition.
And Jordan Love operated at his best the second half of 2023 when the top was taken off and he was staying patient, throwing in that intermediate range. If he's got Golden to take safeties out of it and give him those big intermediate windows to work with, I know you don't always want to, well, then you talk about, you guys are talking about Matt Golden as a decoy. Well, yeah, but sometimes he's actually going to get open over the top. And he's a really good route runner. That's actually the best part of his game, his route running, his body control, his ability to stop and start and break down into his routes. But they do need that level of explosiveness, or at least the threat of it, the same way kind of that we thought of, of Texas Xavier Worthy last year for the Chiefs, of if nothing else, the speed threatens safeties, and we can work underneath, right? So a Golden would bring that element, but there's a lot of different roads. The Packers, for me, have been probably one of the 3 or 4 hardest teams to predict because they have big-time needs at very, very key spots.
Yeah, and this is a team that, what do we think about their defensive line? Disappointment this past year. They've got a lot of dudes on the defensive line. Rashawn Gary, Lucas Van Ness, Devontae Wyatt. Right. I mean, they've got a lot of guys on that defensive line. They just didn't play very well last year.
Well, Rashawn Gary needs somebody opposite him. Lucas Van Ness didn't end up being what they had hoped
I agree.
would expect to be. And when you're talking about the kind of offenses that you have in that division, you better have somebody go get the quarterback a little bit. So that doesn't surprise me at all. And a corner wouldn't surprise me either. Does Maxwell Harrison come into play at all for you guys?
Yes, good call. Very good call.
4.28, it seems like the Packers, when they draft a corner, it is somebody that can fly. And Hairston
fits his own defense perfectly.
Jeff
too.
Hafley ran, so when he was at Boston College, they ran a boatload of man coverage to cover one every play. They went to, because you can't do that in the NFL, you'll get torched eventually, ran a lot more zone than expected last year. And Hairston, if you couldn't get Barron and you want the next best, just speedy, explosive feet zone corner, Hairston is probably your next best option.
He cannot tackle at all.
No. He's super smart.
He was better in 2023, but 2024 was tough.
He's Jahdae Barron with less physicality. Yeah, that's exactly how I'd put that.
I can't wait, honestly. I hope it's an edge rusher because I want to see which one of the 3 goes.
I just want to be right about it. I want this to be Ezraku bad.
I do too. I think he deserves to be the next pick if that's where they go.
I just wonder, I feel like they're going to overlook their thresholds one way or the other because they have thresholds at wide receiver, they have thresholds at corner. and they're going to overlook one of them, and it looks like it's wide receiver because it's Matthew Golden.
By the way, first wide receiver in the first round for the Packers since 2002. Javon Walker, 2002. It's been 23 years.
There you go, Brian Gutekunst.
Since they took a pass catcher.
Way to do it, buddy.
Going crazy.
Always believed in you.
Oh, yeah.
Finally.
Always believed in you.
And they've had some great wide receivers like Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams found the second round of the draft, but finally, first time in over 2 decades, they take a pass catcher in the first round.
They need wide receiver. Josh Jacobs threw his own teammates under the bus saying, oh yeah, we need a wide receiver one. We don't have one. Jordan Love, big game hunting quarterback. You can't have a quarterback with his mentality and not have a wide receiver to pair with him deep down the field, because when you don't, you get what happened this past year. He wants to do it, and you don't have the wide receivers to be able to execute that sort of passing attack. And so you don't want to rein in Jordan Love. You drafted him and you developed him for a reason. You want him to be that type of a quarterback. But they lacked that type of a pass catcher with him this past season. Now they actually get somebody who, I don't think he plays 4-2-9, but at least he can be a field stretcher for you.
Right.
This is twofold. Everyone is going to talk about, oh, wow, okay, so he's taking over the Watson role and he's getting over the top and they're going to chuck deep balls. And I'm telling you, I look at this the other way. This is the type of receiver with the threat of that speed and what he can do vertically that sets up the rest of their offense and makes Jordan Love more comfortable to throw it in that 10 to 20-yard range to Jaden Reed, to Romeo Doubs, to Dontavian Wicks. It sets up their entire offense better, even more so than it is just Golden being the go ball.
Well, and this guy, when he takes off on the line of scrimmage, they give you 10-yard pivot routes. They just give them to you. Like, forget that. You want to throw it 10 yards, fine, go ahead. But I'm not letting you get behind me here. I think the speed element overwhelmed this pick here. And I really like it for Green Bay. I really like it.
I think this is a spot where this is one of the more ideal spots for Golden because I think there's such a clear path in this offense for maybe he won't lead the league in receiving yards, right? But there's a clear path for him to help this entire offense and what Matt LaFleur wants to do with deep crossers and him going down the middle of the field on posts and deep outs isolated. He can run those as well. I just think you open up so much that it's not just the deep ball. That is when Jordan Love was at his best. At the second half of 2023 was a slightly more patient Jordan Love, and this year you got more of the bad habits where forcing deep balls, looking for too many home runs. You look for too many home runs, you get too many strikeouts. Jordan Love needs to hit more singles and doubles, and then all that opens up over the top.
And a lot of people might point to Matthew Golden's production and say, okay, why is this guy going in the first round? You got to remember, he dealt with less than ideal quarterback situations throughout his entire career. At Houston with Donovan Smith, at Texas with Quinn Ewers this past year as well. I mean, this guy has really good hands, excellent speed, and one of the best route runners in the class. I think in the NFL, he could be an even better player than he was in college.
The interesting one now for the Minnesota Vikings with me comes down to, I know they would have wanted a defensive tackle. They're all off the board here. That's the one spot they would want. A corner, obviously, they'd like to have that, but they also could use a safety. So this may be the first possibility that we're talking about. Starks, Emmanuel, one of those guys, and Jahad Campbell, when you're talking about the style of defense like this, may come out of wherever hiding place he is right now.
They've got to trade down.
That's the thing.
They've only got 4 picks in this draft.
The interesting conversation with them is they have 4 picks right now in this draft, and if you don't trade here, you probably won't recoup that many picks at all because they pick at 24 here. They don't pick again until 97 at the back of the 3rd round.
Yeah.
So the only pick that you have to give yourself a lot in return is 24.
But what's sitting out there that you got to have?
Shedeur Sanders.
The quarterbacks.
That's what I'm saying. But is there any quarterback that you're so in love with over these other quarterbacks? And I know the answer is Sanders for you guys. But I'm going to say for a lot of people, as long as at least Dart and Sanders are still on the board, they're not overwhelming the Vikings with any offer. They're going to wait still a bit. I think the waiting game still goes here.
The pick is in for the Vikings.
Yeah. Donovan Jackson.
It's Donovan Jackson.
They just went ahead and went guard and said, get on with it.
Wow. So I actually had Donovan Jackson as my pick to the Houston Texans 1 pick later. I think that they perhaps would have gone with Donovan Jackson. Now they got him off of the board. So they just complete the offensive line rebuild, with that being the pick. You have Ryan Kelly, you have Will Fries, you got the offensive tackles, you feel pretty good. It's a lot of the same philosophy the New York Jets had at number 7, right, with Armand Membu, and you say, we're not going to let offensive line be an issue for us. Totally revamped that unit.
Look at that offensive line.
I know.
Darisaw, Jackson, Kelly, Fries, O'Neal. That's as good as it gets.
Well, and Darisaw probably the most important coming back from that injury.
Absolutely.
I mean,
everything changed after he got hurt, for sure.
And when you're talking about this football team, you give those receivers an extra second to run down the field, you got problems.
How much easier could your life be right now if you're J.J. McCarthy?
Oh, yeah.
Between the weapons, we already know Jefferson, Addison, Hawkinson, all of that. Between that and this offensive line, Donovan Jackson, look, I don't know that he necessarily has the highest ceiling of any of these offensive linemen. I did have him somewhere in the 30s as probably more of a second-round guy. But, look, if you want a guy, go get him. And I think this is a very surefire, high-floor starter in this league.
For Ohio State, too, who won a national title, they had so many superstars on that team. They would not have won a national title unless Donovan Jackson filled in at left tackle the way he did for Josh Simmons when he went down with that injury. Donovan Jackson, to get some elite defensive lines, played great out of position at left tackle too. So high character guy. He listed as a tackle in our mock draft simulator because he played tackle for the majority of the season because of the injuries, but he's most likely a guard in the NFL. I cannot be overstated how important he was to Ohio State winning a national title.
Absolutely. As valuable as any player on that team. They wouldn't have done it without him. And I think to just slot him in there and just go, boom, that's our left guard. And that's what they believe in, Jackson, taking him 24th overall and not trading down. I think then you look with their last 3 picks and you just go, maybe they trade down and get more, or they go, fill in its safety or running back depth. But they're sold on Donovan Jackson. That much is clear. Maybe they tried to trade down, didn't happen. Just get your guy then.
We have another Philadelphia story here. More offensive line, defensive line.
Yep.
It's like that is the story of the first round of this draft. 3 guards. If you're going to count Gray Zabel as a guard, which I think we are, 3 guards in the first round to go with 3 tackles.
It's a blueprint that every team obviously wants to follow. The team that just won the Super Bowl is the one that over the last couple of years has invested along the offensive line. That's what the Vikings do here. Very curious if the Houston Texans do the same on the board at 25. We'll be right back and talk about that in a little bit. All right, everybody. You know the drill at this point. Prize Picks. It's the best way to win cash while you guys are watching sports. The app, which you can go download on the App Store. Very, very easy to use, and it's a lot of fun. You pick more or less of a few player stats. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash on a single lineup. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 when you play just $5 on your first lineup. When you download Prize Picks, make sure you use the promo code PFF, and you'll activate that right there. You can see some of the selections right in front of us. Some of these rookies here. We see Tetsuo McMillan, around 800 receiving yards with Bryce Young next year, more or less than that of next season. But it's not just the rookies, it's everybody. You can check that out by downloading the Prize Picks app. And it's not just football either. If you're a basketball guy, NHL, golf, whatever it is, you can see a lot of those more or less numbers. Build your own lineup. When you do, make sure you're using that promo code PFF to get $50 free on your first $5 lineup. Go download it today. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, welcome back to the PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. We had a trade while we were away. The New York Giants now on the clock at number 25, trading with the Houston Texans. The Giants traded number 34, so their pick at the top of the second round, a late third rounder this year, and then a future third rounder, believe next year.
Yeah,
it just
next
says
year,
future third rounder. I believe it's next year's third rounder. So 2 third-round picks to move up from 34 to 25. And it says they're on the clock here. I got to assume this is for Shedeur Sanders, right?
Well, here's the thing. They might still be having arguments about it. So there was a report from the New York Daily News earlier today that Joe Schoen likes Shedeur Sanders and Brian Daboll likes Jackson Dart. And this is what they've been arguing about. And maybe they still are with 3:45 left on the clock there.
They're not arguing anymore. They were on the phone with him.
Joe Schoen's son posted a highlight video of Jackson Dart on his Instagram story today.
Yep. That's true. That's true.
I don't know.
Could be a little foreshadowing.
And it is.
It's Jackson
It's
Dart?
Jackson Dart.
That's what
Wow. Second
Daboll won the
quarterback
battle.
off
Joe Schoen's son spoiled it.
the board. This is, I just want to talk about this because we talked about it on, I believe it was the last mock draft that we did yesterday. With Jackson Dart being the pick here and Shedeur Sanders not being the pick. It was reported that there was someone from the Giants at every single game that Shedeur Sanders played this year. Whether it was Joe Schoen himself, scouts, whatever. Somebody was at every single game. They interviewed him extensively with John Mara there at the Shrine Bowl. Mm-hmm. They met with him at the Combine, and they had a private workout with him, as well as meeting with him while they were at Colorado's Pro Day. To me, that signaled, okay, you're not interested in Sanders. Why would you have to meet with a guy this many times? You don't. You would have had to meet with him at the Shrine Bowl and then go, yep, we're good. That's our guy. You went to every game. You did all the due diligence, all of that stuff with Shedeur. And it ends up with Jackson Dart being the pick as QB2 here in this draft. Dalton, I got to go to you.
Here's what I'll say for it. Okay, Am I the biggest Jackson Dart fan? No. You know me. I like Shedeur Sanders a lot better. I think Dart, coming from an offense that's so focused on just constantly getting single coverage matchups on go balls and deep balls down the field, only 40% of his dropbacks this past season did not involve a screen, play action, or RPO. For quarterbacks like Ward and Sanders, that was around 64%. Pretty much every other quarterback in this class, except for Quinn Ewers, was well above 50%. Milroe was all the way up there at 71. So I think there's the adjustment to playing under center, to playing in an NFL offense. But there is an advantage to Dart going here, and it's the same one they would have had if it was Milroe, where they're going to sit behind Russell Wilson this year. Russell Wilson's going to walk into week 1 as their starter, unless Jackson Dart pulls a Russell Wilson from back in the day and he somehow wins the job his rookie year. You remember the Matt Flynn situation, all of that. But Dart getting to sit is the ideal situation for him. There is going to be an adjustment to running an NFL offense where you can't have a 12-yard average depth of target. You can't just chuck up go balls because your guys are faster than their guys. The first thing NFL defenses are going to do is prevent home run balls down the field, right? Especially with the too high looks and everything we've been talking about all night. So it's an ideal situation for Dart. Clearly, Brian Daboll won the argument between the two of them. I think the Browns, if they felt better about Shedeur, are feeling really good right now sitting at 33, knowing that, okay, Shedeur's on the board if we want him at 33. And if they came away with a haul of a trade from Jacksonville, plus Mason Graham, plus Shedeur, we'll get there if that happens at 33. Or maybe the Saints still think they're lurking there possibly too. But the Giants get their guy. Brian Daboll gets his guy. And the only thing I'd be curious about is there was such an urgency to win this year. Does this buy them more time beyond this year? Or if they go and crash even with Wilson as their quarterback, or Dart has to play earlier than they expect, where is the urgency to play Jackson Dart? Because Wilson's only a 1-year contract, albeit a pretty decent one. There's a lot of dynamics here at play, but the Giants, clearly they wanted to go up and get their guy, and their guy ended up being Dart.
I'm a little surprised, but I think Jackson Dart, listen, if you look at the advanced numbers for PFF, he's had back-to-back 90-plus grades, 91.9 passing grade this last year. That led all quarterbacks in the country. So based on all the advanced analytics, he is on the same level as Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders. Now, the caveat is he plays in arguably the most quarterback-friendly offense in the country, right? It's very one read or take off and run. He's got good mobility, too, right? He's got over 1,200 rushing yards over the last 2 years, too. I like the situation for him, though, because if the Steelers took him, he's the week 1 starter, assuming Aaron Rodgers is not signed there, right? in New York, he might even be the third-string quarterback behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So this is a good situation for him. I still would have taken Shedeur Sanders here, but I understand the thinking here with Jackson Dart, and we'll see. Now he's got maybe 1 or 2 years to learn how to be an NFL quarterback. I like the situation for him.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
It doesn't totally surprise me. Shedeur, I thought there were some opportunities for him to hit the deep balls down the field when I was watching Travis Hunter. Some of the times I was like, the ball's just not getting there, right? And I think he has a beautiful release. I think he does a great job when he throws on time. He sort of fell in love with himself and his ability to scramble around, and that's when he was at his worst. And can you coach that out of somebody? I think, but I'm not sure. And so I still think he's going to get drafted, and he may end up still being a really top-end player. And I think before this first round's over, probably somebody jumps into the first round and takes him. But it did not stun me. I thought he was going to fall.
Well,
I did.
We do have a team jumping into the first round once again, but it's not a team that's going to be taking Shedeur Sanders because it's the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons just traded up with the Los Angeles Rams and are on the clock here. The Rams were a team that all reports that I could find was that they wanted to move back. They wanted out of this pick. They wanted to go get more picks. This is a team that does not have a second rounder right now. They pick in the first round, and then they have 2 picks in the late third round. So they're moving back, getting a couple of more picks here for the Atlanta Falcons.
They might go edge.
It's just,
Or Luther Burden, too.
or is it Will Johnson?
Or Will Johnson.
We were talking about.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about him at 15.
We were talking Will Johnson at 15 for them. This very well could
Or
be.
is it Malachi Starks?
That's
Georgia
also,
connection.
So they're copying Philly with that too. We're just taking all the Georgia players that we're doing.
But it does lessen the burden on them of.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Tell me who it is.
No, we don't know. He was laughing at your burden.
If it was
pun,
Luther Burden, that would have worked.
No, okay, I got
the
that.
burden
I got
on them.
that.
Maybe it was foreshadowing. I don't know. I haven't seen what the pick is yet.
But, you know, we were concerned about Jalen Walker. Is he a true edge player?
Yeah.
And if you ended up getting one of these true, let's say you get Ezraku.
Or Mike Green, yeah.
You know what I mean? One of those guys, and all of a sudden you've got Walker, who may end up being some of that, but a better interior rusher, and then you add one to the edge.
This is a significant trade. Isn't this from 45 or 46?
46, and they're trading a first-rounder next year.
What?
To move up. 46, 242, and a first-rounder next year for 26 and 101.
The Rams are living. They're living.
Who is this for?
Oh, boy.
The Falcons think they're this player away?
It's quarterback. Shedeur Sanders.
A first-rounder next year to move up to 26.
I cannot wait to see what player they believe is worth a first rounder.
It's got to be corner.
It's Pierce.
It is?
There you go, James. You called it.
Wow.
So Jalen Walker's a linebacker.
James Pierce Jr.
And James Pierce Jr. is an Atlanta Falcon.
Holy cow.
So they solved the problem. I mean, they went in and they went, we're going to double dip on the problem.
Love that.
Yeah,
I don't know the trade, but
now you just look at a little more
strategy,
depth, a little more depth in the secondary. I don't know how many more picks they have beyond. You said 46 and a first rounder next year.
Yeah. And they got 101 too.
Well, they like James Pierce as much as you did. Then that's what we're getting at here. So they only have left 46 is gone, 242 is gone. You said
yes.
All they have is 118 and 218.
And they got 101 too.
Oh, they got 101 in this trade?
Yeah, in this trade.
Okay, 101, 118, 2. So essentially, they wanted pass rushers.
Not for me. Not with 3 of them sitting on the board that can play. I would have at least waited out how long.
Oh, my goodness, man.
I wouldn't have made that deal.
Boy,
I'm the biggest James Pierce Jr. lover. I would not do this trade. But listen, man, I mean, great player.
Just ride the wave. You lost all your money tonight, but my God, you nailed James Pierce. Just ride the wave,
Chris,
baby.
I need to advance my next paycheck, by the way.
These are the edge rushers that are still available here. Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku, Nick Scorton, Braden Swinson, Prince Umanmielen, JT Tuimoloau, Oluwafemi Oladejo, depending on what you think of him.
Well,
I cannot believe that they gave a future first-round pick to move up for an edge rusher in a class that's very. They must have been considering him at 15.
Well, here's the thing.
They must have taken as long as they did at pick 15 because they were so torn.
Here's the
about
thing.
this.
They might be doing some advanced scouting right now because Dalton and I, the 2026 NFL draft is up in the air right now. There are not a lot of blue chip players. I still would not have made this trade.
But maybe think of where the Rams are now. They're going to end up with 2 first-round picks.
Holy
ammunition
smokes.
if they need to go get a quarterback.
What
next
in
year.
the world?
The opposite of Les Snead's usual strategy too. He's taking all the picks
He
now
loves some
instead of
picks
saying
now.
after
He
picks.
sure does. Yeah, absolutely. I think the angle for me here is to get a player like Pierce. If I guess that's the choice for them among this group is your next 3 picks: Baltimore, Detroit, Washington. They all need edge players, right? And you're talking about this is an elite group. So this is if they weren't going to get where they said 46 they came up from.
Yeah.
Wow.
You weren't getting Pierce at 46.
No.
You weren't getting Green at 46. You're not getting Ezeraku at 46. We don't think. You had to get ahead of these teams.
Yeah,
but that's bold, man.
You,
It
yeah,
is
but
bold.
you can probably get one of them at the top of the second round by giving up a third-round pick.
Or not give it. Man, I don't know.
And this is a deep. The only thing I'll say, they must love Pierce because this is a deep edge class.
No, that's what I'm saying. They
You-
must have been thinking about Pierce at 15.
You would have been
They
fine-
must have been so torn about who to take at number 15. That's the only way that this makes sense.
I think it might have also been just like we thought. They just may not have thought Jalen Walker was getting to him at 15. Because all the smoke was Carolina at 8's Jalen
true.
Walker,
That's
right?
true,
They
too.
might have just been, oh my God, Jalen Walker's here at 15. Well, we have to take him, right? And then there's a chance on their own board at least they got two top 15
That's a really
players.
good point because a lot of times teams get fixated on who they're going to take. Then somebody drops to them. They go, oh, you're exactly right. And then they can't wait to jump back up to get in it. But that was,
Wow.
I mean, there's not, no matter, I don't think anybody could look at Ezeraku, Mike Green, and James Pierce and go, there's that much of a difference. I'm giving up a first-round pick.
Yeah,
Agreed.
I wouldn't have done it. But listen, second best pass rush grade over the last 2 years, only behind Latu. Best pressure rate over the last 2 years too. And he's got unreal get off too. He ran a 4.47 40. I love Pierce, top 10 player on my board. I would not have given up 2 first-round picks for him, but Atlanta seemingly would do so.
The Falcons need pressure. This is a guy that gets pressure.
No doubt.
2 years as a starter here at Tennessee, 107 pressures, 21 sacks in 2 years. That'll do it. That's what they want. And again, it's that stand-up two-point
And
guy
he
that
can still
Raheem
get
Morris
so
likes.
much better too.
James
Still
Pierce,
get so much better.
James Pierce Jr.'s over/under was 31.5.
Yeah, that's.
So it was
that's
up in the air
If he
whether
were
he
the last one on the board and they were all gone, I go, okay, I get it.
Pretty sure
you're going to try and solve the
Mason
problem.
Cameron had the under on that on this morning's show.
He
didn't
did. No, he said that he should have been.
Our betting guys are good,
Hey,
aren't
you
they?
know what? That's why you
Better
listen.
than you.
That's why you listen to the
Wow, I
PFF
was
betting
on the
show.
desk.
Get ready for this year is our year. We're breaking out the old gambling products
I'm
this
telling
year.
you, look, we can't show you guys anything yet, but from what we have seen, what we have been told about some of the betting products that we're going to have here at PFF,
Can't wait.
It's going to be
Yeah,
incredible.
it's
Make sure
insane.
you get a PFF Plus subscription because then you can use all the betting tools and you can get 25% off right now using the promo code DRAFT25. So a little bit of future scouting right there. Just know that the betting tools are coming. And if these guys are already nailing it on the desk and we don't even have the tools yet, just think of what's going to happen when we do get those great tools.
So we got the Ravens coming up here.
Yep.
And everything makes sense. An edge is a possibility. A corner is a possibility. A safety. All those are left over there.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a possibility that they lose their left side of their offensive line with the Ravens. And whether it's Ronnie Stanley, I don't think is he signed up?
Yeah,
No, he is. He's
a
long-term.
2
All right.
or a
He's
3 year
long-term.
deal.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but this is, so they could get one of the top 2 corners. They can get either safety they would possibly want here.
Yeah.
And they've got a choice of 2 really good edge rushers available to them. So this, for the Ravens, this sets up pretty darn well.
It's ideal.
One of the things that's kind of weird that's off the table here is a guard because
Yeah.
I thought that with Booker and Zabel and Jackson, and Donovan Jackson gone, who I did not think he was going to be gone as early as he is, all of a sudden you're the Ravens and guard is off the book here. You're going to have to take one on day 2, Tate Ratledge or somebody like that if you want him. I really lean towards this is going to be an edge player. I think that was the most likely option. And with Mike Green and Donovan Ezeraku both on the board, this is a team that is their pass rush unit decent? Yeah, it's decent. But when you're talking about Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, all these quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence coming in with Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter, you have to be able to get pressure at an elite level against these quarterbacks. The Ravens don't get it at an elite level, right? They've got a decent rotation. I think their edge rushers were 15th in pass rush grade this past year, but a Mike Green or a Donovan Ezeraku really helps that cause.
I think so too.
Did Savonaya, am I saying that right? The Arizona guard, does he jump into this mix at all?
I don't think this
so.
high. Yeah.
No.
He feels like an early second-round guy, in my opinion, because he played tackle, but I think he's pretty firmly a guard at the NFL level.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, I think he's probably a second.
Malachi Starks is still here, though. Him and Kyle Hamilton together would be a pretty nasty.
This is, like you guys said, like this is the ideal Ravens situation. It's sort of like we talked about with
Will
the Falcons
Johnson
when they were at 15.
Incredible. They just take Will Johnson for fun.
Incredible in Baltimore.
For fun, just for fun.
Leave Humphrey in the
He and
slot.
Nate Wiggins, Humphrey.
Pick is in right now. What do you guys think it is? Do you think it's going to be edge? Do you think it's going to be corner?
It's going to be an edge.
If it's
I think it's going to be an edge rusher.
If it's something
I do.
he doesn't like, we're going to hear Gordon through the ceiling here in a minute.
Gordon, I think is yelling for Ezeraku.
He wants Ezeraku.
Right?
Yes.
I think that, and Ezeraku would be different from what they typically go for with an edge rusher. But he is more productive. I think he's more solidified in
He's
his
ready
pass
to
rush
go
profile.
right now, too.
I agree.
He has every pass rush move that I know about.
I agree. I think he's great.
It's not Ezeraku. It is Malachi Starks.
Makes sense.
Wow.
It makes sense.
Just loading up.
I can't hate
Man,
it. Top 10 player for you.
So
Sean.
I think the fun part of what you get with
Malachi Starks is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always been.
Yeah,
Just making sure everybody out there knows that.
I know.
absolutely. He is good.
Sitting here picking him at 27. Should have been picked 10 picks earlier.
The fun part about this, you want to know the joker on defense, like we talked about with Jahdae Barron.
Yes.
So there's, with Brandon Stevens leaving, they kind of have this sort of hole at corner or in the slot because Humphrey moved inside the second half of last year. Now I think you have a spot where Humphrey moves back outside. Starks has this hybrid slot safety role. Adarius Washington has this hybrid slot safety role. Leave Hamilton back there free because that was working last year. I'm good with that. I think now you get Marlon Humphrey back on the outside, unlike the second half of last year, which it worked, and that was great. But I think they wanted him. So now you're going to have Humphrey and Wiggins on the outside, and Starks and Washington, just constant rotation on the inside and these hash marks inside the numbers. It's going to be a nightmare.
He's a Brian Branch kind of guy.
Yes.
You can play him in the slot, you can play him at safety. He's a smart guy. He's going to figure it out. And it's really what they want to do in Baltimore, right? They want to have that interchangeability of that process back there. So, I mean, he's going to fit right in there. It's a good pick for them.
I love Malachi Starks. He's been a top 20 player, if not a top 10 player for me for a long time throughout this process. He is somebody who I think could play in the slot, but he does his best work when he is at a free safety alignment. Allow him to manipulate that space, bait the quarterbacks. He just has such a high football IQ. So I absolutely love this pick. I think it's a great scheme fit. I love the fact that he is going to this exact defense. We'll continue to talk about that and the rest of the picks in a second. See you guys on the other side of the break. Prize Picks, best place to win cash while you are watching sports. It's our favorite app. It's the easiest app to use. Throw that bad boy up there. Take a look at some more or less lines that we have there. Get your lineup. You can stack 1, 2, 3, 4, however many you want. You can win up to 1,000 times your cash. It's super easy to use. You guys could go download the Prize Picks app right now. You could see the exact board that we're looking at here. And it's a lot of futures projections. You can see for quarterbacks, they got passing touchdowns. They've got total passing yards. They have the same for running backs, wide receivers. If you use the promo code PFF when you download Prize Picks, you'll have the opportunity to play $5 on any lineup, your first lineup, and you'll get $50 free right there, whether you win or lose. And so it's a great deal. Obviously, just make sure you're using that promo code. It's not just NFL stuff either. NBA, NHL, MLB, all sorts of more or less. They can keep every sports fan occupied. So make sure you go download Prize Picks and use the promo code PFF to get that $50 free after your first lineup bet. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25 Now's the time to join PFF Plus. Welcome back to PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. The reason why I'm laughing is because Dalton gave us a brilliant idea of what could be here for the Detroit Lions pick, who are on the clock here at number 28. The pick is in. We haven't seen it yet, but what do you want it to be here?
I very just right now want it to be Jahad Campbell, so we have him and Jack Campbell. It's the linebacker law firm Campbell and Campbell. I'm in on that.
Playing for Dan Campbell.
I was going to say.
Playing for Dan Campbell. What
are you talking about?
It's Campbell and Campbell.
Campbell, and Campbell. I need it right now.
I was like, what?
And there's a soup sponsorship inbound, no question.
Has to be.
Yeah, it's got to be. Man, oh man, that's great. So that's got to be a thing in Detroit. Look, Dan Campbell's already great in commercials. You get another Campbell, and you get a linebacker. You know he loves those physical guys, those linebackers.
I think it's going to be Donovan Ezra.
It's got to be an edge. It could be either one, but it's got to be an edge.
You mentioned it. Campbell gives you a little of that.
He does. I'm beginning to believe now what you guys were saying about the injury, though. This is a pretty good fall for a good player.
Yep. And I wondered if teams are going to overlook it, but I got worried again when Ian Rappaport tweeted out that, like, hey, this is somebody who he's going to be ready by training camp. He'd be good to go. I go, uh-oh. That's best case scenario. Because where he's getting his information is probably from Campbell's camp and probably from the agents, because that's where you get a lot of information. And the agent's obviously going to paint the best picture for his prospect. And so when he says, no, it'll be good for training camp, it's like, okay, well, he's now guaranteed to miss all of the OTAs and minicamp workouts that we have during the summer. And best case scenario, he'll be ready for training camp.
Well, you get flashbacks into Kobe Dean, don't you? I don't know. Dean wouldn't have gone as high as Campbell was supposed to, I don't think. But you get a little flashback, and he got all the way to late third round, was it, that Nakobe Dean got for Philly?
Peyton Wilson last year, too.
Peyton Wilson last year, too.
Yeah.
Well, Peyton Wilson wasn't seen as the type of prospect that Jahad Campbell is.
No, there was a time when it was top 40 to 45 conversation. Though he fell all the way to, what was it, 97 or something?
Yeah, he fell pretty far.
All of a sudden they found out he was born without an ACL or whatever that was.
It's tough to take a line. No, he wasn't born without an ACL. He just doesn't have one because he had surgery on it. It's tough to take a linebacker that's injured, right? Because not that it's not a physical game all around, it is. But your entire job as a linebacker is to just run into people. It's contact every single play. So if you have a shoulder injury, it's tough. It's tough to just look past that for linebackers. So I understand it here.
I'm a possible corner here, but it's got to be Green or Ezra.
We're still getting the fall of Will Johnson.
Yeah,
too.
I wouldn't hate Nick Scorton either. I'm a big fan of Nick
Scorton's
Scorton.
a good player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he would fit
another
the
one who
defense really
goes to
well.
A&M and there's a little less pass rush juice because of what they do down there. But the 2023 tape of Nick Scorton at Purdue, that's a lightning rod right there. That's awesome.
We get to the end of this draft here, and we're talking about the picks now that may well decide who wins the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
True.
You know, I mean, these are the teams who are going to be the 4 or 5 favorites going into next year. I'm seeing big eyes all around. Who we got?
You got it?
Wow.
I nailed it, baby.
You got it in your mock draft?
I nailed it. Tyleik Williams, a defensive tackle from Ohio State, going to the Detroit Lions. Let me tell you why I nailed this before we break down why I think this is a good pick for them. Last year, the Detroit Lions' first 4 picks were all top 30 visits. All of them. Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., Giovanni Manu, Siano Ivaki. The year before, Brian Branch, Sam Laporta, top 30 visits. This year, guess what? This guy was about the only defensive lineman that they had for a reported top 30 visit that would have been within this range.
Interesting. So you wrote this in the mock draft.
It's called doing your research, folks.
Wow.
Tyleik Williams, one of the best run defenders that we have in the class. He keeps that interior defensive line young. They have DJ Reader, they have Aleem McNeil, but they want to stay stout up front. They want to make sure they have the bodies. They want to make sure that they have the strength. And even though this guy is not going to be, I don't think, a prolific pass rusher for you, this is a spot where I think he'll be fantastic in that rotation. What did you guys think of Tyleik Williams this year?
I think exactly what you said. The most one of the most consistent run defenders we've seen at Ohio State over the last 4 years, and certainly he gives you that. And you think about, too, Aleem McNeil coming off a season-ending injury. Interior depth was something I expected them to attack here. I did think it would be someone more of a pass rusher like TJ Sanders, like Omar Norman-Lott, but I get the idea. Reader's a little bit older. McNeil's off the injury. They still want to be able to stop the run, and I think it speaks to a deep edge class also that they could get a player that they like later in the draft, right? When you think about the next wave of edge rushers, I'm checking Detroit's picks here real quick, but pick number 60. Let's just say, I don't know, Princely Umanmielen was there at 60, and then they wanted to go off the edge and get a pass rusher, former Gator great, or later on, if it's a David Walker or somebody to add into that rotation. I just feel like that I wonder if that just tells me they want to safeguard against any sort of drop-off from Aleem McNeil coming off the knee injury.
But man, you are rolling the dice here to some extent. Aiden Hutchinson coming off of that season-ending injury, and you never know how he's going to come out of that. You hope he's fine. He was having one of the most dominant seasons we've ever seen in the history of the NFL when he got hurt. But what does this say about Aleem McNeil and DJ Reader? I think we're just heard a shout from the mountaintop that it wasn't just the edge that we're hurting on here, that we've got big names and big salaries inside, and we're not feeling good about it. That is almost like the story of the night for me with out of Detroit.
Well, DJ Reader's 30, and I'm looking up his contract right now. He's in the last year of his contract. So he'll be 31 this season. Actually, he's 30 right now. He'll be 31 this season, going into the last year of his contract. So they are definitely getting ahead of, I think, him hitting free agency next year and potentially not bringing him back there.
Well, they have stock exchange legend Roy Lopez who just signed too.
They do, of course. Of course. Yes, thank you for the respect.
Of course.
But Roy Lopez.
I got to get the bump in there.
I'm a little lower on Tyreek Williams because he's just not a great pass rusher right now, but he is a great run defending nose tackle. But I just look at this board with the edge defenders available, like Mike Green and Donovan Ezeraku and Nick Scorton, and I would have taken one of those three players. I think Tyreek Williams here is a little reach for the
And
line.
there's so many run stoppers in this class,
Yeah.
especially at this position, that you can get one in round 3 or even round 4 and feel good about it, guys.
Well, and look at your division around you. I mean, Green Bay just took an over-the-top kind of pass receiver, right? And you've got Minnesota now that is just completely loaded up on their offensive line. Maybe that does make sense. Maybe they're going, man, we got to stop the Minnesota from running the ball down. But I've just got to say, I think this is a bigger story for me in that two premier interior players basically said we've got to replace at least one or begin to think about how to replace those
And
guys.
there's been moves made by a couple of teams this offseason. Poona Ford signing with the Rams, now this Tyreek Williams move with the Lions. They're thinking about beating the Eagles head-to-head. That's really what I think it is they go, if we can't stop the run and we have to play Philadelphia, none of it matters anyway. They're just going to run us over with their O-line and Saquon. I think these contending teams, it might be in their head a little bit. We have to plan ahead when you shouldn't just assume you're going to make the postseason because it's 1 week at a time and it's the NFL. You never know what's going to happen. But I really do think that's in the heads of some of these other NFC teams. If we don't stop the run, Saquon's going to run us right over, just like he did with everybody last year.
This is all about the tush push here.
That's all it is. You put Tyreek Williams right over the center. That's your job, man. We'll keep you fresh, stop the sneak, and we'll figure it out later.
Wow.
Commanders on the clock now. The pick is in, but curious what direction you think they're going to go.
Same. I'm going right back
You
to
talk
the well.
about the board falling right. Mike Green, Ezeraku, and Will Johnson all here sitting for the Commanders. Any one of them. I don't care.
But people aren't picking them, so there must be some reason why they're not picking them.
It only takes one, I guess, but man, I got to think Dan Quinn's licking his chops right now with the guys that are on the board.
He's got great choices for him.
Or, well, he wouldn't want Jahad Campbell. He's got linebackers already.
He has linebackers.
This is a spot work.
Bobby Wagner's still there. Frankie Luvu, obviously, they paid him free agency.
Where are you getting this Wi-Fi from? You're getting
It's not defense. It's Josh Connolly they took.
I don't know.
Okay.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I
All
hate
right.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Josh Connolly. Makes sense, obviously. But, well, I guess they want the upgrade over Andrew Wiley on the outside, right? Because Sam Cosby's going to be coming back from injury on the inside. They traded for Laramie Tunsil. So, oh, man, they are making sure that they're they're good to go on the offensive line, or at least as best as they can. What do you think about Josh Connolly being the pick here?
I think, and I assume taking him at 30, hey, I got you now. He went ahead of Josh Simmons. See that?
You got me.
Sorry.
You're right.
Anyway, I
You're right.
had to throw that in there because I had him one spot ahead
Hey,
of
teams
Simmons.
can be wrong. It's fine. They're allowed to do that.
Well, your right calls have made you a lot of money tonight, so I won't get on you. But me personally, I would do that. I'd probably start Connolly at right tackle right away. I think now
I think they're definitely drafting him to play him at this point.
I think but you went from what they had last year, and their pass protection really broke down the second half of last year, and then Sam Cosmi got hurt inside, maybe trying to cover all the bases, right? Brandon Coleman could play inside or out. Andrew Wiley could probably move in there. They have to cover the bases inside for Sam Cosmi, but I'm putting Connolly at right tackle.
They're giving your guy Jaden Daniels, Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, now Josh Connolly Jr. They are building around their young franchise.
What you do.
You got that rookie contract on the quarterback, and you just shoot your shot here. That's it. We're gonna do everything we can to protect the franchise. There's no doubt who the franchise is in Washington.
I think that Josh Connolly is somebody who got a lot better this year. I was not a fan of him going back to summer scouting last year. I thought he played with good finesse, good athleticism, good movement skills. I didn't think he played with enough toughness. I didn't think he played with enough strength. I didn't think he could anchor well enough. This past year was better. I will certainly give him that. This year was better from Connolly. I figured that this was going to be the range. Back of the first round, early part of the second round. That's what we're going to get with him. We got a lot of great defensive options that are there, and these guys just keep falling. I cannot believe that we are at pick 30 with the Buffalo Bills on the board. Will Johnson is still here.
Is
Donovan
Will Johnson's
still here.
toe something bigger than we know?
I don't know, but the Bills should take him anyway.
They
Take him anyway. I don't care.
You could have 1 foot. I was still
This couldn't have been better for the Bills.
I don't know if they're going to think like that, though. Because they just not long ago took Kyrie Elam, and they were like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll take the talent, we'll develop it, we'll be good to go.
You don't have to develop Will Johnson, though.
No, he's got it.
You just need a good team doctor, apparently.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm serious. I would almost blindly take Will Johnson here. I know that's not like the prudent thing to do, but they need a corner so bad, and for this guy to fall to them.
It's the one thing that's hard about where we are on. They get medical information that we will never have, and so you just wonder if that turf toe is, because there are guys that their careers have ended on turf toe. So, I don't know.
Otherwise, we're still talking about these two edge rushers.
John Campbell's still here, too. I know another guy with injury concerns, but that's another guy who can fit that defense.
I don't know that they're going linebacker. They just paid Bernard, and they love Milano. That's the one thing I don't think they're going to do.
Yeah, because didn't they drafted Dorian Williams last year as well. They're not going to be.
I would love it. It would make them better.
Kansas City wouldn't do it. I don't think Philly would do it.
I don't think Philly would do it either.
No. Yeah, we're about to get Jahad Campbell's going to be a second-round pick if he doesn't go here.
I mean, even if they don't want to take Will Johnson because of injuries, like Trey Amos, even for them, like something in that. The second worst coverage rate.
Fits.
Yeah,
he does.
A big 6'2" guy. They're going to sit in those two.
I think Amos is a great pairing for them. I had Amos in my final mock draft, actually going to the Commanders one pick earlier. But I've had Amos to the Buffalo Bills plenty.
I wouldn't count out Hairston here either. Fits his defense
I think Hairston could also be
the only thing is they're not really a speed corner kind of team. I could almost see the 6'2", cornerback in Amos coming. I thought about Hairston too, because he's healthy, he's up, but man, you got to tackle in that defense. You're going to play corner, and I don't see them doing that one.
It depends which tape you believe in, the 2023 or the 2024. Because again, the 2023 was a lot better tackling for Hairston. In 2024, not as much.
It's just got to be Will Johnson. He falls into your lap here at number 30. Dalton even mentioned before, you got to trade up to get an elite player. You got an elite player right here, sitting here at number 30 overall. Medicals be damned, man. I would take this guy at number 30, not even think twice.
I'm with it.
So talent alone, very clearly, you guys are in on Will Johnson being the pick. Is there a certain corner schematically that you would like here more than others, like Amos or Will Johnson? Or
probably Amos. I mean, I don't hate any of them, especially in the zone scheme. That's why I have Hairston a little higher for a team like the Bills than it would be for a man-heavy team like the Vikings or something like that. I think that's the part with Johnson for me, though, is he's a guy who I don't think it matters as much. It's why he's either the second or third best corner in this draft, because I could go man or zone or whatever. I don't have a scheme-specific thing, whereas I think all the corners to me after the first three, Hunter, Barron, Johnson, they have a scheme that they need to be in to thrive a little bit more.
So would you take a chance on like Benjamin Morrison here, or would you take a chance on Siobhan Ravel here, who both are coming off of injuries?
Yeah.
But if you're the Bills, you're going to go, we're going to get in the playoffs somehow.
I think they'd love Benjamin Morrison.
Yeah, I don't like Ravel as much for their defense. His eyes and his anticipation need some work. Like, that's a player I need in a man coverage scheme. If Minnesota, they're not going to do it now. They're not going to be in range to get him. But him and Azaria Thomas, I think about more man-to-man press, those lengthy guys that can disturb receivers at the line of scrimmage. Morrison more likely, because I think he's the fourth best corner in this draft. Again, it's the medical problem. It's the hip injury that he's got. So you're looking at two guys who are first round, top 20 to 25 talents. But, you've talked about this all week. These cornerbacks, there's a ton of talent, but there's a ton of injured talent.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it be a problem for these guys right now.
I tell you who else it's setting up pretty well for. If the Kansas City Chiefs want to take an offensive lineman, same sort of thing, whether it's Ursery or Simmons, and just wait for Simmons to get completely healthy and be your guy. I could see that being, we're going to make the playoffs. Let's get our future 10-year guy and see what happens.
Yeah. I like Simmons for the Kansas City Chiefs. We've talked about that for a long time. I think that makes sense for them. It just sort of depends on what they think with their offensive tackle with Jalen Moore, right? When they signed him, did they sign him because they gave him more money than I think a lot of people expected them to. So do they think that he is going to be somebody who is an immediate upgrade there? I don't know if the Chiefs are going to go offensive line now.
They've lost a lot of defensive players too.
The Eagles just traded up one spot with the Chiefs.
With the Chiefs?
Yeah. So now they're picking 31st. Kansas City's picking 32nd. I still don't know who Buffalo's taking here, but Philadelphia's not picking 31st.
Why?
What?
Why? Kansas City must have called them and said, hey, somebody's calling to get up for whoever you're going to draft. I don't know how we would have got to that point of the conversation.
And what are the Chiefs doing helping the Eagles do anything?
The Eagles, yeah, that's a great point. The Eagles traded 164 to move up one spot here, which is that a fourth-round pick?
I think it's a 5th-round pick.
Oh, Maxwell Harrison goes to the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
So Maxwell Harrison
they did do that.
off the board to the Buffalo Bills.
They're going to be doing some tackling drills out there.
I could absolutely see it. I could see that. That pick making a lot of sense for them. So Maxwell Harrison there to the Bills. We talked about that as one of the corners that could have made sense for him. The combine phenom, obviously the guy who had the fastest 40-yard dash this past year. But man, I'm wondering what the Eagles are now going to do. Who did you want so badly that you had to make sure that Kansas City wasn't moving back for somebody at number 31? That's the big question to me. I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a Nicky Manwari, one of the pass rushers, one of the injured guys who's fallen a little bit here, but we'll see. We got a quick little break, but then we'll discuss more on what the Philadelphia Eagles could be doing in a sec.
They need a quarterback.
Other side of the break.
Quarterbacks.
Stash him away just like Jalen.
PFF's NFL draft coverage is powered by our friends over at Jack Link's Duos. Jack Link's knows that there's nothing like a great duo. That's why they've created the new Jack Link Duos product. It combines two different flavors of beef jerky in one single bag to create a fantastic duo, like the one that we see on the screen right there, Mason Graham and Myles Garrett. You got to think that Myles Garrett was in these conversations a little bit before this move happens, right? And he's saying, you know what, that would be a dream duo. Myself and one of the best interior defenders that we had in college football over the last couple of years. What a beautiful connection that we have there. The Jack Link's Duos collection, they've got some great duos themselves. Mango and jalapeno, my personal favorite, gives you a little bit of sweetness with a little bit of the heat. I know some people out there, they're much more into the original and teriyaki, some classic flavors there, and then a tried and true flavor connection, buffalo and ranch, that's in there as well. Find Jack Link's Duos and this product wherever you buy Jack Link's jerky, your local convenience store or select Walmarts. Check it out. It's a great product from Jack Link's Duos. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. And we're back, PFF 2025 NFL Draft Show. The Philadelphia Eagles, we're on the clock. The pick is in. And what were you saying? Oh, Philly not too long ago, they took a chance on a linebacker with some medical concerns not long ago. Ended up being not bad for him, Nakobe Dean. Well, we're back again. Philadelphia Eagles select Alabama linebacker Jihad Campbell. Man, getting Campbell at 31. All it costs is pick 164 to make sure that you jump up and you get this player. Injury concerns for him. You worry about the shoulder, but very clearly the Eagles were a team that was okay taking the risk on Nakobe Dean. And let's be honest, when Dean was healthy, he was great. Now, obviously, he's had other injuries, which has sucked because I think he's a super talented player, and it's just a bummer for him. But you get another linebacker who, okay, you're taking a chance, but there's a reason why you have to take a chance on a player like this who falls this late in the draft. Dalton, what do you think?
I got to be honest, I overlooked this as a need because you've got Nakobe Dean who tore his patellar tendon in the playoffs. And, and Oren Burks came in and did a great job for him down the stretch, but he left and went to Cincinnati. So you think about there really could have been a hole at linebacker and next to Zach Bond. And man, Vic Fangio's got to be jumping out of his shoes right now. Now you have Bond and Campbell, especially Zach Bond led the league, led all linebackers in coverage grade last year. And then you get Jihad Campbell next. This is crazy. This is highway robbery.
This is how they win, though. And remember, they lose Josh Sweat to Arizona.
Yep.
Brandon Graham's retired now. And so you get that multiple role that we talked about with Jihad Campbell, and you get a guy in Vic Fangio that knows how to play the puppeteer here. So this is another rock star athlete that came out of the SEC that's going to just plug and play.
The entire reason this defense works, yes, because they can play too high, but because they can sit back in too high and stop the run with 6 up front, Jihad Campbell makes that a lot easier, even with the great guys they are, with Bond, with the great D-line, and if they want to reduce down to Fangio's old 3-4 like they do against heavier sets, I mean, this is highway robbery again. They do it. I don't know why they had to move up one spot to do it, I guess.
Somebody was calling to move up in that spot, and Kansas City made that call and said somebody's going to take him.
They did the same for Jalen Carter. One spot, 4th round pick, whatever. We don't need it. We're getting a stud. It's unreal.
They probably had him where I had him, which is like a top 10 pick, and they're sitting there going, is this guy going to fall? Is this guy going to fall? And they're just like, forget it. Let's trade up one pick. Let's not take any chances.
Yeah, let's see where I had him on Philly's team board. Pulling that up here. Where is Jihad Campbell for them? 17th. So I had him 17th overall. The only player who is higher on this board who has not been selected yet, Donovan Ezraku and Will Johnson. Those are the only 2 players that I had ranked higher for the Philadelphia Eagles. So very much, it could be a situation where, hey, we want to go in to get this guy, and like you said, he could just do so many things for your defense right in the middle.
You have Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean, Jihad Campbell, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Not only do you have superstars in that linebacker room, you have depth in that linebacker room too. So, yeah, it's another home run pick by Howie.
We'll see if Dean can play it all this season. He just tore his
patella
in
I don't think
January.
He would.
So
right.
I think that was a motivation. Also, just the value of it's crazy.
Yeah.
This is somebody we talked about going as high as 12 to the Cowboys. And
they're-
again, it's Vic Fangio's popping champagne right now, no question.
They're going to be hard to handle. They were impossible to handle last year, and they're going to be harder to handle this year.
Yeah, Nakobe Dean's also going into the last year of his contract. So I don't know if Nakobe Dean plays for the Eagles again, given the fact that he's probably not playing at all this year. They just draft Jahad Campbell, and they're just going to let Nakobe Dean walk at the end of the season and let somebody else sign him in free agency. So Howie just getting ahead of the needs, playing chess, as they will. Howie does it again. How can he keep getting away with this, right? The memes continue with Jahad Campbell going to the Philadelphia Eagles. I wonder if the Chiefs just were like, yeah, we want to pick 32. We want to. We actually want that.
We want to pretend we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We want that.
We want to pretend we
that
won the
last
three
pick
seed,
of the
yeah.
first
Third year in a
round.
row, they're picking 32
Yeah,
now.
yeah. We don't want to be picking here at 31. Yeah, of course we'll do that deal with you. We want to be picking at the end of the first round. So Kansas City Chiefs here. We talked about offensive line. Potentially running back if they want to get a Travion Henderson right here at the back end of the first round. Defensive line, I think there's some really good defensive linemen, and Nick Scorton, Donovan Ezraku. Those guys are still there.
Mike Green, still there.
Mike Green is still there. I think that Ezraku is a little light in size for Spags. They normally, I feel like, are more heavy-handed defensive linemen, so I'm not so sure they're going to draft an Ezraku here, but he's an incredibly productive football player.
If they want the size, he could lean in on Scorton. I think that's where I would go here. Look, they signed Jalen Moore 2 years and $30 million, we assume, to play left tackle for now, and I know there's a case for Josh Simmons to go here that very well could happen. If it was me, I think I would take one of those edge guys just for the value of it and to juice up the pass rush even more, and I'll look for a starting left guard on day 2. I think you can find somebody in there, Tate Ratledge, Wyatt Milam, if you want to move Savaianea, and somebody in there that can play inside at left guard. Leave Jalen Moore at left tackle if they believe in him and they paid him $15 a year. I would probably take one of these edge players here and worry about the offensive line tomorrow.
I have no problem with that. I just feel like I've said offensive line for the Kansas City Chiefs every year for so long now. I can't get out of the habit. And losing Joe Thuney is a big loss for these guys. Mm-hmm. That guy was the glue. There's no question about it. So you've got an entirely fresh left side of your offensive line, backside protecting Patrick Mahomes. So I would never be afraid to add to that group. But I personally, I look at this group and I think the edge rushers are the better players right now. And I'm assuming that there's something wrong with Will Johnson, there's something we don't know about.
I assume this is going to be Josh Simmons here to the Chiefs. I mean, they lost the Super Bowl because of the offensive line. They lost the Buccaneers Super Bowl because of the offensive line as well. And they've had, at the left side of the offensive line now, so many questions. You add a high upside player in Josh Simmons who's also coming off the injuries. I think it'll be Josh Simmons here, but we'll see.
I would be. That would have been my choice, too. We talked about it a minute ago. Because you don't have to have him for the first half of the season, even if he's not right. Just can you imagine having a Josh Simmons? Anybody could get hurt on that offensive line, right? And you just go, okay, you go there. We're good.
What do we think about the other defensive linemen that they could pick? We've got the edge rushers that we've talked about. Does an interior defensive lineman who's still on the board intrigue anybody? A Darius Alexander, somebody like that, and an Omar Norman Lott, who I really like. Do we think about that at all whatsoever here with Kansas City?
Actually, I think a guy I would have really liked in Kansas City was Tyleik Williams, but he went earlier than we thought he would.
Not me. We.
True. We, the rest of us.
French. Speaking French.
We'll leave you on the mock draft pedestal. We'll be all right. Listen, Connerly went before Simmons, so I feel good. I think an interior guy like Tyleik would appeal to him. I think a run stopper to me more so if you're going interior. I've got an interior pass rusher. I got one of the best to ever do it in big number 95, right? So I think the thing for me, though, with interior, if you're going run stopper, you can wait. In this draft, you can wait. And I know Tyleek's already gone, but easily second, third round, you can find a run stopper.
Could you go safety at all here with losing Justin Reed? And do you just take a freaky, deaky kind of player on the back end and E-Man Worry?
I wouldn't. If Starks was here, I probably would.
I think Starks is more of a Spags type.
Unless we think about your Xavier Watts comp in the draft guide was Juan Thornhill, and that's the Chiefs drafted Juan Thornhill. I don't hate Xavier Watts. I think it'll be a trench pick, but I would go actually Watts before I went Eamon Worry. I'm just not a huge fan.
I would go offensive line before I went anybody, but we'll see.
It's
got
Josh
the
Simmons.
franchise.
It is Josh Simmons.
Yeah,
there we go. Josh Simmons. the offensive tackle to Ohio State, we get him in the first round here. A very commonly mocked selection here for the Kansas City Chiefs. One of the best offensive tackles in college football before getting hurt this past season. Tore his patellar tendon, tore his meniscus. And he's already been working out. He had a private workout. And this is somebody who, I think he's got all the talent in the world, man. I think he could absolutely be the starting offensive tackle for the Kansas City Chiefs. If he is fully healthy, he could be the starting offensive tackle for the Chiefs.
The Eagles are going crazy
right now. Well, Howie, of course he is, because Howie thinks he got an
crazy.
absolute steal with Jihad Campbell. So yeah, he's going to freak out about it. Howie also, the thing I love about him is every single time they show clips of Howie Roseman in the war room, he just loves it. He loves this time of year. He loves the draft. He loves doing this, and it's a lot of fun.
And he does big things.
He does?
He does, like, they won the Super Bowl due in large part to what Howie was able to do. I mean, it was amazing. The one other thing I'd say about that is that we talked about Vic Fangio and what he was able to do with that team. But in a conversation that you would talk about Jalen Carter, and I said, how did you get Jalen Carter to go from whatever it was, 450 plays at Georgia to 900? He's like, I didn't give him a choice. Like, I knew he had it in him. We just had to get it out of him.
Get out elite. That's actually an elite thing to say.
Like, I knew he could do it. I just told him he was going to do it. And that's how we got it out of him. And it was like, okay then.
You want a second contract? You better get 700 plus.
I mean, and he did, and he was good playing that many snaps. So sometimes it's just coaching and getting more out of guys than they even know they can do themselves.
Yeah, I agree. As far as the Simmons pick here for the Chiefs, look, they just need something, right?
Yep.
And
I love the pick. I did. I love that.
I know he's the best tackle left available for sure. He's got a lot of ability. I've talked about it before. And again, his good tape is really, really good. He's a superb athlete. He's, I think, again, another guy who plays with great finesse and great balance. He can get to the second level. Again, the knee injury concerns me. This year started out well against the softer half of Ohio State's schedule. I would have loved to have seen him down the stretch against Penn State, against Tennessee, against Notre Dame, against Texas. And if he had performed like that against those teams, yeah, we would have been talking about him like one of the first three tackles. We just didn't get to see it. So I'm a little more unsure on Simmons, but 32 to the Chiefs. But this is the spot here. It just made sense the entire way for Simmons to get to Kansas City, whether he plays tackle or guard or more moves it, whatever the alignment has to be. They need talent.
But let's not bury the lead here. The lead for tomorrow, and lucky for you guys, our ratings will be sky high. Shedeur Sanders did not go.
Nope.
And now you begin to have to ask the overnight questions why. Right? Now that's the story of this first round, is that the guy that was, for a lot of people, assumed to be the first overall pick in the draft made it all the way out of the first round, and now what happens from here? This drama is not over yet.
Yeah,
right. So
Cleveland could take him at the very first pick of the second round, but
somebody's going to do that, don't you think?
The Saints pick at 40, right? So
Well,
they
I think
could.
it's going to be one of those two teams. The Browns could just lead it off with it. If they walk away with a haul of a trade, plus Mason Graham, plus Shedeur Sanders.
What about Pittsburgh?
I just don't. They can't get up. They're picking at 83 next. I just don't think they can get from. They can't get up 50
They'd have to mortgage a
spots
first next year, and if they thought he was worth the first round pick, I think they would have taken him at 21. Right? I don't think they mortgage a first round pick to move.
I think
all the
Kirk
way
Cousins
up.
might be your Week 1 Steelers starter.
We're gonna touch on a lot of the guys that are still remaining as we kind of wrap up the show, but we got to talk about our friends over at Prize Picks one more time.
Yes.
We'll talk
Our
about
guys.
the players that are left in a second. See you then.
Interesting night.
Prize Picks, best place to earn some cash while you're watching some sports, or the 2025 NFL Draft, right? We've got some rookies that we see some numbers on there. We see Cam Ward stats here on the Prize Picks app, betting more on the passing numbers because, of course, we're supporting our guy. We think he's going to hit more on that number. If you guys want to see all of these for yourself, we see Ashton Genty's numbers there as well. Download the Prize Picks app and use the promo code PFF when you do, because if you do that, when you put $5 on your first lineup, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can string together however many picks that you want there of more or less. If you put $5 in that first lineup, whether you win or lose, you are going to get $50 free right from Prize Picks for whatever you want your next bet to be. So make sure you check it out. You can see all of the rookie lines that they will have up this evening and throughout the weekend as these guys are getting drafted to their NFL teams, but so much more. NFL picks, NBA, NHL, MLB, all that great stuff. Download the Prize Picks app, use the promo code PFF, and get that $50 free after your first lineup. Hey everybody, thanks for watching with us. Hope you're enjoying the PFF NFL Draft Show. Speaking of enjoying PFF, right now our annual membership to PFF Plus is 25% off. Just head over to subscribe.pff.com. Use the promo code DRAFT25. PFF Plus gives you access to the same data trusted by all 32 NFL teams. Player grades, premium stats, fantasy and betting tools. It's the same data that we're using to elevate prospects right now here on this show. You'll also get the 2025 draft guide, packed with scouting reports, player comps, scheme fits, everything that you will need to understand how these players will impact the teams that draft them. If you want smarter analysis behind every single pick, deeper insight into the game of football, PFF Plus is built for you. Head to subscribe.pff.com, use the promo code DRAFT25 and get 25% off your membership. Again, that's subscribe.pff.com, promo code DRAFT25. Now's the time to join PFF Plus. All right, let's talk a little best available that we have going into day two. Myself, Max Chadwick, Dalton Wasserman. You guys are going to be on the desk with me tomorrow. So we'll talk plenty about these guys and where they end up going on day two of the draft. But Mike Green, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezeraku, Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison, a lot of these guys still on the board.
Can I just say, if Las Vegas somehow ends up with Ashton Ginty and Will Johnson at 37 overall, for a team that had the lowest rushing grade and the lowest coverage grade in the NFL last year, they end up with two top 10 players, at least in my opinion, in the draft. Home run draft for Las Vegas.
Very hard to not be an A+ right off the bat.
Even Ben Morrison, if the Cleveland takes Will Johnson before them at 33 or 36, even Ben Morrison at 37, that'd be a phenomenal pick.
You guys can go see all the best available players if you go to pff.com and use the draft tracker. So you see that on the right side of the screen. You can follow along while you are watching the show tomorrow and see all those best available as we get more players off the board. Dalton, what about you? Do we have a most surprising that's still there? A guy that you're just intrigued to see where he's going to land?
I think the surprising one is Will Johnson, because there really must be something up with the medicals, right? I think he's the highest rated player for me left on the board, and that's the sole reason. This is a top 15 talent who teams are unsure of his health. And because they're unsure of his health, they were already a little uneasy about his top-end speed, just not as fast as guys like Hunter or Jahdae Barron, even a Maxwell Hairston, right? Now you add the injuries on top of it. I think they're really worried about the injuries and the long speed with him. And then, look, the story overnight is going to be Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
Is he going with the first pick tomorrow to Cleveland? And Cleveland winds up with, again, the trade haul, Mason Graham, Shedeur Sanders. If not, then I think we still talk about New Orleans.
I don't know if Cleveland's going to do it. I really don't.
Could Vegas do it with the Brady connection? I know they've got Geno Smith already, but at 37 overall, I mean, there's been a lot of smoke with them, too.
That would be crazy to me because you got to go all in on the Geno Smith trade.
I know, but
you got to go all in.
I know I'm taking the slight homer angle, but what if he got to 42 to the Jets? Seriously.
Yeah.
Fields only realistically on a
We haven't really talked quarterback at all for the Jets.
We're going
in a long time.
Eventually, we have to.
Well, I know you're going to talk about it.
Well, yeah. But that's going to be the overnight big story is, are the Browns now taking Shedeur with a prime chance to do it without even having to trade up?
Chris, what do you think? Best available, guys that you're shocked that are still on the board?
Well, let's talk about the good and the bad, okay?
Right.
Travis Hunter getting to Jacksonville.
It's awesome.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's just pretty cool. The Raiders standing pat and getting their guy in Ginty, I thought showed a lot of courage there to be able to do that. Membu to the Jets, I just love that one. Tyler Booker to Dallas, I did not like that one. It wouldn't have been my pick by almost a full round at that point. Walter Nolan going to the Cardinals, I thought just the fact that they got exactly what they needed. Mm-hmm. Mika Buka, I hate to say it, Tampa, that's a no-go for me. Wouldn't have gotten that one. Jahdae Barron.
Hey, we got to let it play out.
Let it play out. That's fine.
Yeah, come on. Wait, hold on. Wide receiver fraternity. You can't be going after.
All right. Well,
you can't be going after.
I just wouldn't have done it.
We got to support. We got to support the position.
Jahdae Barron going to Denver. I think Denver has pushed all the right buttons for the last 2 years.
What a defense, man.
Unbelievable what they've been able to do. I know you guys hate it, but Derek Harmon going to Pittsburgh, I actually loved it. So I thought he was by far the best player there. The Packers getting Matthew Golden was just fun. That was a fun part of the night.
Yep.
The James Pierce move with to trade Atlanta, trade to the Rams, give up a number 1 pick, would have never done that one in a million years. And then the Jihad Campbell to the Eagles, I thought was kind of topped off the night, and a bit of brilliance from the world champs, and why not?
I got to throw one more in there. For all the talk about their defense and how much they need to add on their defense, I am so happy for Bryce Young that he got Tetairoa McMillan.
Yeah,
that is
I am
so
100%
awesome.
with you.
I was hoping it would happen. I got less and less optimistic that it would with the way he played down the stretch last year. And look, Dave Canales, he knows they need to fix a defense. Ajiro Vero knows they need to fix a defense, but you get a guy like McMillan getting to you and all these room and how good he could be. Let's say if it's a Mike Evans comp, if it's a Drake London comp, whatever you have. The Panthers needed the weapon. They've got 2 good backs. They've got now what could be a number 1 receiver. It's a good old line. They're going to add to the defense later in this draft. There's a lot of defensive depth here. I just love McMillan getting there with Bryce Young and really getting that true number 1 weapon.
There are a lot of fun players that are still left on the board. I'm excited for tomorrow and the rest of the draft. Shout out to everybody who tuned into the draft show. We really appreciate you guys getting in on the chat. It was a lot of fun to see you guys talking back and forth as all of the picks and all the craziness was unfolding. I want to give a shout out to all the part-time data collectors that we have here at PFF.
Amazing
We just talked a lot about so many different numbers throughout all of these players. We're going to continue to do so throughout the weekend, and I want to shout out them. And we also are hiring part-time data collectors as well. So it's flexible. You can work remote. You get official training from the PFF system. So if you have ever been interested in getting in the world of football, and especially here at PFF, we are hiring those part-time data collectors. So go check out pff.com/.
And if you want to understand the depth of the work that these guys do right here, tune in to day 2, absolutely. But tune in to day 3.
The day of
I barely
degenerates,
made it
baby.
through the end
Real
of day
sicko
1,
hours
and that's
then, yeah.
everybody I knew. And so thank you guys for all the work that you did. Congratulations on winning your bets. I want to make sure you eat tomorrow, so there's $20. I want you to take the 20, make sure you eat so you got a lot of nutrition for tomorrow. I worry about you because it was a bad night for you.
You have no money to use at the casino this
We
weekend.
started. There we go. You're always looking after us. That's why we love you,
He's one
Chris.
of my guys, you know.
Speaking of hungry, if you guys ever get hungry, Jack Link's Duos. That's the product that you want to get. We're going to be eating this throughout the weekend, and you guys should go check it out. Obviously, you can pick it up, like I said. You're just digging in.
I get paid.
It's over.
You're paying me to eat beef jerky.
You're not
I'm
even
doing
waiting
it.
for the cameras to get off you. Okay, all
Let
right.
me get the
pick
right
it up
side here going there.
wherever you want.
You're
Convenience
lobbying
stores.
for another 20
I got
over there,
Buffalo.
man.
I got Buffalo and I got Ranch. Great
Select
combo.
Walmarts.
Great combo.
We're more off the rails than we were at the beginning of this draft with the Jags trade. Appreciate Prize Picks as well. Wanted to shout them out. And like Chris said, we've got 2 more days of jam-packed coverage. We're starting tomorrow at 6:45 p.m. Eastern because round 2 starts an hour earlier tomorrow.
Maybe the most interesting round 2 in
day 2
years.
is
Yeah.
day 2.
I mean, this is
incredible.
unbelievable, the kind of talent got left sitting on the board. And tomorrow is the quarterback day.
It is.
It is.
It
It
really
is going to
is.
be the quarterback day. For Max Chadwick, Dalton Wasserman, the boss man, Cris Collinsworth, I'm Trevor Sikkema saying thank you guys so much for watching round 1 of PFF's 2025 NFL Draft Show. We will see you guys at 6:45 tomorrow. See you then.